grant?
Yes, the previous ones,
The ones before that we need to still write checks to?
the scholarships?
Yes.
No, I have those.
This public comment?
I think so.
Hang on, let me do this email and then I'll,
A public comment from 9.
I want to start with, I'd like to at least acknowledge that poor Roman was on the receiving end of a very blistering phone call from me last week. For about 26 minutes worth, I had to look. to see how long
Really?
they ran
It went on
the
that
break
long?
I was very appreciative and impressed that you just didn't hang up on me.
Oh.
Well, on that. Like I said, I'd much rather do that to your face. I kept telling you that, you know.
Goes with the job, goes with the territory.
You took. But I asked you some questions last week, and I'm here to ask you all again a couple of questions in regards to the budget process and everything. You know, the one I asked you about is, Joanne, I believe you campaigned 2 years ago about cutting. Got tight. And this is kind of a twofold question, because it's also kind of directed at Roman, and I talked to him about this last week, to where you compare Mineral and Sanders County in my comparison to their commissioners and what they make and how many days a week they work. And I guess I'm struggling on why we never even entertained new commissioners coming in one extra day a week besides the half a day. Cover which, you know, the one thing Bob and Han did come up with an idea, I thought 6 years ago that was pretty good, was that, you know, having meetings in the evenings and stuff, but, you know, if you each worked 1 day a week, without your half a day meeting, it would allow all the voters in this county and non-voters, I mean, the residents to come in, for lack of a better word, have an ear on the commissioner that day, and I'm wondering why that part of the thing wasn't ever on the table.
Well, we had one in Alberton and one in St. Regis at night. And
We have that somewhere.
I remember, I think that there wasn't really very much attendance at that. meeting.
Even though it was,
We had that clinic,
yeah,
that was
it
a
was
clinic
a
that was going in
discussion,
there.
discussion.
The one we had at St. Regis was when we did the nonpartisan thing there, and there was a few people there, but they weren't changing.
And so, and that's understandable too on that part of it, but why at the, for lack of a better word, the wages you guys are being paid, are we not working 1 day a week extra?
No, I think that's a good idea, and that's what I plan to do much more of, especially, I know you're tired of hearing me say after I'm retired in December, but that's about all I can do with my time is, and then I do fully intend to put more time in here, not only just being here available and helping, but researching. And
Well, yeah, because I mean, honestly, and you've heard it from me,
Yeah.
you know, that I didn't elect you 6 years ago to sit here on your butt for 6 years and then tell me you're gonna do better your next 6 years.
Mhm.
I mean, we're in a financial crisis again. I mean, why? If Sanders County attorneys or Sanders County commissioners are making $44,000 a year and working 3 days a week, my math makes that putting you guys in 1.5 days a week, and we can't even seem to pull that off. At some point, I think you guys need to feel the pain just like everybody else. You, on the other hand, can manipulate your schedule around with the patrol to come in.
Yeah, I could
You,
work more
yeah,
on weekends.
you and I both know that. I mean, it wouldn't be a hardship for you to work whatever for, you know, the rest of the year to cut some costs out of your guys' budget and everything else, and I'm struggling on how we can sit here and not even entertain that. I mean, if you do the math collectively and, you know, I mean, without getting too carried away,
for what you guys are getting paid for the year and for what you put in for hours, you're all making probably $100+ an hour. If you throw in,
You don't have any idea how many hours we put in on all this stuff, Richard.
I know
You
how many
don't- you don't
hours
have
you
a
put in
clue.
here.
Yeah, I know, you know how many hours I put in here, but you don't have any idea the other stuff that we do, or how many phone calls, or how many
well,
trips
why
that
don't
we
you
make.
tell me about that, Dwayne, and let's exclude your boss. Cause she jumped,
Okay,
what
I
she
had-
says, you jump.
I had
Oh,
26 hours
no.
last week.
No,
Or
that's not true.
This week I've got,
I do listen to her.
And help me out on this and just correct the rumor if it's wrong. Were you the only one on the afternoon shift at Tricon that kept your job?
The only one on the afternoon shift.
When they laid off half their workforce, which was the afternoon shift?
Well, it was the night shift is what, we had a night shift.
And how many on your crew remained on the payroll?
They shifted people around. I couldn't really tell you. There was quite a few. Anybody that had any time in there
Mhm.
that was, you know, well worth keeping. Yeah.
Because I watched the YouTube video here on the 7th, and yes, I see you in here when I wander through here, and I hear that you're in here a lot more than
Well,
anybody else, and God bless you for
but,
that. But you
I
don't,
don't have a full-time job either. But I mean, other than, you know, I do have, my husband has a business and I have responsibilities with that too, but, you know, I mean,
is this a full-time
that's not a gi-
responsibility that you guys are sitting at?
It most certainly should be.
Absolutely correct.
It most certainly should be, but the voters of this county elected to say no, that this was a part-time job.
But your responsibility for this county truly is full-time, 24/7,
Most certainly
correct? We
should
could at least
and we
agree on
get,
that.
and
It
we
most
get
certainly
phone
should be.
calls.
Yeah, whether
At
the,
home, we
the pay part of it or whatever, we can argue down the road. You know, I'd love to have you, you know, show me about, you know, your phone calls. I don't doubt you don't take phone calls, Dwayne. I don't doubt one bit, you know.
Or accosted in Missoula at Costco and
I mean, what my
Walmart
point is,
and-
you guys are responsible for this county's well-being 24/7. You're not being paid for that. We can at least agree on that. But this is not, if you're treating this as a part-time job, all of a sudden you're in the hole like you are the last 6 years. Is what I'm trying to, whether you should be paid more or not is certainly another discussion. You know, but, you know, politically wise, people come in here, they never see you. Honestly, when you start doing the
We're only here
math,
usually one day a week, you know?
yeah, when you start doing the math, it's pretty hard to swallow, you know, when you add up what they think is the hours, you know, right, wrong, or indifferent, to what's being cut around here. I mean, just strictly on the surface, Sanders County makes $44,000 a year, they put in 3 days a week. And I'm sure they take phone calls after hours. I'm sure they get accosted in Missoula. I'm sure they get accosted in Kalispell.
How much do you think that they make?
22 to 23.
Mhm.
So if you cut that in half, of 44 is 22,
Yeah, it
is
was
a day
just-
and a half.
Somebody asked me the other day, how come they were making 60?
I bet you'd like to make 60.
I will, yeah.
We could get you in here for 2 days a week
There
at
you go.
60.
3 maybe.
3 if it was on a good week. Just on the surface, I'm asking you why, you know, without arguing over the amount of phone calls you take it after.
we've got other meetings we gotta go to too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just here. I mean,
Does Sanders County not do other meetings when they're off?
No, they do it.
Okay, so they're doing 3
Well,
days a
some-
week.
well, I
They
don't
do
know,
it.
yeah, I mean,
Come on, all the
I
commissioners.
don't know when their meetings are.
I've been to meetings that they've been there, I've been to meetings when they weren't.
Yeah, but they have, all commissioners in this state
But it
have
depends on-
meetings outside your regular meeting hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're all assigned to certain,
Mm-hmm.
like you're on what, LEPC?
Yeah, I'm on the LAPC.
So you're on
board,
LAPC,
the
somebody's on the hospital board, somebody's on whatever.
Mhm.
And those are most of the time outside of your regular 8 to 5 meetings, if I'm correct, right?
Mhm.
A large part of that. But again, I'm sure Sanders County's doing the exact same thing. At 44 a year. And then Roman, my only other question, since, see, I'm really not gonna get an answer out of you guys. I asked about the finance cap at the $20,000.
Mhm.
June 2nd, it was at 25,000.
Mhm.
What did she end up ending in June at?
I think it's 34,000.
And I'm assuming your financial expert, that budgeting 101 says if you can do it for 20,000 and you cap it at 20, she give you heads up that she's well over that?
Well, there was a lot more things that needed to be fixed than,
But she at least give you guys heads up on that? That she was well over her budget? If I bid you a job for $20,000 and I'm gonna go over budget, shouldn't I tell you?
well,
Were you guys notified she was over budget? That's all I'm asking, it's
well,
not a
yeah,
hard question.
we knew that it was gonna be over 20,000 when she got into, you know, the finances and all the problems that were involved. We just had an audit done, and she had to get all the stuff for that. I mean, there was a lot lot more that needed to be fixed than when she came in originally and said, you know, I can do it for $20,000. There was a lot more that
Okay,
needed to be
but
fixed.
she came back to you guys and let you know that.
Yeah,
Apparently Roman didn't know that last week, cause I asked him about it and he
I
knew
didn't.
nothing about it.
Yeah, I didn't know the number, but I figured it was probably over. And then, yeah, since then I asked and it's 34,000.
But you were never told that it was up till last week when I started asking.
well, she just turned in her last bill.
And you're gonna keep her on board?
Yeah. Yeah,
Somebody's gotta make the decisions in this county.
I mean,
The
somebody's
correct
gotta make the
decision.
decisions.
I wouldn't argue that with you.
Thank you. At least we agree on something.
What's that?
He said he wouldn't, I said the correct
Yeah.
decisions, and he said he wouldn't argue that with me.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because on one hand, we have financial problems and we have to pay her to unravel all the problems, and on the other hand, but even the guy that did the audit, he said, oh man, you guys need her, because
Yeah.
you guys were gonna go into a huge tailspin if you didn't get all this stuff figured out and fast.
So the last 6 years, who was asleep at the switch here?
Well, we're only as good as the information
That we get.
that we get from our elected officials when we ask questions like, what happened to $215,000? Oh, don't worry about it, I just didn't move Pilt yet. What happened to this? Oh, don't worry about it, we're fine. I mean, I can't make somebody, do something, just like I can't make them give me the minutes that haven't been typed up and given to us to sign for the last 7 months. I can't make them do that because they're
They're
elected
elected
officials.
officials.
Oh, absolutely, with the exception, I believe the clerk of court's your clerk, is she not?
The who?
Yeah, but,
Clerk and recorder, excuse me.
Yeah, but you can't make her
yeah.
give us the minutes that we haven't had for
Well, you
7
can't get
months.
nothing accomplished at 3 hours a week either, excluding you, because I see you a lot more. I mean, we wanna point an awful lot of fingers, but ultimately, it comes down to you guys have to make the decisions. Based on
But
what
even
you
if,
have.
even if somebody was in here every day, 24 hours a day, the budget problem probably still would have happened because the information that we're getting from the person at that switch is only as good, I have to go by what they tell me is there, and the Black Mountain reports only recently got released for everybody else to see. You guys don't know how to read them, you don't understand them. Believe me when I tell you, this is fine, that's okay, that money's there, don't worry about it. I mean,
What do you mean you just got them released?
well, for a long time, people did not have access to go on Black Mountain on the computer like now. Now Kevin Chamberlain can look at it, Tim Reed can look at it. Before, everybody had to go up there and get a printed off report. I said recently, maybe it was last year, was that when, or was it longer?
No, it was just, yeah,
Yeah.
it was just, I think, since
Was it-
Jessica.
Yeah, I mean, people weren't able to know what their budgets were doing because it was only this one office that could give you the report.
But how much time have we spent, and I know what you're saying, Roman, but how much time have we spent actually trying to understand what the figures are?
Well,
I mean, you like drawing things out and on paper and stuff.
yeah,
Because you're more of a visual individual. You're a commissioner, for God's sake. Go in there and plant your butt in her office until you get what you're satisfied you get.
I would go in there and ask her, and she'd give me an answer or a piece of paper, and I believed her. And I said, okay, thanks. I didn't know that I was supposed to dig deeper or question her, because I trusted her. You know, she'd been there, she worked in that office before, I just thought, well, she knows and I don't, so I'll trust her. I mean, I'm not an accountant. It's only, you're only as good as the information you have to work off of. That's why it's nice that Jessica really understands it
And can explain it.
and can explain it
Explain it.
and can, but yeah, I don't feel good about having to hire her to do it, because it should be being done. I mean, it was a gradual thing over the years, and pretty soon now the cash reserves are depleted, which is the backing for the budget expense side of it. You gotta have the revenue side of it.
Some of that goes way, way back too, Richard. I mean, when I was first elected, I remember a commissioner telling me, we didn't balance a couple of accounts there, I'm sorry about that. Well, one of those accounts was the sheriff's office, which was a huge, so that was thrown in my lap right off the bat. And, you try and deal with that. Well, we've went through three sheriffs now, and I mean, it's a tough situation. It isn't just snap your fingers and tell them to do it, I mean.
Well, the sheriff, you're at a disadvantage, the sheriff's department, and you guys are at a disadvantage with the jail. The fact that you're responsible for those inmates and their care. The one thing I don't agree with is the MCA code that states that if the sheriff goes over budget, you can remove it from, his pay. He has no control over the people that are in his jail. You're,
Especially if they have
responsible.
some medical episode.
Absolutely.
You can't pay for
I
that.
mean, so trying to ding a budget out of the sheriff's office if it's overrun off the jail side of it, personally, I think.
And,
it should be-
there was a time that there was plenty of money to deal with all of that, and it, has slowly just went away.
So bottom line, we're not gonna see you guys in here anymore? That's
No.
all I'm really asking about, not when you're done retiring, for God's sakes.
Well,
I have another job, Richard, so you probably won't see me in here anymore. And I'm back on days now, so.
no, and I'm gonna entertain it, and like you said, maybe I will work a weekend or two more so I can be in here a day or two more. So, no, I'm entertaining the idea, because I think they're productive and they're good ideas.
I wouldn't be against evening meetings, never have been, except when I was working nights.
Well, and it's not ideal, but Dwayne, I'm sure you could find somebody to switch a day off with you if you had to come in here and work an extra day. I mean, this is you're in this 100% or you're just in it for a paycheck, and I say that generally, across the board, and that's personally Richard Hayter's mindset.
Trouble is, I can't live on $23,000 a year, Richard. I can't, never could. And I never campaigned saying, I'm gonna quit my second job. I never ever said that. I was reelected the second term doing the same thing that I'm doing right now, so I don't know. Either I've got people's support or I don't, and
I
apparently.
think it'd be a different avenue if this surfaced 2 years ago during your reelection, and the fact that we've depleted all the money that was saved.
Well, might very well have.
I mean, and again, I personally,
Recall him then. I mean,
What's
I
that?
said if
Yeah,
the
they've already
people aren't
talked about
unhappy,
that,
they
so.
can do recall then if they don't like what you're doing.
I personally, again,
mean-
like I said, yes, you were elected to do a part-time job, but, you know, at some point, you all have to quit acting like it's a part-time paycheck, and you need to, you know, on the surface, it doesn't look like you're committed.
Yeah.
You know, and we can obviously agree to disagree on a lot of things, and, you know, I just, you know, I think it's absolutely shameful that your department doesn't wanna feel the pain in this cut. And, oh, I have one other question. How the hell do we add another person in justice court when you've got the clearinghouse department for getting the files out of there?
The clearinghouse department,
The county attorney's office, which is basically the clearinghouse for justice court and all that. How can we add a third full-time position in there?
We're still, we're meeting with, it's not necessarily gonna be a full-time position, so.
you know, we have to meet with them, and there's some different ideas about that position, and if it's full-time or part-time or one-third time here or there. So that isn't finalized yet.
What do you foresee the financial director's budget for this next year? I know it isn't finalized. I know you left it till tonight.
Boy, I don't know.
Well, I don't know what we've got.
She had to submit a budget so far at this point, hasn't she?
Yeah.
What time of day do we have that one? Maybe Richard can come back and,
I'm going to Silverwood
well, we're at public comment, we're really kind of limited to our,
Oh, yeah.
$23,525.
for this year. Okay. Thank you.
yep. Thanks for not raising your voice this time.
Like, again, you know what, Roman, I appreciate the fact that you know,
Well, I've known you a long time,
took it up. I love you dearly as a friend.
and I do appreciate your opinions, even
And
though I
told
don't
her,
agree
think
with all of them.
You know, I told Roman, and again, I have the utmost respect for Roman as a person. As a commissioner, I think you all three failed. But I appreciate you, Roman.
Okay, well,
Alright.
thanks. All right.
I don't know, not a whole lot to take minutes on, I guess. So, did anybody walk me through your folder and how, okay,
Nobody did.
all right. So, what we do, so this, you might even just want to take this one out.
Okay.
So this one is a nice, it says all of the funds and the fund numbers,
Okay.
and this has their beginning cash, their, their budgeted revenue expenditures. Up here, we have maybe some proposed reserves that are really small, like 10%, 5%. Recommended is 33. But if we try to make sure we have this much cash at the end, this is our shortfall.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And so what we do is we go, they'll have a fund number. We go and we look at the revenue first for the fund, and it's a numerical order. Then we look at the expenditures for the fund. And then, just so you know, you have a lot of other support back here. You have, this is a payroll spreadsheet that I used, and these numbers are what is being budgeted right now, and we're budgeting just at current rate. No raises or anything as of yet. So you can always, you could be like, oh, well, who's in Roy's department? You can find him, you can see what they're making, how many hours they're working.
So I was looking at this the other night, what is the, oh, I thought mine said actual, it says annual, okay. Never mind. I guess I was wondering what's the difference between this and this?
Well, sometimes if they're not a full-time employee, so I took their rate and I would multiply it by 2,080, that would be their annual. But let's say they're only part-time, so it's gonna be 0.5 FTE, and it's gonna be half.
Okay,
So you can see
all right,
like here.
okay.
So if this person worked full-time, this is how much they would make, but they're only half-time, 20 hours a week. So this is what.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
all right.
And then for public safety, they have, if you look at public safety, 1 second, Roy, sorry. Look at this, so, like, if you look at public safety, I did their actual, like, their current
What is
rate
your fund
times
number, Roy?
2,080 or whatever,
Or-
and come up with a figure.
Yes.
But then I took
It's on page.
all of the overtime
4,
and shift differential
bottom.
from last year
Mhm.
to add it to it.
Separately, or just, did
Yeah, so
you?
this is a line item just right
Okay,
here.
all right.
So this is
Oh,
how
oh,
much
okay.
they spent in overtime,
Revenue.
shift differential, whatever. For sheriff, for deputy, this is how much for dispatch,
Okay,
and then where's
It would
detention?
just be in the general fund.
Yeah,
so
okay, we just- yeah.
It's not.
here.
Okay.
Oh, and then that's how much they spend in
411,
detention.
200.
So then in this tab, you have a detail of who,
Facilities administration, what I'm under.
Who did this?
Okay.
Who got the overtime? Okay, all right.
and
Keith also, I could almost have another employee.
three
Really?
employees almost, yeah. Isn't that crazy?
It is.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Of course, they didn't- They didn't tell anybody that, did they?
No.
Facilities admin, right? That's you? Mr.
So
Roy
did I
Gray?
tell you, Charlie, that Sanders County said that their health insurance with NACO went up 7.5%?
They got a lot more employees.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
Wow. Okay. So let's go to, well, so Roy's here, we'll go to the general fund, which is 1,000. Roy doesn't bring in any revenue, so I don't think we, we don't even need to look at the revenue.
How about, we have some janitorial bake sales?
I can't bake.
Can you, oh, you
I
can't.
can't It would be bad.
Oh,
It
yeah.
would be bad,
I
yeah.
use too much salt in my muffin.
Well, then how about some fish sales? Huh?
Yeah.
There
I can
you
do
go.
Fish sticks.
You
Fish
could do
sticks.
smoked fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could do a lot of, yeah, the fish. You got that one down.
And jerky, I can do that.
So we'll just go just to the expenditure revenue.
Mhm.
Expenditure general fund. And then we just have to go through until we find
So
Roy.
it's page 4 on the.
Page 4 at the bottom.
expenditure.
Yep, 411,200.
All right.
Oh, you're in the revenue side.
Here.
Oh,
So go
okay.
to expenditure.
Yeah.
Yeah, on page 4 and then down on
All right,
facilities
all right.
administration, page 4.
I'll get this here.
I know, I'm hard to find something.
There, you're at the bottom.
There we go.
So go ahead, Roy. Do you want to just go down the list? So salaries, salaries I prepared is just based on, Roy working full-time and Sherry half-time, and
Mhm.
then we allowed, for so many hours for Mark Grimm to come in and replace, fix things, whatever.
Yeah,
What was the hours you were?
How many
writing?
hours did we allow?
200, I think, you put on there.
Yeah, let's see, I can go.
I
And-
still haven't got a hold of Mark, so see what his plans are. I haven't heard from him since, well, quite a while ago, actually.
Did you call,
Is he
leave him a
gone?
message or?
Oh, can
No,
I have
he's
that
here.
calculator back?
Yeah,
Lori, can I have your calculator back?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
yeah, because you're kind of the
So we allowed
lead man, so you probably have to call him.
208 hours.
Okay.
And then, because Kathleen was asking about the blinds upstairs yesterday.
And the jury room's still not done.
Yeah, give him a call and see.
So we allowed 208 hours.
208.
Mm-hmm. And Roy thought that was, you thought that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little over 2 weeks of work. If, total, 80 hours a week, or, excuse me.
To more.
40, yeah.
40 hours.
more
Yeah.
than
That's a
that.
long week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
80 hours a week.
yeah, it was a month and a, yeah. About a month and a half.
Yeah. Okay, so then go down, Roy. So then supplies. Talk about your supplies.
Supplies, I noticed I went over it's at 115% now. That must have been one we got docked a little bit last year. I wasn't sure,
On supplies,
yeah, I don't know why I went over on this one.
was somebody billing you for their, like, jail or library, somebody billing you for supplies?
I don't know, jails.
Well, did any of the stuff that Mark did, any of those supplies come out of?
No, that should've came out of building maintenance,
Okay.
all that.
So he didn't go to the lumber store for a jury room project and put it on, and it-
See, I don't know actually what he put it on. We took that away and then he was bringing all the stuff to you guys.
So I think that's just the other thing, just to clear up, is that, so Mark, this is what, just to clear it up, in my opinion, this is how it should work, and if you guys disagree, we should clear it up. Mark works under Roy, so Roy's the one that would approve the projects. The claims would go to Roy. Roy's the one that would have to sign off to make sure they're being coded to either supplies or repairs and maintenance. People can't just go to Mark and hire him, come and fix my
Right.
yeah,
desk or whatever. That's how I see it.
right,
That Roy is our maintenance manager.
right,
Right.
Mark,
Works under
yeah,
so we all agree.
yeah,
So that's how it should work. Okay.
yeah. We had an interim where it was all
I know.
discombobulated and.
I know.
I guess the only thing that I would add to that is, I think that's, at this time, that's one of those things that needs to be put on the back burner unless it's
Critical.
absolutely critical.
The only thing I think is.
We've had comments about this room in here. First time it's been painted since this building was since this building was
Wow.
built.
I didn't remember
And,
that.
and I had a person comment to me, how much did you guys spend on that room? I said, I don't know, but I can find out,
It was
Painted-
years
It
ago.
was 22 years ago when it was painted. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
I do too,
I
I do
know.
too, I think it looks
Mark
fantastic, but
donated
they went,
the
oh, all
wood,
that fancy woodwork
I
and stuff
mean,
in there, and I
yeah.
went, well,
know,
that was kind of a giveaway, I mean,
He
he
cut
did
all
it
the
for
trim
next to
and stuff,
nothing,
didn't he?
but
Well, yeah,
I know.
yeah, I
It's
mean,
funny.
Mark.
there's always that critical eye, and I think especially at this time, if, if we're gonna get confidence in our government again, that, I mean, some people still have confidence. I received a compliment from a businessman this morning. He said, keep up the good work.
Okay.
It made
That's
me feel
nice.
pretty good.
Nice
start
to get
out.
a compliment.
Yeah, but I do think that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's
Unless
something
it's-
major like,
Well, do you
need
wanna-
help fixing the roof or, like the leak or whatever.
Like my entryway, it needs to be,
Well, that's supposed to be
Yeah.
done last year.
Are we good at 208 hours for him then, or do
I
we
think
think
so.
that's,
yeah.
I think that's
Okay.
all right,
okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, if he's not gonna do it, then we'll find somebody else that is willing to do it, I
Put a
mean,
bid
there's-
out on it,
Huh?
or put a bid out on it or something? Or just,
I don't know if
what are we talking about?
the entryway leaks.
Oh, he
over
never
there.
did fix that?
Well, he was gonna tear it down and kind of rebuild it.
Well, I
But the-
mean, didn't we already get the,
we didn't get the material, no, and then we had that account there, and then through Jessica, he wrote a check back to
We
us and.
Got rid of that
Zero.
account. That was
yeah, okay,
bad.
So,
okay.
and then the other one is the unit, the Lennox unit on the jail that heats and cools the dispatch.
Oh, well, hold on, let's not go there yet.
Okay.
So let's finish with supplies.
Yeah,
So,
is that just
So-
cleaning supplies that should come out of there?
Yeah, supplies, toilet paper,
Well,
Kleenexes.
back to the Mark deal, if some of his stuff didn't go in this supplies thing, where did it get paid at?
it would have come out of possibly that 360 repairs and maintenance. I don't know, I mean, we could run detail.
Yeah, I was
Jerry?
just wondering if that's why it's over, is,
What is it over? See, I don't have it over.
On this
So
one, it's
as of
115.
7-11, it wasn't over. So let me see what you're looking at.
No. Mm-mm.
No,
No. So this is your actual,
okay,
13,000, and this was your budget. You didn't go over.
so what's this over here?
This is percentage of old budget probably to new budget. So we increased, the increase from this old budget to here.
So this is what I have,
That was your budget last year,
okay,
and that's what you spent.
okay,
And this is what we're proposing, but it looks like actually we can go down now that we're seeing it.
okay,
Make sense?
yeah,
So he's not over?
no,
No, he's not over. So his actual, so look at it, you guys. So his actual was 13,774, right?
Mm-hmm.
His budget for last year was 16,000. He's budgeting 18,450. And do you see that number all the way to the right, the 115?
Mhm.
He was thinking that was meaning he was over,
Hmm.
but that's not what that number means. That's the,
that's
it
my.
looks like it's a percentage of the old budget, like the increase from
Oh.
old budget to new budget.
Mhm.
So really, so if you look at the last 4-year actuals, you know, we had 14,000, 20,000, 11, 13. So that can come down.
Mhm. Yeah, what was the year with 20 grand? What was that spent on? Was that a roof somewhere? The library?
Shouldn't
falling
be
in?
supplies.
Oh,
If it was
that's right.
coded under supplies, it's coded wrong, but
Highway
hard to say.
supply, Yeah. Huh?
I think just supplies, I mean, I think 14,000.
Yeah,
And just,
I do too.
yeah.
You haven't spent more than 14,000. What do you think, Roy? Good?
Yeah, we're,
Never good, right?
we're good.
Well, we
What,
could
two
go
months-
with, we could
one
go
more
with
month
14,
left?
15 and go 11.
This is
What do we
the
have
new
left?
budget year.
This
now.
one?
No, we're done. July is a new year.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yes.
14, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
You missed Dwayne's 11.
what did I miss?
Dwayne, he said we go down to
Said we-
11.
We
Oh,
could go to 11. There was 11 one year.
I don't think they wanna bring their own toilet paper.
all right. So,
Well, doesn't the sheriff's office buy their own anyway?
Yeah,
Okay, so this is just for the,
the only thing they get from me is the cleaning stuff.
oh,
Hmm.
interesting. Do they clean their own stuff?
Back in the jail, yeah,
They do. I guess so.
the detention does that,
Hmm.
or the trustee.
I see. All right.
So 500 for publications,
Seems.
reasonable.
Mhm.
Utilities, 1 year 36, 1 year 52, 1 year 31, last year 37.
We're budgeting 38. I think that seems
Mm-hmm.
good.
Especially now that we got that light fixed. I seen it was off. Good job.
I told you I had it ordered, I just wait for it to get here. I gotta drive by at night and make sure it's coming on.
I think that's the other way. That's the other
We
way.
get broke into.
Right.
So we're gonna leave it at 38?
Yeah. Like, at least for now, right? No promise. This isn't, just to be clear, this isn't the, like,
Oh,
final.
I know.
Repair and maintenance, 53,400.
And we brought that down from 72.
Have you done any serious looking at this roof?
No, I went up there and
That's
it just beveled and cracked a little bit around the unit.
Well, that whole thing, if you stand back and look at it, is starting to heave and has been for quite some time.
This one here?
Yeah,
Okay.
all those shingles are starting to.
Shrivel up or however they do it, yeah.
I'm wondering if that's,
how long's this roof's been on there?
27.
1994, 22.
So, under repairs and maintenance, you guys, like a new roof, it's gonna be under capital outlay. It wouldn't be
Okay.
under repairs and maintenance
Okay.
anyway. So
Alright.
this is just small stuff
Okay.
that isn't over $5,000.
because I remember, seems like when they looked at that, when we did that energy audit thing, when we put the windows everywhere. God, I think their bid at that time, I don't even remember who it was $30,000 or something.
For a new roof for this.
It wasn't cheap, I remember that. And I don't imagine that's gone up. So.
And was that gonna be another shingle roof?
Yeah, I think it
I wonder,
was.
what if you just got like green metal shingles?
Yeah,
and
that'd-
screwed it right down on
yeah.
the top of the shingles, then you have to
Yeah.
rip them off.
Yeah, that's what I did on my house,
Yeah.
still holding.
Okay.
So one thing we did is several offices, they had repairs and maintenance in the, worked in their budget. And throughout the budget, I've pretty much put all those to zero. Because I didn't want them to have a budget of $1,500 to build a shelf.
Yeah. no,
Or
that's
whatever,
at the
so-
end of the building,
So,
you know.
yeah, so we've pretty much taken all of that back from all of the departments, so they have to go through Roy. And then the other thing we had under repairs and maintenance, and Charlie, let me know if you disagree with this, is we moved $3,000 for data processing, like wiring. You know, you had $3,000 under repairs and maintenance, I'm assuming it was wiring, and we've moved that also to his. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know about the amount though, you know, that I may have to shrink that one a little bit, but we can leave it
I
for
just do
whatever you
the
guys.
essentials.
Well, do you want to give a number or are you guys good with the 53 for now?
Well, it's
Well,
kind of
if
a, what's the average through all them years?
1857, 48, 24.
I
It's
mean,
just
it's up
kind of
and it's
been,
down, yeah.
I guess it's probably depending on, you know, if there was some big project that we did, or, I know
Well,
we did.
we put
I
a
know
bunch,
we-
we
So
put a
like
bunch in there.
37,000.
For these special
Why don't you
projects
say
that we had
40?
lined up.
Right,
40
yeah,
even?
And so,
but we don't have,
So we plug
other
in
than
40,000 instead of
Yeah.
we did the rooftop
Okay.
and the
Good to
jury
me.
room, that's
Yeah.
only one out of 5.
yeah.
So,
So all really, the only thing we've gotta do is the entryway that's out of this, that's,
And possibly.
so Roy, in 3,000, that is data processing, we're just gonna have the number being even 40,000.
40,000.
That's kind of, the average of all those is 38, we're gonna let it be 40.
For repair and maintenance,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
So the next one's travel, you know, $200. And then the last one is the one that we should plan for different things. So capital outlay. And in capital outlay, those are things over $5,000. And right now under there, we have storage building upgrades for $30,000, and we had 2 jail HVAC units, and we had budgeted $30,000 each. And so, but Ray has updates on those figures.
Yeah, I talked to Peterson, which we've been doing business with these guys since Sam was here. And he pretty much said that one unit is the only one he's really worried about right now. And for bringing the crane, taking the old one off, putting the new one on is $25,000. And that's the one I started to talk to you about for the dispatch heating and cooling system unit. the
So if you
Lennox.
traded that out with the cost of a new one new one, you're a little bit ahead.
Yeah. And I also got a figure, I asked him, I said, okay, this for giggles, give me a number on parts. He said, if we can find them, you're talking $3,000. And that's if we can find them. Now, keeping in mind that if that don't work, there's no airflow in dispatch. It's sealed. There's
That's
nothing in there.
You'd have to put the dogs out.
Yeah, pretty much. You have to open the doors and let everybody breathe.
Who let the dog out? Who?
Anyway. So that's good news. The $3,000 in questionable parts, finding them, that's the bad news.
What kind of units are they?
It's a Lennox. It's both cooling and heating.
So at a minimum, you think we need to budget 25,000
At the
for,
minimum.
for one,
Yeah.
is what you're thinking?
And the storage building, I know it leaks. Is there anything that can just be done cheaper to prevent, fix that problem instead of,
That roof is so far gone.
is it?
So that's building out there, so what we're thinking, that 30,000, it's more than just roofing, it's,
Yeah.
some upgrades on the inside too. So what's happening right now is when I asked Nicole to go find some 2008 time cards. Good luck finding those, because things are not organized. And you go down into the vault, and she came back, I'm not kidding you, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen, and her eyes were just huge, and she's just like, I just don't know, Jessica, like she was lost.
Where do I go, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy. So you have everybody putting all of their stuff there. It needs to be, you're getting to the point where you need to start thinking about actually so we could fix that building out there, and we could do rows and rows of shelving, and you could have a treasurer section, you could have clerk and recorder section. People aren't able to find things right now. It's kind of bad. So, just a thought. I mean, you
So
don't
that
need,
room has turned into more of a storage area for everybody, not just the sheriff's office. It's being used by,
That one section's evidence.
oh, out there? Yeah,
Yeah.
but I would like to, we need to make,
Vault's been terrible for quite a while.
yeah, we need to make out there, we need to have rows for the treasurer out there, and rows for the clerk and recorder, and rows for attorney, or whatever. We need to try to separate and organize and more space.
Do you know, have they done a recent shredding of all the stuff that can be shredded out of that vault? They have?
They're
They have?
trying. They're doing, a little at a time.
Who's they?
Different offices.
Oh,
Every-
really?
yeah.
They are trying?
Mm-hmm.
That would be good. Maybe that would be sufficient. I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's ever, but some of that stuff's gotta be kept forever too. I mean, it,
Yeah, I think.
I know Mary had 5 or 6 boxes in her office for me to take over to Tricon, throw in this incinerator, but I figured if I don't have a pickup load, I'm not gonna take it. So, and I know she took that back down and put it in there.
In the shredder. Yeah.
No, she put it back in the vault.
She put it back in the vault. So
Well,
that's what
every office is responsible for putting whatever it is that they want to be shredded in there, because, and I know Justice Court does it, I know County Attorney's doing it, I know Sheriff's Office was doing it.
In the bin thing.
Yep.
Maybe they just need to put it in the bin. Is it just too much?
I don't know if she just hasn't had time or what, I don't know.
Who knows? Anyway.
So what are you thinking with the building, just an upgrade on it, or?
I was just thinking a new roof
New
and
roof and probably
some shelving, like rows. I envision rows and rows of shelving that are, from floor to ceiling with,
As long as we had
departments.
Ceiling that didn't leak.
yeah.
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 I think 30,000 is high. I think it could probably be done for 25, 20. Because the new roof on that building is going to be really pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And then I think 20,000, you could do a bunch of stuff to it.
Now, would we have to take the old off and put the new one?
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
There's a bad rumor about that building,
What is it?
asbestos.
Oh, well then that's a whole nother, I don't even, yep.
Just I don't want to deal with that.
I don't wanna do
I
it.
don't know if it's up there or not, I don't even wanna take the chance of taking.
Under the metal or where?
Yeah, in the
What?
attic part.
Oh, we wouldn't have to take that off.
Yeah, but if you just take the
No, but
little
if
roof
you-
off,
Okay.
you're not up to.
Well, if you're disturbing it, though.
That's what I'm thinking, you're gonna pull one, it's gonna pull dust. I
But
mean,
it's in the attic, right? I mean,
Yeah.
there's, so you have sheathing, I mean, if you're taking off the metal roof, you have sheathing on it, and then you have
Yeah, there should be.
probably like tar.
Should be a barrier between you
like
and.
tar paper, and then,
yeah.
Hopefully.
probably a row of shingles,
Yeah.
and then metal. So you should have, I'm
Yeah,
sure
if
there's
if
two
there's a
layers on
barrier,
there.
You shouldn't have to worry about it.
I'm
Shouldn't
just,
even ever have to look at it.
It should never, yeah.
Yeah, I think we get the roof on it, and then whatever money's left, then we can, however much money we've got,
Make
Yeah.
sure the sprinklers
know.
go on that day.
And
know.
do you foresee this as being a mark project then?
no, it could be, being, you know, get the metal, I'm sure we could put it on.
Not gonna need a man.
Oh, I don't,
I don't know, it's,
I think truly that you could have it done cheaper.
Okay.
Like if you went out,
better now.
I mean, you're talking a couple $1,000s. We don't even have to go out to bid. You probably want to, I guess. But I mean, I think that for labor, you're probably, like we use this guy, Sergey Travis, you know, we use Sergey. That was a 1-day job for him. He'd be done in 1 day and it would, you know, he would charge probably $1,000 in labor. That's it. Then the material would be, you know, maybe 6,000 or something. So I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to make it a marked job.
If we can,
Okay.
I think we could.
I think you can get it done really fast by
Yeah.
somebody.
Fast and cheap.
Yeah, and cheap.
Hmm.
Because they're so fast, you know?
All right. So
So
we're reducing that down
So if we
to.
put 20,000 for the upgrade.
Okay, so 20,000 for building upgrade. And 25,000 for one unit. Is that what we're thinking?
yeah,
That's 45.
I know we wanna anticipate maybe this roof. I mean,
Do what?
I wonder if we
wanna
should,
anticipate this roof?
I wonder if we should look at it and maybe see
Yeah,
if we
I
can.
might get him to throw a bid on both of them,
Oh, you should.
do metal on both
get
of them.
cheaper.
Are you thinking metal on this one when you're
Yeah.
done?
Those shingles suck.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to move them or nothing. That's the way we did mine.
And we could get metal that matched
Yeah.
the metal that's on the side, maybe red or whatever. I don't know.
It's out there and I've seen it. So we wanna put enough, what?
It might help with getting the best price if they had a 2-for-1 job going. But maybe we should look at the roof and see how bad it is. Is it a can we can kick down the road, or should we do it now?
I think you could kick it 1 year would be my guess.
Yeah.
If we could get some tar around the
Yeah,
thing and then maybe look at it. Do this storage building this year and maybe this roof next year.
Yeah, if we start,
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
bam, bam.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll have,
we laid people off, but we did $100,000 worth of upgrades.
Yeah.
Even though it was needed.
yeah.
But it's neat, it's such a
Yeah.
necessity, but people won't
No,
see
it's
that.
We
Yeah.
put stuff off here and put stuff off here and
Yeah. Okay, so 45,000.
Okay.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Roy.
How's it going?
It's going.
So much fun. Well, I brought my whole crew because Peggy's not here and she's usually the one who's here. So I figured we all have different pieces of knowledge, so we'll contribute if needed. So I guess my first question is, I've never done one of these budget meetings before. So what's the purpose? What's the the goals that what do we want to accomplish? What do you want to learn from us? What kind of information can we share? We've done a lot of homework. We know a lot about the operations of our
It
department.
sounds like you guys have.
And so we don't want to overwhelm you because Barb and I are like, blah, 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 and then we're like, whoa.
Like we spent 1.5 hours on this and
much,
yeah,
yeah.
2.25 hours on this.
I know.
So
Okay.
How it works is we'll look at the general fund first. And we all have, so we look at the general fund revenue. And then we just kind of go down and look at your budget. We make sure that the revenue is reasonable, and then we go and look at expenditures for the general fund. And if there's anything that really stands out, or that the commissioners are like, well, that's, kind of a no-brainer at this point, we'll reduce it. They'll reduce it right now.
Okay.
And then otherwise, it's just kind of to determine what your department's needs are. And then in a couple weeks, like August 12th, then they have another work session where they can make additional cuts and do different things. So
Okay.
that's what we'll do. So we'll just start with the general fund and,
Can I ask a question real quick, Jessica?
Yeah.
So have you guys already reviewed our general fund and have an idea of proposals you want to make for it already? Or are you guys looking at it with fresh eyes for the first time right now with proposals?
it's fresh eyes.
I haven't thought about it.
So there's
Yeah.
no proposals in place right now? Because I was gonna say, if you guys wanted to talk about those first,
No,
just to give us an idea.
no.
Okay.
So at this point,
What are you guys looking for?
so, we've
in the
had that
general
reduction in
Yeah.
force.
Page 5.
This budget that we all have reflects that.
Mm-hmm.
So, believe it or not, it does. And then, and really, so now
Oh,
we
you're
just have to
looking
look
at
at everything as a
Yeah.
whole and see like, okay, well, do we have to take money
It's all in
from,
the general fund, so it's
you
gonna
know,
be page.
the library
It'll probably
and give it
be-
to the general fund to fund, so now it's just a matter of moving stuff around and seeing what we
Probably
can
five,
get, but.
No, 5 in the revenue.
So revenues in the general
It's
fund.
gonna be page 1.
So the health department doesn't have a bunch of revenues, but if you look at page 1 of our general fund,
Oh, I see, yeah.
if you look at page 1, they have some health nurse fees, and health nurse vaccines. The health nurse fees, they've budgeted $58,000, and that's for their contracts with the schools. And then, health nurse vaccines, and I know we're getting rid of the billing and whatever, but I did put $2,000 there, and I'm thinking, you guys could get donations, like, it's $20, could you, donate, or, I don't know, maybe, so I can get rid of that and make it go to 0. But I thought, well, maybe we could get something.
So we looked into immunization billing.
Okay.
This was one of our projects, and we called around and asked if anyone outsources billing, and one county does. And then we called another county, Missoula, actually, and they were saying that they actually add an additional like $16 or 20% to their private vaccinations that are given, number-wise. This increases the amount of money that can come in from our private immunizations. So if we want to, we can definitely put out a donation basket or ask for donations. I don't know if we're gonna get
Are we allowed to do
$2,000.
that? I mean, I'm sorry,
I don't know. I don't
think
know.
in curiosity, I've never been able to accept donations for parents as teachers before through
Not
the
for
health
parents as
department.
teachers, but
For
I think
immunizing.
for immunizations you
You
can.
can, okay,
Mhm.
I
gotcha.
think so, but I don't know.
I don't know, we'd have to look into the legality of it. We asked if we were allowed to not bill.
Because we have the VFC
Because we have
contract.
the vaccine for children and the vaccine for adult program, which provides free vaccine from the state. And so we were not sure if we had to bill.
Private people.
Do
Yeah.
you?
She said no. She said, but don't let the word get out.
Because then everybody's
Because
gonna start coming to you.
You'll have people coming from,
Yeah.
we do
Oh.
have people that come
And
from
our
Missoula
costs
and get
will go up.
vaccines because they like it here because it's small.
Mm-hmm.
We bill them
Yeah.
and they pay and it goes back in the general fund. But she's like, yeah, don't let that get out, but you can.
Because
Sure.
then we would run out of immunization supply.
Right.
Because we only
Right.
have 15,000 to buy. And so then we would have kiddos without vaccines.
Mhm.
So it's a dance. So we're trying to figure out if we could, if we want to outsource, what that will cost. If we want to shift some of Louise's hours. She figures she does about 15 hours of billing per week at the current amount that we do right now. But that wouldn't work with what she has going on right now.
So that's different because when Peggy was here last time, when you guys were here, they had her billing at 30 hours. She
But
was
she was-
budgeted at 30 hours in the general fund.
Okay, so that was 2 jobs, billing and doing the fiscal managing. So she checks all of the claims to make sure they're correct, and she was doing a lot of that double checking. Before we had access to Black Mountain, we
Yeah.
implemented this process because there were so many errors and stuff. And so, So she was doing like half of the fiscal part, like checking, and then half billing.
And the reason we had to do that
Does
was
that make
just
sense?
when you're managing a
It makes
grant, we
sense,
couldn't get
but
cash
then-
balances.
But then if you, so because I asked Peggy, I said, well, if she's doing like the review or whatever for grants, why isn't she billing the grant instead of the general fund?
Some of them allow for that, and some of them don't.
Some of them there's just simply not room
And she
probably
was
either.
billing
They
some
don't
of the
allow.
grants for that, so
Yeah.
McBee, we were paying her out
So
of.
if you could, you were.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like she
So
has,
I think-
her other hours were coming from FEP and McBee's,
Yeah.
which were the two that had the room to do it. Okay.
Do you
so
guys have
the
a proposal? Are you thinking something? Or not yet? Or,
Well, we started thinking about possibly having Peggy do some of the FEP, perhaps just a couple hours, because I think Louise is going to need some help with that. Hey, are we allowed to use names of people in this?
No.
Oh, shoot, okay.
Tell us that.
Okay,
Please.
sorry. I didn't know because we weren't public, but I guess we're
Just,
public.
I mean, it's just, you just need to talk about the position and,
Okay,
So the biller, the director,
Mhm.
okay.
okay, let me rethink this. So
I know I have a hard time not saying
we're,
names.
We should have all signed consent.
What we were looking at, Jen, was that the
Yeah.
biller.
I mean, I mean, we're not talking negatively, but we
No.
just need to be,
The FEP grant
So
contractor?
for the FEP, we were considering having the director do a small portion of it, because the current FEP coordinator, our previous biller, is, her learning curve is very steep. And she has a lot to learn, and it's a lot, the binder's like bigger than this, from last year's FEP coordinator's work. So we could take a piece of that and then free up maybe a little bit of general fund money to help with billing. But we didn't rework that whole budget yet. We wanted to have this conversation first to see where the thoughts were going before we put our brains to that. We started playing with numbers and then we were like, it's getting confusing without knowing what was on the table.
So the other thing when Jessica asked though, if we did, since we hadn't been bill, so what we normally bill, just so you understand, what we were billing, we were not marking up our vaccine cost at all.
See, that was the thing, yes.
That,
So now it might be
so in
actually worth billing.
addition, we
Yeah.
would charge a
that's
$21
the thing.
administration fee. So that's just the nurse's time to go to research the meds you're on to tell you if you can get this vaccine or not, if you have health conditions. And to give it, and it paid for basically the needle and the syringe.
So we were already charging that.
But when I talked to Missoula, specifically, they said, so then they're adding $16 to each one. So they're billing $37. She said almost every insurance company except United reimburses them for that. They haven't had denials, at least for the first vaccine. And then if the kids get 4, 5, 6, it gradually goes down because you do it all in one invoice. But what that would mean, so we checked with the state, we gave 500 private immunizations last year and 338 vaccine for children. We can't bill any additional for vaccine for children, that's the stuff we get from the state. But the 500, if you multiply the 500 times an additional 16, it's like $8,000.
See, now we're
Now we're talking.
Yeah,
I mean, and
Excellent.
you're not gonna get it on every one,
right.
because some people aren't gonna pay. So even if you cut it down by a third, which is generous on what would be reimbursed according to the biller in Missoula, you would still be making 7,000, 6,500, you know.
I think the other thing too is how many people total were billed? Like 800?
We gave 854 vaccinations or something, but
Eight.
the private vaccines that we use, we gave 500. Most of
So how
those are
many-
flu.
How many
Hold on,
people
she wants to
did
know people.
the billing clerk have to bill?
Oh,
It
people?
was, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Just roughly.
546.
So it's funny, right? So think about this. So 10, how many hours a week to bill?
She thought
Said
about
about.
15.
So
And
15 times 52. So 780 hours to bill how many people?
547 for people.
People. So it's taking more than an hour and 20 minutes or something like that to
Prepare a
bill
bill.
one person.
Right, and that's because
Something,
there's
I'm just
a
saying.
lot of work, like
But
behind the
it's-
scenes
Insurance
to work
companies
with the
and-
insurance companies to make sure your
It shouldn't be
contracts
that
and all
bad.
that.
It shouldn't be.
I know, it's ridiculous.
No, it
though.
shouldn't. There should be more efficiencies there. I would think. I would just want to throw that out there.
The problem with most of them is they give a blanket denial and you have to refile on almost everyone.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
if
the-
any of you have used your insurance, a lot gets
Yeah.
denied.
But that might be something too,
So
like,
it's red tape type stuff too,
Mhm.
and, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
So we could say 10 hours a week and see
Yeah.
if she's
I
up
mean,
for
we
that.
could be
but-
flexible here, we just wanted to.
Yeah,
put
no,
this on
but-
the table.
yeah.
Cause I was looking at that and I don't really
Sometimes
wanna
it's
give
an hour
away
like per person.
the $15,000. I don't wanna just lose the revenue
Yeah.
that we could be making, you know?
But it's not,
But then it's offset by your staffing time in order to complete the billing. I totally get it.
and not only that, but so for that staffing person, if we're going to, the more we pay her out of the general fund, the more we have to pay health insurance, and so imagine that, so like, for a billing clerk, let me show you, let me just give you some numbers. Oh, I think it's all adjusted now for the new, but, like, you know, if she spent 25% of her time in the general fund, you're looking at, oh, let's see, 27 and. Nine. I mean, it's, I don't know, $43,000. Because it's way more than the hourly rate, right? So like, just
With
five,
health insurance.
yeah, insurance is 8,880,
Yeah.
you know, roughly.
Mhm.
I mean, so it all depends. So that's why if it's just, I mean, it's an interesting situation. How I look at it is that if it's not profitable to bill, why are we billing? Why are we paying money to bill? And it's not worth it. But I don't. I mean, I don't want everybody and their brother in Montana to come to Mineral County.
Well, that was.
So that's interesting. to-
Well,
so-
we're certainly not gonna put a sign out, but.
Yeah,
No.
but I don't know. So
Well, and my question on that, Jessica, is okay, I know what you're saying right now, but it's still, we're gonna take a hit with losing that revenue because we always reimburse what you guys give us for that 15,000, and then we usually have a little bit extra to reimburse for those shots. So will that affect our money for immunizations in the future?
once a month, that could be 1 day a month that you dedicate to scanning all that in.
It's literally, it's been, I mean, because when she moved, I panicked, because billing does take a certain skill set, and you have to know the right terminology and all the right stuff. The only other thing that does take a while is the credentialing, you know, keeping up on those credentialing for the insurances and stuff. And, you know, she doesn't do any of that, I do all of it, you know.
Could that be done through HR?
No,
I'm just asking because
Well, you're asking the right person.
I would be
well, no,
willing
truly,
to.
that is a human.
It's a 1 year, a one time a year thing, and if we got it set up on CAQH, it would be a lot faster. So CAQH is where we download all the information and the insurance companies come and they pull the information that they want. And it's,
Because that is where it's usually managed, like in the hospitals, that's where they manage it.
mhm.
I know that, I don't know what it is. Our previous one for so long.
So if you set up the health department through the CAQH program, every,
QH stand for?
so it's community assessment, quality, community, I don't know. Yeah, something, and it's just basically, it's a clearinghouse, so you upload your licensures, you load up your resumes, you load up your insurances, and then the insurance companies, when it's time to revalidate everybody and make sure that everyone is who they say they are, they just go in and they pull it, so it needs to be somebody's job that's constantly updating that. And, you know, I do it,
hire her to do it? Would she do it?
no, I do all of that.
She wouldn't do it in there, okay.
No, cause it's
usually
a skill, that's a skill set too. I mean, you have to, but I would be willing to come down and help and, you know, spend 1 day every 45 days, cause you have to revalidate every.
Last year it took so long too because we switched health officers because Terry Smith moved.
Yeah,
So
like
it took
all
a
the
lot
health
longer
nurses.
last year than typical because we had to get Laurel into the system and it took the health officer into the system.
But I would be willing to help with that, and then you wouldn't have to hire somebody, you know, that would be a savings. Cause it wouldn't take me very long.
Yeah, cause you would know how to do it,
You've got
yeah.
the skill
Mhm.
set.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Okay,
Okay.
Cool.
So you guys look into that,
okay.
cause,
Will do.
and then let me know by, I don't know, prior to August 12th, cause August, maybe, I don't know.
Send it ahead of time.
As soon as you can, I guess, so we can kind of redo the budget how you're thinking
Okay,
on that.
That-
That's exciting.
that's interesting. Yeah.
I think we actually might make profit on it if we do it that way.
I think so.
Mhm.
We hate to lose more money.
Because we always brought in at least the 15,000 to reimburse that. 15,000 at least, not the staffing time.
Yeah.
but
Yeah. So,
The
okay, so
amount.
you guys will look into that whole scenario.
Yep.
And Charlie, we can get the name of that, or the contact information.
Yeah,
from
for
you.
sure.
Do we have to run it as a contract, to other billing contractors with that situation, or how does that?
It's too low.
It would
Too
be
low?
way low.
Okay.
It's too small, you don't have to.
Okay.
I think it's like 80 of professional services, 85,000 for construction and, I don't, but no, not for that. I can't remember the amount.
Okay.
Be good to know, just for the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For any other
Mm-hmm.
jobs that we
Contractors
wanna,
would
if we
be
need to
there.
contract or not, that would be a good number to have.
Or even if you had.
I can find out for
You
sure.
know, somebody that we could train to do that,
Mhm.
you know, that a stay-at-home mom, or, you know, somebody that would be willing
I
to be
would
1099.
get somebody
and-
experienced.
Somebody experienced is more, you know.
Let's go
it's got-
Like you said, that learning curve is half the
Yeah.
battle.
I don't, yeah,
Yeah.
we need to be efficient and have
Unless there's
somebody that's well qualified. That's where I really would like
Yeah.
to take this county, is to well qualified
Awesome.
people,
Yep,
right?
Love it.
What else you guys have? What else?
What else do we?
What's
we have a
next
lot.
on the
What
So-
else
fun?
next on
Keep
your
moving.
list?
That's all of our revenue, okay?
That was our big thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go expenditures. So expenditures, we're in the general fund, you guys, and it's page, where is it? Page 5 of the general fund. Any questions do you guys have? We have supplies.
So these salaries, they're just the ones that aren't on any of the grants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are,
Yep. So the one that pops out, of course, that's really big is the Object Code 390 discretion.
Hmm.
So I think that, unfortunately, I don't think that they really can keep that. I don't think the county can afford to let them keep that.
what's that historically been used for?
So that was the money, remember last year, I don't know, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, that the health department had kind of been saving, they had a special revenue fund and they'd been saving all this immunization money in there.
It was from home
And
health
home
visiting,
health and
when we
Yeah.
did
all
home health
sorts of-
contracts with
Lots of-
partners.
Yeah, just for
Mhm.
years and years and years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I don't know, 50-something thousand or
Mhm.
something.
Mhm.
So anyway, so that's not an allowable special revenue fund. Counties can't do that, you know. It needs to go to the general fund. It needs to offset the cost of the health department. So it's not allowed. So we transferred it to the general fund, and then and at that time, we were kind of proposing that, maybe we can save it for you. Like we can kind of earmark it as your money, so you can spend that money in the future. But I think the idea of earmarking it isn't going to work. I mean, the general fund just needs money. But that's the history. Do you guys? And the 31,000 is kind of what's left, I guess. Kind of explains it in the notes or the
Alright.
comments.
Any other departments bringing in revenue and being able to earmark it for their departments, Jessica? Okay.
Everybody
So it all
wants to,
goes
though.
back- Well, absolutely.
Yeah,
And,
but
you know,
no- but
your work
nobody's-
is producing the
nobody
money,
is.
and so that's,
Yeah.
yeah, no, and that's good to know.
Yeah.
That's like I said.
Yeah.
I think her intention with that money was to help sustain programs like Parents as Teachers and stuff when the money goes away.
That was the
So-
past discussion,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
but
good plans.
we understand.
Mhm.
We understand.
Okay, so let's bring that to zero then.
Pardon me?
Let's bring that to zero.
0?
Yeah. I just, are you,
But here, this is on the expenditure side, so you guys were going to spend it, 31,000 proposed this year?
right, that's what they're proposing, right, so to earmark that money, you budget for it as an expenditure. So if we just remove the expenditure, that helps our whole budget. And that means that they no longer have this authority to spend money that was earmarked,
What would you have, if that stayed in there, what were you gonna spend it on?
Oh,
The intention was to, are you asking for this year or?
Yeah,
for-
I see for the preliminary budget, you have 31,692 under the heading of discretionary. What were you going to discretionary spend?
Well, luckily our grants were continuing through this year, we hope. So McVee's end in October, and then we have to go through the RFP process again. So it was kind of a backup in case we didn't get enough or we're not re-awarded it. Last year she used it to make up for the difference in her hours. So she said it was higher last year.
it was
and
50,
we
yeah.
used-
You guys used $17,741 last year, and it was to offset salaries, because more salaries were being taken out of the general fund than budgeted.
Oh,
So
so
it was-
not necessarily the director's own hours were over.
just
For
in
past years,
general.
It was for all hours,
Yeah.
all hours of salary.
Mhm.
But also, and I want to clarify this too, because when I said last year we were cut at the $47,000, that was our proposed budget, but I don't think she got that final budget until well into the year. And so she had been operating at
Oh.
that higher hours, thinking that she had that amount.
Oh.
And so what ended up happening is there wasn't the money, and so she had to scale her hours way back. So I think from the time she got the budget on, she was only able to work about 11 and a half out of general fund. But there were a lot of jobs that still needed to be done, so she was using some of that to offset that to get the jobs done. So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No, I
throw that out in
understand
the
it now.
meeting, and I was glad you clarified proposed and all that, but that was,
Yeah, and-
that was kind of the aftermath of that.
And
Yes.
we've never really been on time with budgets until this year.
Yeah,
And
Oh,
that's okay.
not necessarily at how we want it, but that's how it always turned out to be. So I understand how she maybe got lost in the mix of what was finally gonna be
Several
approved.
departments did.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was gonna say, it
Yeah.
was,
Yeah,
it wasn't just you guys.
No,
So-
yeah.
yeah.
We're
But-
just moving
But it was
forward.
several
So-
months, it was a lot of months where
But
you've
like,
taken that.
like
It was a
Jessica
lot of
said,
months. It wasn't
maybe
done
this
until
isn't allowed to do it this way.
February.
Yeah, I think it was February.
And
It
maybe
was
it's
done
not
in
allowed to
February.
even earmark it, but it's certainly allowed for you to remind us that it's there.
That-
So.
That we made a generous
Yeah.
contribution.
We made a generous
So,
contribution in
I mean,
fiscal year.
If we come to the juncture you're worried about, then remind us.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
So we'll bring it to zero though.
Yeah.
For,
That makes sense.
I'm glad Peggy's not here. I wouldn't want to tell her.
It would be painful, but that was her
She
intention
understands.
all
That was
along.
her.
You
That
know,
was
we've
her
talked
thing.
about
That was
it.
her planning. I know.
I mean, she worked hard to generate, I mean, we
Right.
used to do
It's
a
her-
lot of home visiting
Yeah.
and.
Yeah,
I know.
We
I
trimmed
mean,
a
I
lot of
feel.
toenails to make that money.
yeah.
Trimmed a lot.
I mean, we did-
Really?
seriously, we earned that money.
How much do you charge for toenail trim? Will you bill?
How much? Yes, we charge $31,000 a year.
They gotta look at your feet.
Have you seen my feet? Yeah. But, you know, it was one of those things that she worked really hard to try and generate income
I
to
know.
make us sustainable.
I know.
Yeah.
It's all about being sustainable for her. I mean, that's really her whole.
Yeah.
Well, it's with the
Yeah.
whole thing
Yeah.
of public health is the
Yeah.
whole direction from federal down is to, you know,
Make it
we grant you this and then you gotta figure out how to make it sustainable to improve your own community.
Right.
Yeah.
In Mineral County.
Mm-hmm. It's,
It's
yeah,
okay. We're in
Hard.
it together.
yeah.
We're in
I mean,
it
we all
together.
understand, we just.
Okay. Do you have any other, comments on expenses or anything?
I mean, we did our homework. We really did. We have charts, we have graphs, we have lists of things.
You girls are so
I just,
fun.
I know, I like it
We
so
don't
much.
miss anything, honestly.
We don't,
like it.
and
We don't.
But the whole purpose of it is to be as fiscally responsible as we possibly can. You know, I kind of listed some of the things that we did in the meeting, but we've cut all non-essential operational costs. So after this, I wanted to have pretty colors for my charts, but we're going to go to all black and white printing. We're going to get rid of our water cooler. We're going to have one cell phone for all the nurses, which we have to have for emergencies. Oh gosh, what else did
Should
we
we
do?
take
got
your
rid of all of
utility
our-
budget down then?
We got rid of all of our publications and no more meals provided at FCMR meetings, and FCMR is something that's required for us to do by law. And we're gonna try to get all of our supplies from like the most cost-effective place, so if it's buying them at Costco or something, because we actually don't know if Missoula Office City is cheapest or not. We're like, it has to cost money for them to deliver, and that service is
Come by and ask
you
you
know,
what
so,
you need.
I don't know, so we really like pared everything down, and we did a whole chart on like the duties of the public health nurse, not including any of the grant jobs, and to help explain and justify, you know, why we have the director at 30 and then the school nurse hours in the summertime. So, I mean, we can go into that, but we don't need to unless you're interested in it.
So you have the director going to 30?
We have, no, I remember I told Peggy that
Oh, you cut that back to.
she's at 24. I sent an email
Oh.
and it said, because when the billing clerk was moved and she goes, well, now can you put me up at 30? And I said, no, I said, I'm going to leave you at 24, but if you want to ask the commissioners to go to 30, I guess that would defeat the entire purpose of any reduction that was ever
Right.
done
Right.
in the general fund if we moved her back to 30. So I sent an email saying, no, you're still at 24, but ask the commissioners, you know, at this meeting,
Okay.
make your,
Proposal,
yeah.
okay, so do we want to
Well,
go into that right
Yeah.
now?
I think it's,
Let's do it.
So she's at, so right now, if
We
you guys were to
definitely need
look
to
at
look.
your, look at this sheet, you'll see that she's at 24.
I didn't print that one for general funds, so I was
No, we
just doing
looked at
our,
all of our
we did our
grant
individual
ones.
ones. I wasn't looking at the general
We
one.
didn't print the general one,
Oh,
the most
yeah.
important one, but
Yes,
that's okay.
I have it.
That's okay. We're good. So what we did is, we took a step back and we said, what does a public health nurse do? And specifically, the director's job. There are requirements in the Montana Code annotated for Board of Health, and Peggy kind of went into that, during the last meeting, which I have a copy of in case you want to see those. So there are rules that we have to do. We have the rules we have to follow, there are jobs we have to do. We broke them down into 3 categories, which were health department supervisory requirements, public health duties, and then the Montana Code mandates. We went through each of these sections and we estimated what it would take per year to do these jobs. And so in that first column where you'll see annual projected hours per task, we have a hour total of 2,074. Then we broke it down by the nurses' hours that are coming out of general fund. With this is the director proposed at 30, so for that one, 1,560, myself 176, and Barb 308. And those total hours are 30 hours less than this estimated amount.
Mhm.
And we don't have a time study to back up all of these things, but we did we did our best though, and we were trying to be very reasonable, like, and let's not overestimate this. However, I do have a time study for the amount of time that we spend on immunizations, communicable disease, animal bite investigations, and FICMR, which are the things that are required by law. I keep a log down to the 15-minute mark of my day.
Okay.
So
Then she makes us PhD girls do it too.
I make them do it
so.
too.
It's so good. Love it.
So that's why we were hoping to increase that to 30 for the director.
Because at 30, what you're saying is that you're still 30 shy of the required hours.
Yeah.
And what were you saying about summer hours? Now that we're getting into
Yeah,
it, what
let's go
happens
there.
at the school in the summer?
So right now, the contracts, the revenue that we bring in, each school has a certain amount that they reimburse for the school nurses during the school months. Then in the summertime, the general fund covers those school nurses, the amount of hours that they spend at the school in the school year. Did
But
I say that very clearly? I'm sorry.
But we're
didn't come out.
working in that, we're in the health department, working on
Yeah,
other projects that don't get
Oh,
done through
so-
the year, like we do,
Yeah.
we're gonna go out, you have to do the daycare surveys, you have to do, immunization, you have to do reports, we work on budgeting for our grants, updating things, administrative things that we can't get done during the year because we don't have time at the health department.
Oh,
So it's not like we're at home getting paid, unfortunately.
so then you're not at the school because kids aren't in school.
Right. No, we're at the health department doing department duties kind of as assigned. In some summers, we've been paid for wholly by a grant. Like 2 summers ago, all I did was test. I went to home visits the entire summer, lead testing children throughout Mineral County. And that summer, there was no charge for me through the general fund, depending on what we can pick up with grants. And we're very aggressive about doing that to try and offset that. Doesn't always work.
And this summer even, I have her working some McV and myself an increased McV hours to help offset the general fund for this summer that we're in right now. I can't project for next summer right now, but so we're working on little things like that too.
And it's a total of 11 weeks. that the nurses are not in school, really, that they're not paid for by the school contracts. 11 weeks.
Then the other thing, if you don't have the summer hours of those nurses to get all those tasks done that we have to do and the compliance and things that we have to do for everything, then it would just really shift that the director would have to work more. I mean, it would definitely have to be budgeted more than 24 to 30 hours because we use those hours to cover those duties.
And Jessica, so now, what were you saying earlier? You were saying that,
So right now, Peggy is not budgeted at 30 hours, she's budgeted at 24.
You're killing me.
What?
Oh, names.
Oh, why? What's wrong with that?
anything bad.
I know, I'm not talking about anything.
For the record, my name is Dwayne.
We're not doing performance
Okay.
evaluation.
Wait, I thought your name was Mr. Mudd.
That too.
So she's budgeted at 24 right now.
So, no, but what were you saying about that earlier about it was canceling out or defeating the whole purpose?
Oh,
of-
so when she sent her proposed budget to me, she had it at 24 hours. And then after we did that reduction in force and
Oh.
moved the
Oh.
billing clerk to FEP and whatever we did, then she asked if it can be increased to 30. And I told her, no, I'm not gonna, you've already submitted it, I'm not gonna go back and change it. And it would defeat the whole purpose of, so I got rid of 10,000, but let me add 10,000 back. So anyway, I just said, no, we'll leave it at 24. And if you want to ask the commissioners to increase it to 30, you sure can.
And
So
looking
that's
at
what
the two
happened.
differences, I do have sheets here, so comparable of our budget. We did 30 hours with Peg, or with the director, and 30 hours, and 30 hours with the director at 20, and then 24 hours. And what we show is an $8,977 or $973.94 difference.
Just shy of $9,000.
Just shy of $9,000. But you asked me to remind you that we gave you $32,000.
There you go. I was waiting for that. And
She's snappy.
I was
I didn't ask you, I just said it was allowable. It's allowable.
It's allowable.
Point taken.
And
Yes.
we may be looking into outsourcing our billing for a marginal fee, which would then bring in our
More
revenue.
revenue. Which
would
would
then
more than offset the cost of
potentially
that
offset the
extra.
cost of the increase in the hours.
Well, I think the ladies from the Fox Den have a strong argument.
I do too. They're hard to argue with.
They really are.
They come prepared.
I'm not thinking that you guys really have the brain power to outsmart them.
I agree.
Yeah.
No.
It's really just
Yeah.
we just
Cover
want-
what we need to.
So why don't we do this? This is what I propose. Let's just leave it like it is. Let's look into that billing clerk
Okay.
and see what we can come up with. And then we can kind of see how much more money we'll generate,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
We'll have we'll take our total cost of our immunization, our total revenue we're gonna get, less our billing clerk, and really see what is our net gain.
Right.
And that could be really good.
So you
So
can send us
leaving
her
it,
contact.
So I guess I hear what you're saying, Jess, but I'm gonna
We're
counter
going,
right
you're
now.
going,
I'm going
okay.
there, because I'm still looking at that 30 hours, and why we are is because the clerical duties have increased now that we've
Okay.
removed our assistant in the office. The other option would be to be bringing back a clerical assistant possibly to help with things if we wanted to offset the cost of that salary there, but we're not ready to propose that. So what I'm saying with the 30 hours is those duties have gone up. We do have the $32,000 that's going back into general fund. We would only be taking not even a third of that to support those extra 6 hours we're looking at, which I feel are really important to our organization at this point in time, with or without the billing. It's going to be necessary. We have to give you guys a realistic picture of what happens is I'm in and out of the office, Laura's in and out of the office. These two are going to be at school. We're going to have Louise in there, and we have got to have a nurse in there to be able to provide services, but also we need a director to oversee and make sure we are meeting all of our program requirements, our budget requirements, everything else in order for us to run effectively and efficiently. And so I really, as someone that's been there for 3 years now, am just proposing that 30 hours is absolutely necessary in order for us to provide the services that Mineral County deserves. So,
I think you should be a commissioner.
someday.
in your area.
She wanted to go to
See why she
be a
wraps it
lawyer.
up for us.
This is why
She's
I
the
agreed.
closer. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we really believe in what we do. We all work hard at it. We love what we do, and we want to be as cost efficient as possible. So we're not
Can I
trying to
add
be
to that
sneaky
real
or
quick
anything
though?
like
We
that.
want to be as cost efficient, but we also take a lot of pride in what we deliver. And all of us are, as you said, very well educated, prepared. What was the word you used that you wanted to make Monroe County, Jessica? I can't remember.
Like
Qualified.
Qualified.
Yeah,
You-
like a high.
highly qualified,
Mm.
and I do not toot my own horn, but we are all highly qualified people
You are.
that love to contribute to this county and go above and beyond. And so when Jen is saying that we are trying to do this in a cost-effective way, absolutely, but we don't want to do it as a disservice to what we're offering to the community and what we're capable of, because it just puts us in a spot where,
It's not comfortable.
exactly.
Well, and if you flip that over, if you flip over your chart, the first graph right there shows you our general fund is the red, and then grants is the rest, the blue. And if we don't do our grants well, then we're at risk for losing funding and getting a big fat red mark. And once we get that, then, you know, I think we're on, what's that number, DUNS
The
number?
DUNS numbers
I think
for
we're on
all
the
the
county
county
DUNS
grants.
number, so we
Right.
don't wanna blow it for everybody, you know? And so, we're just trying to be very reasonable and figure out how we can all do our job, do it well, and make it cost effective. And make the county proud, and bring the services to the people, so. Okay,
We think you're doing a hell of a good job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes.
We do.
thank you.
Very appreciative of what, all you do.
There's some good things happening right now.
Mhm.
It's exciting.
If you came to our staff meeting, you'd be excited.
Really? We would be?
You're invited.
I mean, it's
Always.
like, that's like me always telling somebody, I'm like, this is so exciting. I'm so excited about like doing this budget, blah, 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 or something. And they're like, really? I'm like, no, really, this is exciting. It's funny. What we think is exciting.
Mhm.
So,
Anything?
the only thing we gotta do decide now is 26 versus 30.
24
24,
versus
30,
24.
or 26, or
We'll
28.
take-
I mean,
We'll negotiate.
You
Well,
don't
the
have to
budget is-
decide now.
No, we don't have to
Yeah.
decide now.
So we will look into outsourcing our billing,
Mhm.
and then, we'll present a budget with that included. To you? How
To
do you
me,
want this to
yeah.
pan out?
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
And we do another, like, work session with the budget on the 12th of August at 1, and then again the 26th, and the final thing isn't signed off until September 2. So, yeah,
26.
we're forestalling a little bit, but just be
And August
advised
12th.
that those are other dates that we can
Okay,
hammer out some more
Yeah.
details before
Mhm.
September 2 comes.
sounds good.
And Barb, I just texted you Tiana's contact.
Perfect. We will get in touch with her.
That's exciting.
Mhm.
I'm excited. I
And what
really am
would-
excited about that.
Drop a contract,
Yeah.
if it would be something that would pan out, then we'd work on drawing up a contract with her.
Yeah, and then
County.
the county attorney needs
Attorney.
to review it, right? Is that right, for those small annual contracts? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So with that, we'll check back in with you guys about the 30 hours, is that correct, after we've presented that budget and also
see what
just
we
to
can
follow
see.
up?
Yeah.
I always, I'll bring up, Jess is smiling at me, but I just want to
No,
clarify,
yeah,
so.
I like it so much. I think, let's look into the revenue, the immunization stuff and see how that can all play out.
Okay.
Don't tell anyone it's free.
I won't. I never.
We'll be so busy, you'll have to have our house.
I
It's on
never
YouTube
thought
now.
of that.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
all
it's okay.
over.
It's not yet.
It's not yet.
They have to listen to a bunch of boring stuff before they get
Yeah,
to that
yeah.
snippet, so I think we're okay.
Yeah. I've watched.
So at that time of the August 12th and 26th meeting, will we need to reschedule a time with you guys, or will we be set a time to come back in and do another work session like this? Or is that just you guys working out the budget, making decisions? I mean, is there a time we need to come back in and discuss these things?
Yeah.
with the
So we're not
changes?
gonna do it by department again, this
Okay.
is the one chance. But on August 12th, you're more than welcome to come and, because it's just open to anybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just come in,
For discussion
Yeah.
and for argument and for
yep.
debate.
So you could just come in anytime or have Charlie put you on the agenda if you want a certain time, but, yeah, we can do that.
And in the meantime, if you think of questions, let us know, because we'll dig it up for you. I mean, if there's something we haven't thought about, we'll work on it.
You guys are so good.
You've done a good job.
Yes,
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's fun to work with you guys, I just
Yes.
wanna tell you that, I really.
Awesome.
Because you guys are awesome, you really are. You're awesome, let's call you the awesome department.
Yeah, so we had more departments that's
Yeah.
willing to
Have
work
a-
things.
have a
you know.
conversation.
Yeah.
Instead of yelling, Matt.
Dedication, I think, is what it's.
Yeah. Yep.
So when is our next,
Well, and so
What are
let's,
we doing
let's
here?
get together, let's schedule a meeting. I'm gonna be gone on, taking a vacation.
Me too.
From the 28th to the, I don't even know, to the 21st to the 28th or something like that, I'm gonna be gone. So, but let's get together next week sometime and I can see how long for the credentialing and get that kind of like, cause I'm very much a planner also, so I'd like to know what day
okay,
would work to do that and start that and,
If you talk to our former billing clerk,
I will do it.
she would tell you how much it took and, you know,
Mhm.
where the status is, because I know
Yeah.
it took new with a new
And if
person.
that's a direction that the commissioners want me to do, and the health department wants me to do it, I'm happy to
Oh,
help.
it's typical.
So,
so for the rest of your funds, for all of the grants, I think we'll just go over that some other time, it doesn't affect,
General.
it doesn't affect the general fund.
Okay.
And plus, we need to make changes and kind of
Yep.
do some stuff anyway, so,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Very good.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, so we'll look at, so the JP is also in the general fund, so we'll go look at, let's go look at revenue first. And it's general fund,
fines and forfeiture?
yeah, charges for services, so they have, 341030, justice of the peace.
One of 62.
I found it.
Oh,
Shit, I'm getting.
We're just looking, that's really, oh, I guess under fines and forfeitures, you have some JP stuff also. But it all seems reasonable. I don't think any of it is overinflated or anything.
what's an example of court revenues for you guys?
What's that?
Court revenues, what's an example of that? $1,700 for court revenues, what?
Well,
is
we
that-
get, where are you at on here?
It's 1,000 court revenues. That could be district court too. Really, you'd have to get your collection report
Right.
to see
And-
what revenues are going into that. And that may not even be you. It says court revenues. It could be district court.
Right, it's not, that doesn't stick out
Oh.
for us as something that's, I mean, ours would be the fines and fees, the,
JP court,
Fines,
right, and
Yeah.
then there,
civil fees.
Then there's Alberton and Superior, what they pay us too for contracting.
the interlocal agency
Is that
agreement we have.
miscellaneous? What would they be? I don't see that.
And I'm not sure how that feeds back in, but I'm not even quite sure, you know, about
Is
how
that-
much it is a year that they
Is
give
that
us?
the 5,500?
Up at Justice of the Peace,
4,800.
there's 5,500.
Yeah, and I think that's, I wanted to say it was like 6,000 or close to that,
Right.
but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
And that's just getting now re-signed for the
Charges
upcoming
for
year, so that
services.
paperwork's been sent to them.
5,500.
Should be under charges for services somewhere. I'll find out where that is. I'm just curious.
Yeah, because I'm not sure, we
So-
don't ever actually see it, you know, cities send it to Mary, I think,
Just send it
directly,
in. So you guys, what should I be looking for? It comes from, who do we
so
get
it'll
it
be
from?
Superior City Courts.
Okay,
Like
from,
Brenda Schneider
okay, so we get it from Superior and
and
Alberton.
Alberton
Okay,
both.
Okay, I'll look into that, cause,
Superior City is the biggest part.
Right.
Okay.
Alberton's gonna be a little
Do you know
smaller.
what they pay?
I just sent off the interlocal agreement to them. It's the same as last year. I can't remember exactly what it was.
I'll find it.
Seems like it was like 6,000 or something.
And I think the sheriff's department also has some kind of an agreement, so I don't know if it goes into the same place or,
That wouldn't be, yeah.
so I'm not
It
sure.
should be going to the general fund.
Yeah. I
So
would
we'll
think
find it
so.
and make sure that it is.
Okay.
Okay?
Then the 77,000 is fines and fees
Mhm.
for collections and what have you. 50% of what we collect goes to the state and 50% stays here. So that 77,000,
So you're looking
must-
at,
Gets
Yeah.
cut in half, is
right,
what you're saying?
that actually stays with the county.
Oh, the 77 is
So
what's
it's
our,
actually
Yeah.
I-
Yes.
yeah, that,
oh.
I believe so.
That
Oh,
is.
okay.
I think that's our half of
Yeah.
That is.
Okay.
That's your half.
and that's kind of an unknown too. There's a lot of unknowns with probation going under us. A lot of things that we're gonna have to figure out what we can and cannot do. As far as UAs, drug patches. I know that you included $5,000.
Well, let's go
Well, we're in
to,
the
should we
revenue.
go to expense? Are we done with revenue?
No, sorry, I jumped ahead, go ahead.
I think we are done with revenue though.
There's not a whole lot, I mean,
Yeah.
other than the interlocal agency agreements,
Yeah.
the fines and fees. I believe parts of surcharges do stay with us as well. I think that $15 surcharge that Marcia was talking about, that's actually a 50-50 split. So $7.50 of each surcharge stays with the county, the other $7.50 does go to the state. With Justice Court, I don't believe it's earmarked for county attorney. I think that's specific to the district court and the city courts. So there's gonna be a little bit of income that comes in from the surcharge that I believe goes back into the county general.
You just need to, all you need to do is look at that collection report that you print off monthly, and you can see all of those different revenues, and you can see exactly what fund and what account they're going to.
Right, and we don't have, not that I know of, a
Right.
breakdown of some of the bars and stuff that,
I tried
that
to
those
get it
funds
to-
are associated with.
Oh,
Full
no,
court.
so even like right here, you guys, so if you were to pull out that collection report, it will say 1,000, and it will say,
Like 7,469
It will say-
or,
it will say 351,001.
okay,
It's gonna have a 3 number, it's a revenue.
okay.
And it's right here on this, right here, you could be like, oh, that's what civil fees
And
are.
we
or-
have access to that report, or Dell has access to that report, or?
Well, you have it right now in front of you, but you can always come and get
Oh, this-
anything.
It just looked like a big one, I'm like, I don't.
No, oh, different.
Yeah,
And mine's
it
just
looked
printed on a
different.
different format.
Yeah.
But yeah, but you could easily do that.
And is
And
that
it-
through Black Mountain that we go back through it and look through, or it already tells us that this is collections for this number, and it tells us what that number is? See, I'm not familiar enough with the software, we've never utilized it before that I even,
I can help you with it.
okay.
Whatever you need. But it would be nice because that question keeps coming up. Where is this fine going? Where is this fine going?
'Cause that was
And the
another
question is, it's
question.
like you, and I keep saying, you have to look at that collection report, and wherever it says on that collection report is where it's going. It's not a secret.
Right, so
Right?
another question then is right now, so, not right now, but up to July 1st, probation, supervision, and pretrial supervision were being, I think, sent into the sheriff's department, because the sheriff's department had probation under them. Has that, do we know if that's been changed? Is that a change we need to make?
It has been changed.
Okay, so that's.
So I've
already-
sent, I have sent an email to Mary and to Adam, when Adam was here, saying these are your new numbers for any deposits, please use these numbers.
Okay.
So if it's being done or not is a different story. But I have set up accounts and made it the way it's supposed to be.
Because we haven't taken.
So they should.
As Justice Court, we have not taken anything in. I'm sure Cindy and Adam have been doing it all along. I just don't know if that was changed or not, if it was.
So now it goes into, it goes to, trying to remember, probation, right here, do you see under charges for services, that 341035? And the participation fee, that 341031, under charges for services? Do you guys have that?
Yeah, charge for services, and what was the number?
For 1031 participation fees.
So that
31 and
is-
35.
And it shows
So what we're budgeting there, so, but those are the accounts, so if you ever do get probation money or however that plays out, I mean,
Now,
that's where it goes.
Participation fees, are those like treatment court participation fees? I mean, that's what I don't know because
It's
we have,
budgeted at 0.
right, so I just don't know if,
That is what I was told, that participation fees were the fees that were being charged for treatment court.
okay, because that's separate than probation and pretrial supervision fees.
I know, that's why it's on 2 separate lines.
Okay, that's what I was wanting, because when it says participation, that means treatment court then.
That
as far
was,
as your
that's how they were
understanding is.
that's how they were using it.
Okay.
Right? So if they were putting money into participation, that was treatment court.
Okay.
And if they were putting money into probation, but they weren't using either one of these revenue codes. It was all going
Okay.
into the sheriff's department under miscellaneous. So it's one big clump of money. But
So-
going forward, that's how it should be. And for participation fee, I budgeted 0. If you think you are gonna get some money, we can change that.
Well, just treatment court, we're no longer part of treatment.
As
Okay.
of Wednesday, so.
Okay. And then under probation, originally it was requested to budget $50,000 for probation revenue. And then with the revamp, so I have it at 5,000. I have no idea if that's reasonable or not, but it's
And at this point, we don't have really any clarification of what we can charge and what we can't.
Okay.
Because it technically, pretrial and probation have gone away. The collection part of it we're still doing, but I don't know if we can charge for future, if there's gonna be other than what's already been billed, versus can we bill for services going forward because we no longer have probation or pretrial. So that's something we're still working on and won't have a definitive answer until we get a little clarification.
I think 5,000 is probably fine then.
I would say that's pretty reasonable
Yeah.
if we can
For now.
continue.
Yeah.
Right.
And then next year we'll have a way
relook at
much
it.
better idea of how that will all work. So, okay.
But as far as the past due collections on probation, so this is money that was outstanding before it was transferred into justice court. So it's still into the sheriff's department. So
To
if
this-
this money's collected, where is it going? Is it going back
Probation.
to the sheriff's
No,
department?
it will go into the general fund.
So
Even though
we'll-
it's past due and it was outstanding at the time of the
Yeah,
transfer?
because, and the reason why, I mean, from an accounting standpoint, I'm not counting that as revenue until you collect it. I don't consider it very high collectability.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right, and
So we're not recording it as an accounts
Okay.
receivable or
Okay.
anything, because if you
There's
get
so
it,
many
that's
variables.
great, but it's not considered highly
Okay.
collectible,
And
in
A lot
my
of
opinion,
A lot of this is felony too. So is
Yeah.
that district court?
which is all district court. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yes, it would be in her,
So,
actually, I don't know. For
Because it
Almost
her.
all
was
this is
misdemeanor
district court.
probation that was doing it, but they're district court cases. That's why I said there's a whole bunch of questions that
I don't know on
we're
that
not
district
quite
court.
sure.
I don't know.
Really, a misdemeanor was being overseen
Well,
by
Like
district
district
court?
misdemeanor probation was doing felony pretrial supervision. So when these felony cases are still going up to district court, one of their conditions is that they, post bond, follow these conditions, and then check in with pretrial supervision, which was Adam
Oh.
and Cindy.
Before they were actually maybe convicted of the
The
felony.
pretrial, right,
Right.
pretrial before the
It's
probation.
the whole pretrial
Once the
thing.
probation kicked in, then it was turned over to Val and Nate.
so is that
Mm.
gonna still be that way? That we're still
I wouldn't think
pretrial
so.
supervision on felony cases?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I think we're moving away from pre-trial, right?
Well, there's some things that have to be supervised. If we're talking DUIs or PFMAs, partner family member assault, things like that are required by statute to have some kind of supervision. And that's where we're struggling because we've done away with the program, yet by law they're required some kind of supervision. So how as clerks do we provide that service?
So I have absolutely no idea.
Right.
All I know is that you should call Sanders County because
Yeah.
they,
And
I
we've-
talked to,
and I would assume
Yeah.
just guessing is that anything to do with felony, it's gonna be done by the felony probation officers.
I would
Probably that simple. I mean, I don't know, but I,
Those are all things that
Or-
we're still
or
trying to figure
Like
out.
Sanders County, their deputies just do the pretrial stuff, no drinking, no bars, and they go in and they make sure Fred's not in the bar. You know.
Right, basic,
Yeah.
informal, because we have formal probation or conditions, and then we have informal. The informal is kind of what you're talking about, no drinking, no alcohol, no,
Mhm.
and then as the officers go around or whatever, you know, they may see someone or not. Formal probation or formal supervision is when they were having to come in and check in weekly, they were having to do activities, they were having to do certain things that was being tracked. There's gonna be still some felony and misdemeanor that are gonna require a similar kind of service to that, and we're still trying to figure out how we go about doing that without a true probation or
How
pretrial.
does Sanders County do
Right, and
that?
that's, at this point, all they said is we really don't.
Oh.
Yeah, I talked to Don Strine, and he just says they don't do probation, pretrial supervision.
Mhm.
So I don't know if there was a miscommunication and he wasn't understanding that when you have to have someone, because I know there's been times where they've done courtesy supervision, our probation for people from Sanders County, and they were doing the 24/7 blows, where you have to go blow twice a day, and so we were helping with that. So I don't know if they contract out with other counties.
I think they probably on compliance monitoring, they probably do the scrams and maybe the drug patches. They come out of Missoula and do that. But none of that money goes in, back into justice court or anything. It's all out of Missoula. They charge the fee and they get the money.
Mhm.
So we have nothing really to do with it other than
Just
Send
setting up
us
the
a-
initial.
yeah, and then it's just all done.
It's
by
all
them.
on them.
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
So we've got a big concern that a lot of potential revenue is not gonna, you know, that our numbers aren't gonna be as high as they have been over the past because of that
Yeah.
kind of,
well, the other
Whoa.
thing too.
What
is
are
that-
we talking about? What loss in revenue are we talking about?
Well, motions to dismiss. With losing Christine, she was doing mainly the misdemeanor. I don't know what workload Marcia has, but we've already seen a few motions to dismiss come through. We saw 4, I think.
I think we've had at least maybe 7 that
Just in
have
this
been,
last week?
just in this last week, that are misdemeanor cases that they're now dismissing.
Because they're
Because
saying
they
that they
don't
don't
have the
have enough
source.
manpower.
You mean like DUIs or something?
No, not DUIs
So far,
yet.
they've been assault, they've
Oh.
been,
Minor.
you know, fairly minor, even though assault to me is a little bit more
Yeah,
up there.
that's a
But
misdemeanor.
we haven't seen DUIs or PFMAs yet, like the partner family member assault.
Mhm.
But we've got pretty much anything other than that, traffic cases,
Well, we don't know how
assault
far that's
cases,
gonna go.
disorderly. So there's the potential loss of revenue because if they're being dismissed, you know,
We don't collect any fines.
there's not gonna be any
Mhm.
collection of fines. So there's a big concern that
Oh, so you're thinking that your justice of the peace.
the fines and fees, that 77,000 or
That could go
whatever,
down some.
That
That
could go
could
down.
down.
some.
So maybe we should take that down to, maybe we should
Well,
decrease it
last year you
some
had 60,000.
Yeah.
as the budget,
And
yeah.
that was with the full staffing you're referring to.
Well, they didn't have Christine the whole time. They did have Brittany though, and not
Yeah.
Rich. So there's gonna,
Yeah.
there wasn't, just seemed that same problem last year when they were, you know, and then this year
Mhm.
we're seeing a lot more of a decrease in what potential could be. So that
Because
could affect
the
our
year
revenue.
before, even before Christine, it was 94,000.
Right, this
So
year.
maybe we should change it to 60,000 to be conservative.
Yeah, because that's what it was last year.
That's what we budgeted last year, so maybe just budget 60,000 again to be conservative.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Well, that was what's budgeted, what was actual?
77,623,
Oh, okay.
84,000.
So we actually brought in more than we anticipated, which is better than.
Mhm.
That's
less
better,
than
right?
what
So
we-
that's why
Yeah.
I think we should change the budget to 60,000, just in case.
And it's gonna be interesting this coming week. Last week wasn't very busy. We had very few hearings, but this next week on Thursday, we have 22 hearings. So how many motions to dismiss are we expecting?
Right,
I
it's
don't
just-
know.
We're in
Probably
a bad
quite a few
time
at first to
try
get it all
figure-
fixed up, yeah.
Exactly, so that's why I said it's kind of a bad time to try to predict what's gonna come up for the next year when we're not even sure what's gonna be happening next week, you know, so it's,
Yeah.
but, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, make our budget go back way down, but I'm just trying to be, I mean,
No,
We
it's
just
good.
don't know.
you know, we
It's
just
really good.
can't anticipate that same revenue that we saw this year because of the changes that are happening, so.
Very good. Should we go look at expenditures?
So it's page 1 of the general fund. So under supplies is really the first question. So, so salaries, how salaries are presented for everybody right now in all of the budgets, it's just as is.
Okay.
And right now you're budgeted for 3 FTE, same rate. No, we haven't done any increases or anything.
Okay.
So that's how it's budgeted right now.
Right.
Or 4 including you, Dale. So 4 FTEs
Right.
including you. And so I guess the first question I have then would be just for supplies. And I think, again, we don't know. We're budgeting 7,600, 5,000 of that is for probation supplies.
And those are UAs or patches or something, but if
Yeah.
we're not doing that,
I don't really think you're going to be doing that. So
Right. But
I
that's
don't
gonna
know
be-
if we want to.
Exactly.
I don't know if we want to leave it there or what your thoughts are.
yeah, I don't know. Again, that's, well, part of that, they do have a Case Pro probation software. That
Mhm.
contract's $100 a month.
Okay.
I don't know if we're gonna need that or not.
I wouldn't think so.
that
To
was
send it.
budgeted in the IT.
What's that?
I think that Case Pro was budgeted in the IT.
Oh, we'll fix it.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from originally, because like I said, this is new for us, but
Yeah.
we did get a
I
bill.
wouldn't think you would need a separate software program to run.
But I don't know if there's a contract on it either.
Do you know?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
I
It's a
haven't seen
small-
a contract if there was.
Right, and it's totally new to
Yeah,
us, this
Didn't even
is,
know it existed.
right, we thought it had been purchased outright, we didn't realize it was a monthly,
It's a monthly type of software.
right, and whether that's for maintenance
Will,
or
will
tech
your,
support.
full court
Full
monitor
court
that?
has, a portion of full court will utilize like a probation tracking thing, so I don't know to what extent, because we've never really had to utilize it before. There's a whole separate module for full court, supposed to be for probation, that could be purchased. I don't think we need to utilize it. I don't know enough about Caseload Pro to know what it does, to
That's why it's
say
to have
whether or
two
not it's
separate-
something necessary to continue, using.
I know Cindy's been put a lot of effort into putting things into it since she's
Right.
been there, but.
And I know it's a big database with a lot of stuff, and it sounds like we could potentially keep the database and keep the information,
Just
but
kinda
just
freeze it.
cancel or freeze it, and then if something changes and we decide it's something we need to utilize, we could bring back and the data would still be there. So we're kind of strongly leaning to no longer continuing that, as long as there's not gonna be any cancellation of a contract or.
Any fees for cancellation.
Right, that kind of a thing, so we kind of are leaning towards pulling that
Yeah.
out and
Doing away
saving
with
that $1,200 if it's not gonna be something,
Yeah,
that's
that's needed.
necessary.
Will compliance monitoring help at all with any of those?
Compliance monitoring will still do patches, and they will still do Scram, the bracelet for the alcohol. They will still do it, the defendants will just have to come up with the money up front. We will no longer have the devices here, because they've had some before where they've had the
Oh,
the
sorry.
stuff here. Hi. This is for the one that would be more to ask those questions regarding compliance, because I don't know how all that works.
So we're talking.
So my
Case
question
Pro.
is will compliance monitoring basically pick up and do those pre-trial supervision duties? I don't know. Like,
Not without being charged, not without charging the court something. They're gonna be able to charge the defendant for, the Scram or a patch or that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
they don't charge us anything.
Right, but if we request
They
them
get
to
the
do
money
our
then.
full supervision, then would there be a charge to the court if they're gonna say we want them to supervise a felony 4th DUI that needs to have some kind of supervision that we can't?
No, they just charge the customer.
So they charge the person themselves, it's not a cost to the court.
And yes, and they get which the
But any
rates
revenue-
just changed, it's $45 a month that the defendant has to pay for pretrial supervision, and it went to 30 for probation.
so
Per
somebody gets arrested for a 4th DUI
they're in jail, instead of keeping them in jail, the court can release them under the supervision of compliance monitoring, and then the defendant would have to pay compliance monitoring, and it wouldn't cost the county anything.
That's our understanding. There, I mean, we would have to sit down with them
And
and
we
talk.
also don't get that income.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a couple of other courts that the clerks are doing, a lot of the compliance stuff, you know, as part of them and not having a separate probation or pretrial supervision. So we've been trying to get a hold of them and kind of get an idea of what they're doing to see if it's something we can utilize, and, because we would like to keep the revenue with us if possible, you know, even if it's 45 a month
So
or.
this is the thing. So everybody talks about revenue, revenue, revenue. The county last year made $5,900 in revenue off of probation. So be careful when you say that.
Like, and last year was a bad year
it's
to
not-
look at because it
but
wasn't the
it's-
whole year.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Because
They
it was,
didn't even keep records of
Until
anything.
it wasn't
until
until you
Cindy-
got over there.
right, so that's what I'm
So
saying.
until you got over there, nothing was being billed, or you started billing.
Right.
No idea what happened before I got there, but.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is, you know, that whole misconception of we're gonna get so much revenue and it's gonna help.
But $5,000
Well,
or
when you-
$10,000, if, because, you know, if you kind of average it on the half year that Cindy did, $5,000 or $10,000 a year back into the county,
It's gonna be, it would have been this year more like 40.
like I said, I don't know the
Because
whole
of the
year.
increase, we have.
Either
it's
way,
when you're
I don't think we need to talk about
anticipating
that.
it, Yeah.
No,
It's a waste of,
I think so.
yeah. So, what else are we talking about then?
Okay, on repair and maintenance,
Mm-hmm.
you have that at zero, but that $450 was the contract on our printer.
Yes,
Repair-
okay,
yeah.
yes. And this is, and I apologize. So I was thinking it's under a wrong line item. It's under office building. And what we've done is we've pulled all of those little department office building repair stuff back to Roy's budget. So then he could hire Mark to come in and do stuff or whatever. So,
And
but
it's more of a contract.
but I will
for
change it to
maintenance.
it's the equipment maintenance
Yeah.
contract. So we'll add that back. Where was it?
It was 450.
360.
350, 360, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we really had too many questions on anything else.
No. Like I said, for us, most of it is just gonna be figuring out our logistics and how to proceed with the changes. I mean,
You know, going forward, we just don't know what's gonna happen.
the thing that's gonna benefit us though is to have Cindy there, because, you know, you can tell by looking at numbers when she's not able to work with us and when she is, there's major changes in what we're bringing in that month versus the month that maybe she's not so much there. So we're gonna see a lot more, but the concern is whether there's gonna be cases to process, you know, if we're gonna have the workload or whatever.
How much is gonna be dismissed?
And that's unforeseeable, so.
What did you guys decide on supplies? Do we want to leave that at 76? Or what, just,
So being the UAs and the patches, I don't know if that's necessary.
okay, do you want me to take it down just to, what do you
What do you think,
propose?
Cindy?
Well, patches wouldn't be in there. We never pay for patches, only UAs.
What other supplies could you think of?
Well, and then I think, what about like, just your basic office supplies, what does that come?
1,800.
Nuts.
Maybe a little more for justice court because y'all use a lot more.
Right, but I'm just saying, so as probation are coming in, some of the things that we might see as bringing you in, do you see any? Because we have what we had last year, but do you see anywhere where we need to add because that portion is coming back into justice court?
Well, I'm sure there's gonna be a few, I'd put just a little padding, but I don't think 7,000.
No.
So what, 2,500?
Well, we had, last year, we spent 2,000 in justice court. You added we have 7,600 a year.
That's right.
and I don't think we need near that.
You wanna go like 35?
That would be, I think, safe.
Okay.
I think that's plenty of money.
That's what we like to hear.
They don't get to hear that pretty much.
Money,
Not
if
very-
we really think we don't need that, we're gonna let you know, but.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So
So
those are
our budget
just,
may look pretty squirrely next year.
once we really get true picture of how things are changing,
Yeah.
but we'll just take that up next year, I guess, when it
And a
comes
lot of it's
around,
gonna depend on,
what we can and can't do.
yeah,
How the whole process is even decided on, yeah.
Right.
Very good. What's that?
I don't even wanna know, I don't even wanna open it.
Close it then.
I did.
All right.
And then I think the only other thing was wages, but we've already discussed there's no gonna be changes, so that's kinda where we're at.
Hey, we just saved you guys. I
Yeah,
know,
we did.
So
know.
we're, you know, I mean,
I know.
we might have to utilize Cindy, you know, like
So there
when
was,
Charlie's
you guys were,
gone,
had some
you know,
discussions
Oh,
of what.
Charlie had some
you know,
ideas or something, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, did you have ideas you were talking about or no?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
I just do wanna be on record though, it's just so unjustified the way the wages are. That see other people in other departments making a lot more money, and Wendy and Kim get so little, and they do as much if not more.
Well,
I know it's
there's a lot of
irrelevant.
people in this place that I deserve more money, but, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So, what now, I guess, but so back to Cindy, cause we really, I mean, want to utilize her as much as we can in our office. What are we looking at when you're saying about other offices utilizing her? I mean, is it?
Well, I mean, that, you know, there might be times that the clerk and recorder has two people gone.
So that's what I'm wondering, are we
And,
talking
you
like
know,
fill in or?
Yeah, you know, that Cindy maybe one day have to go up and answer the phones in the clerk and recorder's office when they both have to go to training or something. You know, I mean, there's.
Not a regular thing.
Not on a regular thing, but.
I think there's a lot of, I think first and foremost is at this point, the budgets aren't finalized.
Yeah.
So anything could change
Right,
still.
right, we
It depends,
understand that.
we still have hundreds of thousands of dollars to go.
Yep.
To cut.
Right, but I mean, just,
So
I mean.
I think that should be what should be said, is that, like, it's possible that Cindy may be cut down to only 20 hours a week in your department. Nobody knows, we don't know yet.
Right, but that's
We
what I'm
don't have a
saying.
mill value yet. I don't know that.
But it would
I-
be nice to kind of know what
Yeah.
is kind of being thought through, so we can kind of get an idea of how, because a lot of that is gonna change again, you know, what our potential revenue is gonna be. If we don't have her to utilize to bring in that collections, that again is gonna change it. So, I mean, I'm not saying I wanna, this is exactly what's gonna happen and this,
I don't
but if you're
know.
looking at
Do
things
you
like
guys
that.
have ideas to share of anything that you guys are thinking about? I mean, if we have to do additional, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Maybe you guys have thoughts that
Well, if we cut
you're
it down
you're
to 3
thinking
days-
about.
She did get cut to 3 days a week. We definitely would not wanna share.
And
You
then
know,
at
if
that
all-
point,
well,
there's no
no,
sharing.
right,
Yeah.
yes.
No, then
no.
you wouldn't have to be shared. You would just be shared somewhere else for 2 days. But once you're there, you'd be there.
So, I mean,
And
and
I
do we
don't-
know, I mean, so is there's a possibility you're saying that she may just work 3 days a week in the county as a general? Or will
Oh.
she utilize those days
No,
other
she-
places, or
No, she'll be a 5-day-a-week employee, we're just
just
saying.
where at?
Yeah.
It could
Okay,
be-
that's,
it
I
could-
wasn't
That's what we're
sure,
saying.
I wasn't sure, that's why I'm just
No,
trying
that's
to
what we're
clarify,
saying.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we just,
We may.
kind of goes with your question, your concern about wages. We just had to do this really heart-wrenching reduction in force to try to get our cash reserves back in balance. And we don't know the value of a mill yet. Well, all I would say is everybody hang in there, and we're all gonna have to, like, maybe use Cindy upstairs, downstairs, but I'm hoping that eventually that things will turn around for us. Maybe we'll start to be able to build up our reserves, or we'll get more value for a mill in the future, or something will happen, because we do need to address what you just said. And that's what a reduction in force does. It makes less employees, and those employees that are here working still, maybe can reap more benefit, instead of having so many people get low wages, have fewer employees
Yes.
and maybe give them a little bit more. I mean, that's what I'd like to
But,
see.
yeah,
too.
but we got a long
That's what I would like to
Yeah.
see.
We've got-
right.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
And that's why I said I wasn't expecting a, set in stone answer, but just kind of what your thoughts are, kind
Yeah,
of what
I
might
mean,
be options, so.
we don't know yet, I mean.
But just the
it-
fact
But we
that
see
she would
Cindy
still
is-
have
yes.
5 days a
Yes.
week, but it could be in other
Everybody sees
offices,
that.
stuff like that, I
We wanna
just,
keep our quality employees.
Yep.
yeah.
that's where, that's kind of where I was
that's-
hoping
That's-
things were
that's
going.
Keep
where,
the-
you know,
Yeah. Keep all of the really good employees.
yeah.
And if she is taken out and went up to the treasurer's office for a day or something, that'd be charged to the treasurer's office, right?
Right,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
It just,
It's just like, Charlie's gonna be gone next week, so we're hoping Cindy will,
Yeah.
fill in for her when she's gone and.
you're gonna be multifaceted and knowledgeable. You already know how to do the commissioner minutes.
I kind of have been multi for a long time now.
And
You're
you-
super
Yeah.
multi.
I was gonna say, how are you? Are you okay
Yeah,
with
you
that?
have helped
Like
out,
this, I don't mind, I know how to
Right.
do, and I don't mind answering phones, I like variety.
We might have you driving snowplow.
Yeah.
Just tell me when that happens so I can stay off
Yeah.
the road.
Yeah.
Have to put a county warning out about that.
Do you know how to operate a John Deere lawnmower?
I darn sure do.
Then they're done that.
There's
We
one
can
job
put
we can
a little computer on it like they have in the police cars and I can mow and,
have. But you'd have to have a camera too.
Mm.
oh yeah, oh
Computer
yeah.
and a camera. and radio.
GPS.
Yep.
Anyway,
Okay, are we good, Jessica?
Yes, I don't have anything else. Everything looks
Okay.
good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
guys, yeah.
thanks.
Wanna look at?
Do you have an easy one?
You have all the easy ones.
What do you mean, I have all the easy ones?
I gave you all the paperwork because I don't have copies of the easy ones. I
Did
just
you
have
print out your-
911 and I have the public safety. You took the other ones.
Did you print out, so I sent you guys an email that has like the budget, did you print these out for all of
Yes.
your funds?
It's all over there. I didn't realize I needed all of that. Because we had that original documentation that we wrote on.
Yeah, that's not what I want you to bring. So I sent you an email saying, here's all of the revenue budget and here's the expenditure budget. Go through, find all of your funds, print it out for the revenue, print it out for the expenditure, and bring it to this meeting.
I did not do that, but I can go grab all that stuff.
I can copy it for you, because I have them. What funds, though? Let's see, we need 2,300. Did you print this thing? Did you see this one?
I did.
Why is there a separate one for 2,000?
Okay.
All that money?
And that one I have questions on.
Okay. So first let's get all of our stuff we need to have the meeting. So we need 2,300 DUI task force.
Yep.
Which I wanna take over, I've talked to Richard just a little bit about it, and I don't wanna get backdoored with that. I wanna make sure that it's done right, and I think that has to go through you three. So that's something we can talk about. Maybe I can get you on my schedule for next week or the week after or sometime to talk about it, so we can, with them, it sounds like they're leaving, so he's in charge of that, Richard, so I wanna make sure that we get it and take it over and start using that the way I think we should be. But that's for another day.
So, kind of the process, you guys, is we'll pick a fund. We'll look at the revenue part first. We'll make sure the revenue part looks reasonable. And then we'll look at the expenditures and go over the expenditures and then move to a new fund. Because you guys have several.
Kinda like we did last week.
So we'll do, let's just do an easy fund first. We'll go 21, let's go to 2121, community service.
Page
On the revenue side, what page is that?
Yeah, revenue 20, well, it's in numerical order
Oh.
for the fund.
Page 4 of 62, right? Is that right?
21. Oh, so
Oh, yeah.
easy peasy, right? The only revenue in the entire thing is investment earnings. Fair enough. Moving on. Nothing crazy there. So let's go look at 21 expenditures. Remember the funds are in numerical order, you guys, so you can find them that way.
Okay.
Is it all I think that is earning on that is interest?
Mm-hmm. And then on the revenue side,
Expense side.
I'm sorry, on the expense side. So this fund, it was funded a long time ago with some money, and it's primarily used for coroner, and then maybe some
Page 9, maybe.
some indigent people that can't afford burial services, I think is what we came up with. And so, I mean, that all seems, easy. Seems fine, it has not, we can't take any money out of that fund or anything, so I think we can just move on, but I just, we should look at all of the funds. Want to do drug forfeiture, 2390? Okay, so let's go back to revenue, 2390. So for revenue, they budgeted to get $4,345 in there. You never really know, I guess.
Yep.
$2390. And on the expenditure side, they've budgeted 40,000. Pretty much, they've just budgeted the fund balance, the cash balance, to get to zero. So if they wanted to, they have the full authority to spend all of it, if they want.
Yeah, we definitely like to use more of it. The problem with that is it's by statute, we can only use it for drug-related things.
Mm-hmm.
Equipment or training, things like that. So any training that we would use that would be drug-related, we just take it from that instead of, our budget. It'd be much easier and much more effective, I think.
There actually is maybe in the capital outlay, they were budgeting maybe for a new vehicle could be purchased out of that drug forfeiture.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I'd do with that is I'd put on the back of the vehicle, this vehicle bought with drug forfeiture money. And then you're justified then.
Yeah.
In God we trust.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you guys have any questions on the drug forfeiture? Okay.
Didn't we actually get a car one year, Ronnie?
Yes, we did.
From drug forfeiture?
Yeah.
His car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did that come from that? I didn't realize that one.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So DUI task force, 2950. And I think we're budgeting to get it's an estimate, I think, of $10,000 in grant revenue. And again, just budgeting, the cash balance it would give you with, $28,000 in expenditures, and that's all under the supplies. And then I guess the only thing is, do you wanna talk to the commissioners about, cause I guess, so this fund is managed by it's not by you,
Not right now.
yeah.
That's why I wanna be able to take it over and do it right. I've been talking to a guy at the state that, excuse me, helps with it, and he actually talked to him today, and he said that I'd have to go through the 3 commissioners to make sure that happens, so it's something that's definitely on my to-do list to come, I need to talk to Charlie, get it on there and make sure that that's what happens. I'm gonna talk with Richard early next week because technically he's still in charge of it. And I wanna make sure that we get it, cause I think we should have it. I think in most places the sheriff controls it. And then, of course, so we can use the money for what I think it should be used for. The
Special
DUI stuff.
overtime.
Yeah.
Labor Day weekend or the fair or
The
the
fair,
whatever.
yep, stuff like that, and,
That would be helpful.
yeah, so, use it for what it should be used for.
So you're gonna ask Charlie to get on the agenda and then ask the commissioners' approval or supper?
Yeah, I'm not sure
Okay.
what it entails just yet, but I'll have that figured out by the time we have our meeting and be able to update you guys with it. Cause, like you said, I mean, there's 28,000 in it right now that,
Yeah, sitting there.
yeah, that we could definitely use for,
18,000 right now.
Oh, 18,000?
Estimating we're gonna get 10 more in, then you'll have 28.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
But
the
cash right
director
now is
added
18.
He's gonna be making an appointment with us to come and talk to us about all that stuff.
right, he was supposed to talk to me yesterday, but he had to cancel that, the gentleman from the state, so. One of the things I talked to him about though was, because we're not technically in charge of it yet, if we could, the overtime that we create for DUI stuff for the fair, for instance, is coming up, if we can make that retroactive, say if we don't take the DUI task force over till September, if we can, even though the fair's in a couple weeks, if we can pay them or their overtime when we do take it over in September, he said, yeah, absolutely. As long as we all agree to that. So that's something else we'll have to talk about too at that time when that happens, so.
When you say we all, so whenever you spend, you have to have commissioner's approval to spend out of
Yeah.
there? What's the we all mean?
I don't know yet.
Out of the DUI task force stuff?
I don't know yet. That's one of the things I'm gonna talk to that
Well,
guy
I thought,
about.
isn't there kind of a DUI board?
There is.
Maybe that's the we.
Yeah,
I don't know.
because I don't,
I'll find out.
you
I
know.
thought you,
Yeah,
weren't you on
Richard
that
and
board?
I think Nancy Smith's on it.
And I sat on it, well, I went to a couple meetings when they had the meetings,
We haven't
so-
had a meeting in I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
how
what I'm
long.
saying,
Yeah.
so
I
when
just-
there was meetings, I did attend them.
And that's what I wanna do. I wanna get things rolling again the way it should be and
So we can, utilize that
it.
money.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Okay, so which one do you guys, so now we're down to you want to do 911 or public safety first? This would
Trying
what-
to write out some numbers here real quick for you. Let's do 911.
Okay. So 911, it's 2850.
That's the revenues. This is what I'm looking
So the 911 emergency revenue, so that's actually it's an actual figure because we know what we're going to be getting for 911 emergency. They tell us up front. So that preliminary budget is what we'll receive.
34 on revenue.
And then some investment earnings, so straightforward on the revenue side, right? So let's go look at expenditures for 2850. Page 48 of 86.
Thank you.
You're welcome, I'll start doing that.
My thumbs were really getting sore.
This is for both of us.
Okay.
48, yeah, okay.
So just to kind of go over some things that I did. So as of right now, there's one dispatch person budgeted out of 911.
Correct.
And then the rest I'll just leave up to you guys. But I put in one person under salary for them, per your guys' request.
Right. And then we, looking at our old stuff and what our current budgets are, you can only spend it if the money's in there. And we were trying to get our new program for the CAD system because the one we have is so obsolete and I don't know that they'll still be around.
You mean Swift?
Yeah, yep.
Yep.
You'll see that's on Object Code 398, that contract services.
Mhm.
There's $36,000. It's for new dispatch system, and it's an annual payment
Mhm.
of
Is
$36,000.
that Zerbaliski or whatever?
Zerker.
Zerker.
Yeah. And that 36,000 is what DIS Garrett went through to get for us. He would be using us as the guinea pig, so we would not have to do a buy-in.
Hmm.
The 36,000 is
So that saves us a
bunch of money, because it could be 2 to 3 times that amount.
if we waited and did it next year.
Right.
To buy Zerker outright, we're looking at about 155 to 200,000. And that's everything. We don't have to come up with any computers, anything. DIS is taking care of all of that. That's why we were trying to get with DIS. Some of the other programs that we looked at, one guy never even gave us a quote, and they were schmoozing us, but never gave us a quote. The other one that did give us a quote, one of the counties, or 2 of the counties, they don't have very many as Spillman. They went from Swift to Spillman and then went right back to Swift. We don't want to go that route. We want something that's quality and can be upgraded, and we can even do mobile datas eventually.
The other thing that's nice about it, that any other office or department that has it, we can interlink with them to share information. It's a user-friendly, much better system, and it's up to date. Swift is so old and obsolete that I don't know that there's not very many, if any,
99% of the people that have Swift are changing out.
to Zerker.
Our Valley County is wanting to jump on board. They just bought a program that they don't like. They spent over, I want to say they spent about 175 to 200,000 for the program they just did.
And this is not gonna be any different than keeping Swift as far as, or Swift as far as money's concerned. It's about the same cost-wise. So, it's a good time to get it with, I mean, if we wait till next year, it's gonna cost us way more.
Mm-hmm.
I
So-
thought that
That's why we rearranged it so we could take one dispatcher out of the budget for the
Mhm.
911 so we could get this program. There's also a question I had, in doing a little bit of research, and I don't have my paper here, is the mapping program.
let's just stay on that real quick though. Back to that
Okay.
contract.
Okay.
So when I sat in on a meeting many months ago, I was asked to sit in on this meeting, and I thought our costs were about $12,000 a year for Swift.
That's what they were, that's what it is.
That's what
Or
our
less.
costs are currently.
Right.
About $12,000 a year, right?
Yep.
And at that time, DIS said, well, I think we can do it for about $12,000 a year. So they must not have gotten as many counties to participate as they had thought. Is that the problem?
That and dealing with the Zerker company or
They didn't
whatever
get the
out-
deal they
didn't get
wanted.
the- They
So-
were hoping to get a better deal, and this is
Mhm.
what the best deal they could come up with.
So have they put that in writing? I mean, do we have anything in writing? Like it would be nice to have like 3 proposals in writing. Like DIS is offering this at $36,000. RIMS software, $500,000. Zurich or whoever, it's 150. Do we have anything in writing that's like
The only one I have in writing, and I haven't printed it off yet, is Zerker's.
is Zerkers? And that was the one
For
50. And then what's their annual maintenance?
According to that, it's about 22,000
Just after you buy in.
after you buy it.
Okay. quite a while. It'd take 10 years to make it back. And rims, do we get anything from rims? Is rims is rims crummy? Do we not like rims?
It's not crummy.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely didn't compare it. I sent Ronnie and
Yeah, myself and Boone and Adam at the time. We went to that conference and
It wasn't.
they looked at several different programs and Zerker by far.
the other
And-
thing we have to look at is the state NIBAR's reporting.
Right.
That gets us grants, that gets us all kinds of different things.
And one of them isn't that way, right? Like,
Spillman.
right, it's not compliant.
RIMS says they are. I don't believe they have but maybe one county in Montana at this time. Zerkers is all over Montana.
How many counties did DIS get to participate?
He's got Ravalli County, Sanders County that he's been talking to. I wanna say.
Shoto
I wanna say Gallatin County.
and Shoto County, I think,
So,
too.
yeah.
But is that still just an estimate? Is that number still changing?
I don't.
Based on, so we don't have anything from DIS
No,
yet?
not yet.
That's just a number that they kind of threw out there. Okay, I just had a couple questions on that one. You have to have a new, you need a new system by
that's-
far. That's not
Swift as so
the
often.
question, right?
Right.
But, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good deal, I feel, but
Okay.
I'll talk to Garrett. The mapping program. When we started doing the mapping program, I was under the understanding that it was 50-50, coming out of the 911 budget and coming out of Tim's budget. We pay over 22,000 out of the 911 budget, and he pays 2,000. So I wasn't quite sure what was going on there. Is
Well,
that?
It might have been, there was a time that we were giving him money out of Secure Row Schools for the mapping project, and then that didn't work out. I don't know why that it shifted so much.
I don't know.
I know he
Did you
doesn't
go
get
back
that
when
money.
you looked at that?
Yeah,
Did you go back years? Like when was left? Did it ever come out 50-50?
I don't know about when we first got it, but I know it hasn't lately.
In the last couple of years at least. But you don't know when it stopped or anything.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I just assumed, and I just made an ass of myself on that it was being done, further on. And I had asked if it could come out of the Title III monies, but Jessica said that there's only certain ways you can do Title
Old.
III,
It can come out of old Title III money.
but you guys have to approve that.
Yeah.
So.
So if that were the case, could you take both out of Title III, old Title III, Tim's and ours, to match that, whatever it is, 23?
About 26.
They could.
Except there isn't that much.
Yeah, I'm not saying but compliance-wise they could. It's an allowable expense. Tell you,
I don't know I forget what's in there, or if it's even a possibility.
49,000.
46, I think.
Yeah, 46.
Huh?
This is ours, you can write on
Oh,
there. It's a thought.
yeah.
Even with it in there and moving the one position out of there, we could still afford that program
From 911.
for 911.
So either way.
I'm just curious. Mapping expenses, it doesn't matter. It's always kind of the same every year. Like 25,000 or something every year. What do they do?
They go and
For any new house?
new houses.
I
If
see.
they find
There's
one, they
always-
just happen to be up a road and boom, there's a house. They have to
Then they
put that one on there.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's always changing, constantly
It's
adding and
Constantly, it's
okay.
very
We haven't had
valuable.
an upgrade that I know of for a little bit, but
It's-
usually about every quarter.
Tremendously valuable for us.
I don't know if he made it up to the dispatch center. I still have pictures that are 2005.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
In fact,
you
my
was here
house might
last
be one
week.
of those.
There's probably not a day that we don't use it too. It's,
Yeah, we use it every
I had
day.
a thought cross through my mind this morning when I was coming down, Jessica. You know, everything that we've read on that new Title III money, you know, says you can't use it for mapping. But it also says get a letter authorizing this use from your county attorney. So,
But it's used so much, like when we have a fire.
Yeah. Emergency, yeah,
I mean,
emergency
when-
dispatching,
when
everything.
the Mullen Road fire, on the Fish Creek fire,
Yep.
So
all of that was used for that.
I do not. Mapping is not allowed. If the county attorney wants to do that, that's fine. We could try to do that. We've been written up for years. It clearly says mapping is not allowed.
Oh.
I mean, so
yeah.
I don't know.
What-
I mean, for new.
Under the
For the
new Title
new-
III.
Yeah.
So if something came up where
Still
we
use
had
it
to
for
map
old,
something
no.
during a fire emergency, then we could utilize it?
I don't think so.
not
No.
new.
No,
you
that,
could use old.
not new, or not old stuff.
It wouldn't be an emergency.
I guess
Emergency-
my thought there would be, you know, if the county attorney was sympathetic that we are 90-some% federally owned and maps are vital to our survival in an emergency situation.
Yeah, it says no.
But
We could
it
sure
also
ask.
says, it also says, ask for your county attorney's guidance, and I don't know. Might be worth checking into.
We could sure ask, but in the meantime, you definitely could use it out of the old, you know.
Or like Ronnie said, 911 if we had to.
They ever come up with anything on that stranded 911 money that they've been talking about for years?
They're still working on a lot of that. I know we got a little bit, I don't think it was a real, a whole lot, but I know we got a little bit a couple of years ago. Is it the House Bill 525 or something like that? I know we got a little bit off of that.
There's quite a bit of money sitting in there.
And they're
there's
still
all-
working on trying to get it out of there.
So I think the only thing we may want to look at in this fund is supplies. I mean, so, you know, the commissioners can think about that mapping, right? And the contract service, you know, they can think about that. But supplies, do we want to talk about supplies right now? Do we
Out
we
of
want to?
911?
Yeah, I'm still on 911. Do we want to leave it at 20,000? Are you guys?
We could actually come down to 15 on that, because we only used 10 out of there.
11.
11.
Yeah.
So we could come down to 15,000 instead of 20.
Okay, so 15. And leave the 6,000 for a new radio or something.
Yes.
Under capital outlay.
Yes. I just turned in a bill for, was it a radio or was it the watch guard?
Probably watch guard. We haven't bought a radio.
It was about $6,000 just for the watch guard.
It might be a radio. That's about what they are.
And that was actually paid for by the insurance.
Oh, was it?
That was a reimbursement.
Does Charlie know, I mean,
As far as I know, she does. You mean about the bill?
well, I mean, make sure that it was
Reimbursed.
reimbursed.
The claim process.
Because I know the one, I'll have her look at it,
Okay.
make sure that it's turned in for reimbursement. What car was that one for?
The burnt up one.
I thought we already did that one.
We got reimbursed for, as far as I know, we got reimbursed. We turned in all of those ahead of time, but we just got that radio bill in, or that watch guard bill.
Can't turn it into.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we done with 911? temporarily at least. So you guys, just so you know, the process is on August 12th at 1 o'clock, the commissioners will meet again and they'll have a work session. Anybody's invited, but it's not like a by department or anything. It's not so structured. And they'll be looking at, you know, making adjustments and whatever else is needed to balance the budget. So that's August 12th at 1. And August 26th at 1 o'clock, they'll have another work session. And then September 2nd, they'll adopt the budget. And so let's look at, let's look at revenue for 2,300.
What date did they? September what?
August 12th, August 26th, and September 2nd.
All of them at 1,300, Jessica, all of them
Yeah.
at 1,300?
Oh,
At 1
like,
o'clock.
what's
1 o'clock, I'm sorry.
1,300?
I'm sorry, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. The August ones, I don't know what time they'll do the final adoption on the 2nd.
We'll get a notice, so.
But the 1 o'clocks are both on the 12th and the 26th. Okay, so revenue, page 18 of 62. So on your tax revenue, so I based it just on last year's mills. That could change. I based it on last year's mill value. That could change too. Just so you guys know, that's not a final number. And then we can just go down and look at the other ones that you guys, you know, that we looked at together. Concealed weapons, just kind of scroll down, and if anything looks significantly high, you know, let's ask about it.
This year.
This is what we asked for, or what we proposed. This is actual numbers here.
That preliminary budget is what you asked for. That column, preliminary budget 16-17. Or not what you asked for, I guess we're on revenue, so.
Yeah.
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 What
What they
you have
anticipate.
Yeah.
written down, you circled and
The-
said you would find those numbers.
Yeah,
And
for
that's how-
taxes, yeah, I mean,
Tax.
yeah, you don't come up with the tax figures, so I came up with that.
What I'm looking at is actually the, care of prisoners.
The Board of Prisoners, the revenue, yeah,
You've got 205,000 there.
yeah.
We didn't have that.
So remember, this is that, so I gave you kind of the benefit of the doubt.
The problem is that we don't know what's gonna happen this year.
We can go less.
It might be less because we're gonna have to house other inmates that are ours and not so many more payers.
Okay.
So I don't know how to actually, you know.
So we
when-
need to go more conservative.
Hard to forecast, yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to forecast,
So
especially
we
if the
could-
judges decide to throw some people in jail.
That's what we're worried about with not having probation. That's probably gonna be the case.
It's a concern, Lori. It's not a saying that we're gonna stomp on you for this. We just have those concerns. We don't know that this is gonna happen for money-wise.
Sure. So if we look at a 4-year average in 12-13, we had, you know, probation going
Correct.
strong. We had 109,000. The next year we had 133, 129. And then last year, for some reason, it was really good at 172.
Right, we
So
had-
I agree with you. I think we should take a lower figure, just based on just simply
The past,
last year's 4 years actuals.
historically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
We don't wanna say that we're gonna get all this income and then not,
And-
and then we're gonna look bad on our stuff.
Yeah, and
Nice,
it's
Ronnie.
I'd rather-
historically
completely agree.
Where we're at today, too, so.
So
We've had that problem before, haven't we?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Especially when we had the breakouts.
Yep.
And then
We
we
used-
lost them all for.
we
on a while.
used to get a lot
Feds
more
and
money.
state.
You know, it used to be like up in the $250,000 range.
That was back
But it
when we
was,
first opened up.
That's when we got all the federal prisoners,
Federal
right?
Federal
Yeah.
and state.
And now
yeah.
it's just,
Hodgepodge, here and there.
yeah.
With the feds, we get one here and
Yeah,
there,
so it's a couple, but
not very many, unless you have some major big things going on, and then they wanna split them all up. But I'd rather be conservative than to be, you know, have a high number and don't reach that
completely
number.
agree with you. I think that's super smart.
So what, pencil in there 105,000 then? 100,000 less?
I don't know that
Hundred-
105, but maybe about
130.
130,000, you know.
130?
Yep. Go by the year before, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, the
If
last.
we get more, great, we got more. If we don't get more, then we know where we're at.
I think it's gonna definitely give us a better idea for next year.
Yep.
So 130. That's what we're thinking. Okay. I think that, you know, with the change or without the change, I think that's just like more consistent
Smart.
with previous year figures. Even, yeah, it's good. Okay, what else in revenue? Anything else you guys see that, anything I input that you, wasn't what you wanted, or?
The commissary. This is what we made this year. But that, on the commissary money,
Mhm.
we get about 200 to 300 a month in that area. I'd like to take that down a little bit because we had to put, I wanna say we put a big lump sum in there.
That's why so you think we need to go from 3,000 to like 2,400? Like, on the 200 a month side?
That'd be 24.
Yeah, let's do that. That way we're a little bit safe there too.
Cause that number probably was, you know what that higher number? That was from probably years and that it just grew and grew in that account and wasn't transferred over. That's, okay, so 2,400. Very good.
That miscellaneous collections, is that,
Is that the fingerprints and that type of stuff?
That would be my guess. I could run a query for you.
That's what that is.
I think it is. I think we kinda looked at that, didn't
Yep,
we?
we did.
we did.
I believe that's what that is.
So we could drop that too. It's at the higher end, I guess, of. Or if we,
Yeah, I think that's all the fingerprints and records and that stuff. I think that's okay.
You think it's okay
I
at
think it's.
3,500?
Oh, no, I don't think 4,500 because you don't know from year to year
Right.
how things are
That's
gonna
what I'm
go.
saying.
Yeah, because we have a short year, a big year, a short year, a big year. It's
Okay.
depending on how many people get their fingerprints done for schools and stuff like that or jobs that they need them for.
do you wanna go 35? What do you
Let's
guys wanna
that.
do?
Let's
35?
35.
We're going the wrong way, people. Sorry. We're going the other way.
I think the rest of it looks
No.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm just joking. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, expenses then? So expenses, page 24 on the expenses.
So with losing one dispatcher, that dollar amount is actually gonna come down. We had budgeted,
I've already,
yeah, the 42, or 425,000 is what we had originally said.
so this is the thing. So this is how I did it. So this does, so how I did it, so for salaries I kind of did, right? So it's based on no raises yet or anything, at least at this point. I took all of your people, took the rate, multiplied it by 2,080. This does include having that one dispatch person gone.
Okay.
But then I started thinking, I'm like, well, I don't have any, by just doing that, I don't have any shift differentials. I have no overtime. I have no cert pay,
No clothing allowance.
but that's not a separate line item.
Okay.
So that's okay. So I didn't have that. So then I took all of this current year or this last year's actuals for all of those different things, and you can see, look at my comments. So it says includes $26,881 in share of OT and shift per prior year actual. It also includes $17,438 in dispatch OT and shift per prior year actual. So I've taken their hourly rate, multiplied it by 2,080 hours, plus those two numbers, plus the 26,000 and the 17.
Okay.
So that gives you that overtime and shift and stuff like that. So there may be room to cut there if we can move away from paying so much overtime.
Oh, no.
That's up to you and the commissioners to figure that out. But that's how I did it, Ronnie. Because I started thinking about it, and I'm like, I need to include something for that.
Absolutely, because you never know when something's coming up that.
So that's how that number got to where it is. And same for the care of prisoners. You'll see I also added 19,687 to that figure. Okay.
So in that 12-13 line, that's actual what was paid out that year in salaries was $268,000.
Correct.
That was for 2012.
Yeah, for 12-13.
Yeah.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And now it's 453,000.
Yeah, 455.
The 455 also we also have to remember too that we had part of the probation fees taken out of there as well as Cindy's for wages.
How was it at 268? How many people did you have in 12-13? What? What was it?
Here, so I don't know.
Well, that was the year
can't imagine it being that
Ernie
low.
took over. Johnson left. And Pandas left. So we were down two to three people.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
That's probably why it was so low then.
Yep. That's.
Didn't have to pay as much on salary.
And what
At that
about
time.
14-15, even that year, 382?
14, 15, that was.
Is that because there was more being paid out of 911 possibly?
Or COPS grant? Because we're having to pay the
And
people
that
that
might
were
have
on
been
that
part of
COPS
that
grant.
12-13 also.
Yep,
Could have been, sure.
yep,
Makes sense, looking at it.
yep.
4 years.
Makes perfect sense, yep. Because we had one position coming out of the COPS grant for those 3 years, and now we're having to pay that
On the 4th.
on the 4th year. We pay that whole thing. And that's a requirement of the COPS grant. I would say just leave it like right where it's at. Cause if we don't have it needed, if we, you know what I mean, if you cut it and we need it, then we're screwed. If you leave it there and we don't use it, we're fine.
We did separate out fuel. You'll see that there's object code 232. So we separated that out this year, you guys. It did used to be under vehicle maintenance. All the fuel and vehicle maintenance, and it was just so huge. So we split that out. Okay. Anything in there that you guys can not live with that we could
average bear right now.
Yeah. We did take out of the
Mm-hmm.
travel, the training we have,
2.
going to the academy. And then if there's other things that pop up, we might be able to cut a little bit out of that.
Mm-hmm.
This is already should be a 0.
Which one? Did you see something I should fix?
You've got a line up through it, so you've already done it. I don't know what to say about supplies, cause you just don't know. Sorry. Yeah, for this last year, we spent 53, we put 40. Cause we don't anticipate spending that much.
What about 35? Could you live with that?
Good job, Dwayne.
35.
And the regular
Yeah.
supplies.
Yeah. We can.
I'm just looking at the average third.
The current budget, that's what we had
We were
originally
kind of bouncing
budgeted.
it off of last year, so, but yeah, we could.
Yep, so I'll put 35 there. The vehicle maintenance and fuel supplies are lumped in that one big number. And that shows big because that's where we had to take all of the,
The 3 that were in charge.
yep, all the vehicles that, the
The
burnt up
insurance
ones, the
claims.
insurance claim. So it kind of,
So it's misleading when you see that 70. It's not
Yep.
actually.
Yeah.
That's, and the
We're
reimbursements on it.
dealing in used.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
we
don't
can't
have any
expect it
choice.
to be.
Right. It's going to be a little higher.
and if you notice the 7,000 in legal fees that came off, that was for the lawsuit that we had to get against us, the county had against them, and we had to pay that 7,000. I don't think we can cut, maybe we might be able to go down to that,
Autopsy.
yeah,
The problem with that is
you just don't
they've
know
increased their
expenses now,
expenses this year. They went up, so
and they hadn't
that's
in a
why
long
we-
time.
we can say would we 6 again, but it's
You just don't know,
it's a guess.
it is a very big guess. And then on the travel, we actually, what we had originally budgeted for last year was 10,000, we took that down to 5. The training, we could probably shave a little bit off of that.
Yeah, because like
Could
I
we-
said, I'd like to try to use our forfeiture money for some of that we'll do this year if we do any.
Want to take it down to 7?
Yeah.
Is that doable?
Mm-hmm.
Take it down to 7? The capital outlay, the cars are increasing in price, so we kind of like to leave the 10 there. If we can get them for 5, great. And like I said, we're hoping to take 1 car out of the drug forfeiture. We don't have the STEP grant anymore.
Why? You know what happened?
I don't know that they're doing it, are they? I'm not sure.
That's what I think happened.
Oh, I mean, there wasn't any interest from the officers to do it?
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
I honestly don't know. I can ask Ben. 'Cause he-
well, I mean, all it was to help them, if they wanted more money in overtime, they go out and work the
right,
grant and get the money, but.
right. And then on the prescription drug collection, that was a one-time little grant that we got, and we put up that thing. So that 159, that's what's actually left in that, and we're gonna utilize that.
Oh, I need to add that, I
repair
need to
that.
budget for that. It's not in there,
Oh,
so I'll add that.
The 159.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That way we can get it all used up, and Stephanie Quick has also the prescription, she's taking care of that on her end through a different route, and I'm not quite sure what that one's called.
care of prisoners.
Sounds good.
Not sure what to tell you on the salaries. That's what it was last year.
Why is that? What, I was looking at that too. So last year it was really low, but previous it was closer to what it is. I almost wonder, were you short-staffed maybe for a while and you didn't hire, you were
We
short-staffed?
lost several people.
Yeah,
Had
that
to
must be
replace
why.
them.
So it took a while to replace them and
Mhm.
it's my only guess.
So the overtime went up.
What's
So
that?
maybe you
So the
should,
overtime went up in that interim.
maybe we could have less overtime then.
Mhm.
Hopefully, because
Since
we're
we're-
fully staffed right now, as long
Unless
as we
we
stay
have
that
somebody
way.
that they have to guard at the hospital, you know. I think we could probably go down a little bit on
Mhm.
that.
On the
salary.
overtime figure?
Yeah, on the salary stuff.
Might be able to knock 8 or 9,000 off the overtime? Make it be more like the other years of 133 and 126.
I don't know that you'll get it down to the 126, because that's
That's a person.
a person.
Oh,
Yeah, I would say more close to,
Yeah.
maybe.
14, 15.
Yeah,
The overtime's
that
damn near a
50.
person though.
The
What's
overtime
that?
is 19, well, that, including shift though. That has shift differential in it, but.
So if we took this one,
Yeah.
the 152, 153, would you go that route?
153, so we'll cut it down like 7,000 out of that overtime. Is that what you're thinking?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
And actually, they're staying pretty good with the supplies. I think I would leave the supplies where they're at, because those have gone up. And we're having, instead of the 4-inch mattresses, we're having to, because of the ACLU, they have to be 6-inch.
So a little more money.
Yeah, they have, when they lay on them, they have to still have 4 inches of padding. So, I don't think we can wiggle room on the supplies, because,
we could have
Dwayne's
Roy
thinking
bring
the
in
same
some
thing I am.
leaves and clippings of grass.
Get him a chair. Yeah, I'm good recliner.
yeah. The other thing is meals.
It's gonna go up.
That's gonna go up. Believe it or not, on that contract, when I got to do the numbers, it was a 20% increase and not a 3% increase that Durango's got. I'd like to know what's in the minutes, because when you do the math, $8.79 is what it was per meal, per inmate, per day. Or not per meal, but per day. And now it's $10.90. That's not a 3% increase, that's a 20% increase. So I don't know what happened there. Because you told me, Charlie, you told me that the commissioners approved a 3% increase. And when you actually sit down and do the math, it's a 20% increase.
I wonder if it just said 3% in the contract
Mhm.
and nobody ever redid the math. They probably just, maybe that's what happened, I don't know. But
Yeah, if you did a 3% increase, it would be $9.04 per day.
yeah, it's 20,
But it's per day, so are you saying it's, the way that the contract reads now is it's 20% increase per meal?
No, with the numbers that are there now, is $10.90 per day. It was $8.79, and you
Actually,
said that they asked for a 3% increase. It wasn't a 3% increase that those numbers totaled up to. It was over 20%
24%
increase.
from 879 to 1090.
So,
we kinda took it in the shorts on that one.
But not really, because that's the first damn increase that you've had in how long?
10 years? How long?
It's understandable, I understand that, but
I mean,
when
so
they
you didn't
say-
really take it in the short,
You-
as bad
you
as
do.
it sounds.
Because
Probably
now it's
after
gonna
10
raise
years, you're
this.
right, Dwayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. I would leave the meals that way, cause we can't guarantee that that's, you know what I mean, on meals. I think that's where we need to stay, because we already have those. And if we do have if we keep the DOCs and the MSPs and get federals in, then that will help offset it.
Yeah, if it does, I'm worried about that.
The inmate housing, that one's one you cannot predict. We've been lucky the last couple of years, we've not had to pay anything out.
An example of that would be,
Juveniles,
Yeah.
we cannot house a juvenile here.
And they're $230 a
Seven
day.
days, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, yep.
Transportation of inmates, that one there is basically what it costs to fly them or bring them
From out of state.
from out of state.
So on those minutes, it was the county should expect a 24% increase in the cost of jail food. So what they did is they approved a 24% increase on this contract and a 3% every year after that.
Oh, that's where they're getting the 3%.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it should be 24%.
That's what I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the, transportation of prisoners, I think I would leave it there as a just in case, because we just don't know. My understanding is the state doesn't pay for them unless you have to, apply for a governor's warrant. That's my understanding. Utilities, that one's a hard one to guess at. Medical services, that's another one that's hard to guess at, especially when you have people in jail that are,
Yeah.
they could have a whole little drawer of their own medications, so that, and having to take them up to the doctors and stuff like that. The repairs and maintenance, that one we actually closed out because anything that's on the building itself,
Roy does.
it should be out of Roy's budget.
Mm-hmm.
The training budget, we're gonna have 2 people going to the academy this year. And I'm not sure about other trainings that will come up that they'll need to go to. And we zipped off the capital outlay, cause there's really not a whole lot that you need for capital outlay for the jail at this time, unless we have to do a live scan or something. But the one we have right now works fine.
When you say 2 trainings, 2 deputies and 2
This is
No,
just,
just 2 this is just detention.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Is there more running behind?
Yeah. Yeah.
what else do you guys have anything, or we're a half hour behind at this point?
Yeah, I know.
And it's my fault because I should have given public safety an hour and I did not.
What would be the variable on the utilities before we, I'm just looking, 12-13 was almost 46,000. 33,000, 27,000, 32.
So that's your, the utilities would be the propane for the hot water, the lights,
I don't know why it,
the power, water, you got your water, sewer.
Would we be safe to go to 27, say, on that?
Well, we spent 32 last year.
I think it's low right now.
We dropped, yeah.
Because
we
I don't-
dropped
Dropped it
from
down to
last year.
30,000, yeah.
Because I don't think there's much variable in there. I mean, it's not,
Mhm.
they don't have
Utilities
cell
are not-
phones or anything, right? Like,
Nope.
sometimes cell phones are mixed in with those, but those are just building utilities, I think.
That's
for
that's
Maybe-
on just the jail, there's
Right.
no
Maybe
cell phones in
propane
that
was
at all.
higher and
Maybe it was a lot
12,
higher.
13 is. No?
Let's hope so, right?
Yeah.
It could have been. I mean, it was pretty high back then.
Yeah.
I don't see those bills. The propane bill and stuff like that.
I don't
see
think you
those.
do. I think they just go right to Nicole and she allocates them.
Oh, one thing was I
I
switched
think.
from AmeriGas to Kirby over here.
To Cinex,
Oh,
or, excuse me,
That might have been the difference.
Yeah.
Co-op.
I know that guy was mad at the Hornet, but I
Yeah.
was mad that they got rid of a local guy, Woodard, and then
mhm.
only gonna be having local jobs here from the propane, and they were just doing that one.
And usually they give you a pretty decent discount. But, you know, I know when we do our gas and we utilize Cinex, we get a discount on the fuel. Not to the extent that Comdata, but, and in the law enforcement, or the public safety or not public safety, but the law enforcement, the utilities, I'm not quite sure what all those utilities are, unless that's where that's where we're putting the phones. That's where we're putting the cell phones.
I would think cell phones.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. When we went through it originally with Nicole, or Jessica, I'm sorry, we'd already taken off quite a bit at that time. I don't know that we could take off any more than what we just did.
Pretty fair.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Jessica? Any other?
I don't have any other questions or comments or anything.
Okay,
Thanks, guys.
thanks.
Want that one too? All right, have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Just a letter of what I'm asking and the equipment list. I don't expect it to cost quite that much, but I added some for, put it in place.
Very slow.
And Jerry Doctors has said that they have space down there they could put it. Because that's central to where we'd be needing it. And they'd be the ones using it quite a lot, so if it was used. And then I added some too to exercise it, to do a full-scale exercise. We haven't done a full-scale exercise that I know of since about '84. We could do a full-scale exercise with this and actually take the stuff out in the woods, set it up, and use it. So that would be something to add to. I don't know how Jessica suggested doing it totally separate or add that as something in my budget or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure so.
But the revenues, my revenues will go up. In fact, they should go up to equal exactly what I spend.
You know what fund that is, or?
2260. I think. $2060. Well, 420,600.
Where is it?
Well, 2260 is the emergency and disaster.
Yeah, you've got emergency and disaster, and then you've got another one down here that's disaster, and I don't know what that is. But I know I
Emergency and
didn't ask for
disaster, I think, is under Tim,
$62,000.
isn't it?
Huh?
Could be.
Is an emergency and disaster under Tim
Yeah,
probably?
that's under his thing.
I'm not sure.
Well, what's the $62,000 figure in disaster there? I kind of wondered about that because we'll have to ask the bean counter, I suppose. And then emergency and disaster, I don't quite know what those numbers mean either.
So it'll be 2960, is that what we're looking at?
2960, yeah, and like I say, I don't know.
what those mean.
That's public health emergency though. Is that it?
No, that wouldn't be mine. 2960 is public health emergency? I didn't find one over here for civil defense, which is what mine's called. See, in all the others, mine is listed as civil defense, 420,600.
Okay, this is under the general fund, this part of it.
Yeah. That's all I have, I think.
Okay.
And those, that emergency and disaster there, I don't know.
So you don't see anything
No, I
that
don't.
jumps out at you as far as,
I don't see me on this page at all. On the revenue and expense analysis.
You, where are you?
but see, this is under the general fund here,
Yeah.
1,000.
So
Yeah.
you're up there in that 1,000 fund, George.
So I'm not in this at all.
Not on that, well, you are, but you're,
But it's incorporated in.
Oh, and the very top one, okay, the general, okay. Well, I can't make up that 255,000.
well, I don't see why not, George.
Yeah,
Silly old school for me.
so
I'll
I guess
try.
we're in expenditures then,
What are we doing? We're on,
George's.
yeah,
Civil
expenditures, huh? Let's go to expenditures. Revenues, I'm sure we're pretty straightforward.
Revenues will change for this next fiscal year. See, the last fiscal year, I didn't get it all back. This next fiscal year, I should get back every dime, should be reimbursed every dime that I spend.
So expenditures, general fund, let's see, page 5. So it's really pretty straightforward. I don't think there's a whole bunch,
Civil defense? Is that it?
yes, yes, I'm sorry, civil defense. So we
Page
have,
6, oh, page 5 of 86, yeah.
ours is page 5 of 7. I had to reprint something, but, yes, so,
Expenditures, I have 8528 preliminary budget.
for your salary?
Oh, that's salaries, yeah.
That's salary.
Total 13,666,
Yep, so the salary's fixed, pretty
okay.
much. But
Because I cut it all off and
he added it back, yeah, that was fun. You know, supplies, you guys could maybe shrink some supplies down, but what are we bringing in revenue here?
In revenue, I should bring in 13,666 for that one, whatever I spend. See, my grant
So really it's
Yeah.
used to
an
be,
easy,
Yep.
it used to be half. They'd pay half expenses and salaries. Now, if I have enough, the difference is now we can match, do the county match with soft match. And my LEPC meetings produce enough soft match that I get back 100% so far.
so, okay, so you're saying if your civil defense budget is 13,666, then that's what we should budget for revenue?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what,
No, see, in the past it has, plus, it's kind of confusing because I work on a federal fiscal year, which ends in September.
September, yeah.
But for this state fiscal year, I should get back everything. The last 2 quarters of last year, I cost you $200 because I didn't get enough soft match to make up for it. But So last year, I didn't get that much. In the first part of the year, in fact, I got way, way less. But starting,
So is this a reimburse, is this
Yeah,
a
it's
reimbursement
reimbursed.
type grant?
yeah,
And is there a match required?
yeah.
There is
But
a
I-
match.
But they
But you go and you
started
do
something
soft.
new where we
Mhm.
can use soft match.
Ah, so
And I
now you
managed
should
to
be
come up
able.
with enough soft match to cover all of our match. They used to only allow 50% of your match as soft match.
But now
And we
100%
screamed
of
and
you.
yelled enough that they
Okay.
came back and will let us use all of it.
Okay, so now
So
you
for-
can do the whole thing as a soft match and,
Yeah,
okay.
so for
Well,
mine,
I think we should change the revenue then. I think,
yeah,
you know, if we're gonna be reimbursed for it, I think we should
sure.
budget that, so. Okay.
And, okay. Oh, I didn't give you,
Well, this will have to be put on the agenda to discuss this.
oh, I thought I did.
Is that the
but I
Title
guess I
III
didn't.
stuff? I think either there or, we can talk about it when we talk about Title III, which is
at 3:30.
Yeah, you
at
mentioned before
3:30.
that you
That's
thought
what I
we-
was thinking.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you should come during
Okay,
the Title III budget discussion to
okay.
talk about that, and that's at 3:30.
And I didn't give you a
Ish.
copy of that letter, but, I can do that. Did you get those two letters that you did, and put them on something other than sample letterhead?
I did.
Oh, good. Those are not something I don't think that needs to be on an agenda. It's just that the state came up with,
And actually, I'm kind of thinking that they do because I can't find in the minutes, George, where they appointed you.
You got an extra one of these? Should I give her this one?
oh, I got an no, I don't have an I should have.
Roman and I can share his.
Okay.
Does that go to you, Jessica?
You appointed me as, well, I may not need that one because our bylaws
Mine?
say that we'll have elections once a year, and the commissioners signed it some time ago. I found that yesterday, so I can probably get by with that. On that appointment as the chair of the LEPC?
Yeah.
Okay. We shouldn't need that. I'll just give them our bylaws and say, hey, here, it says right here.
Okay.
And the commissioners signed it. The other one was the
Cell phone.
agreement on the cell phone. That, we've had that agreement for some time where you pay $30 a month for my cell phone. And they want a letter in there documenting that.
How do they pay you $30? Is it in a separate check?
Expenses, supplies,
Oh, it's under supplies.
yeah, that's what I've been charging it to. I've already got a letter that says that we don't have a procurement policy, therefore we use the state procurement policy. DES and the grants people in DES are saying that next year, they probably won't accept that every county will have to have a procurement policy. And they're working with Mako to come up with a,
Haven't you been working on something about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Mako's,
oh, okay,
George is right.
you're already aware of that. Okay. Well, I can make up for some of the lost time.
So, I'm gonna add a utility line item to your budget,
Okay,
and that's where we'll charge that phone.
okay.
But that's all I have. And then we can talk more at 2:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll leave.
I gave the weed department an hour though.
That's good.
Well, hopefully we'll only use a half hour, so you'll be back on.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't know.
What fund do we want to do first, David? Want to do What would you like?
Let's do 2140.
2140 weed. So kind of what our process is we look at revenue first, just to make sure it's reasonable. 2140, page 5.
I found it. I've been looking, kinda earmarking everything.
You're ready now, okay.
She had my thumb sore.
Nice. So, you guys, so the tax revenue, this is assuming lots of things here. This is
Yeah.
assuming, well, you actually have 2 voted mills. So, but it's the 2 voted mills, but I guess, in this case, what could change could be the mill value.
Right, right.
So that could change some. And then, just going down, you know, we budgeted for the noxious weed grant. And I think you're really conservative on your chemical sales.
Mm-hmm.
Charges for services, I don't think that's overinflated, that's gonna throw the budget off. And weed control contracts.
That's our state biennium
Mm-hmm.
yearly with the highway department, so if we spend 23,000, then they pay us 23,000.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we spend 25,000,
Then,
they hopefully pay us 25,000 by stealing it from some other county that didn't spend it, so. Which happens, I mean, that's,
So Kevin,
that cures.
for some reason, I've always just put Kevin Chamberlain Extension Office, but I just want to make sure that I have your title correct.
I guess I'm MSU Extension Agent for Mineral County.
Okay. And Dave?
Right now, he's a weed supervisor.
Right now, I'm weed coordinator.
Well, Roman always tries to get me to put Weed Man on there.
Yeah,
I
he
know that
does.
that's not correct.
Yeah, weed coordinator / extension agent.
Okay.
slash.
No more slashes.
No more
I
slashes.
have a lot of slashes too.
Yeah.
So I understand.
Speaking of which, what's the CD's PO box? Is it 338?
174.
Oh, okay. I need to tell DNRC to get their addresses.
I've told DNRC, FWP, any of those other 3-letter acronyms.
Yeah, they're slow on the uptake. So I handed a couple letters to Liz. I tried to pawn off the junk mail too, but
Oh.
she wouldn't take it. So
Good, yay.
for some reason I was thinking it was 338 or something, but 174. Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, so revenues.
So revenues are, I don't have anything on revenues.
Okay.
On expenses.
Is that that line item for the noxious weed grant, the 7,500? Okay, so it is in there twice, but
What do you mean?
well, you've got it under 20. You've got it under the revenue counted for 2840 fund, and then you've also got it under 2140.
So I just did, I don't know, I just did what,
Is that counting it twice?
It
It's
is.
got the little stars and asterisks and
let's see.
percentages across from it.
So I kind of just did, I think what you told me to do. So
got
you
it.
only get one grant for 7,500.
Correct, yearly, yeah.
And what was the other fund that we're looking at? Noxious weed is,
So we're looking at 2840 and 2140.
okay, 2840. Yeah, so it's in there twice. It's
Yeah.
in both funds, but we only get one grant, so where should it be? In the noxious
It
weed?
should be under 2840, because that's a grant
Okay, that's
that
good.
we only get if we apply for it, so,
The 75.
correct.
Okay, so get rid of the 75
In
From-
2140,
from, okay, so take that to 0.
correct.
Okay,
So that intergovernmental revenue
should be.
should just be the 1786, which is that
Very good.
RIT funds that
Okay,
that come in thanks to the legislature.
okay.
And I don't know what those, I don't know what I don't recognize that state entitlement share.
So state entitlement share, it's something that was kind of given to you in the past that kind of shouldn't have been.
Ah.
So you'll see that,
We've been
you'll See that
finding
it's not budgeted
now and
for
again.
in the current year.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's, cause I was like, I don't recognize that, but
don't know
I'll
what-
take that $4,000.
I know,
sure.
right? I
Hey.
know. So now what do we think about the revenue? Better?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I do too.
That was the only question I had on those revenues
Yeah.
streams.
No, thank you. So expenses for 2140, it's on page 11. Page 11. For expenses. So my only, this fund, did you guys take a look at this?
Yes.
So if we pulled out that 7,500 out of revenue for, 2140,
Right. That drops.
it's looking like something, it needs more revenue or something for that weed fund.
Well, you could potentially bump that chem sales up to
But I don't
be
think that
more-
will help because it's just a wash, right? If I bump up the expense, I could budget 50,000 for expenditure, but then I would budget 50,000 for revenue. Isn't
Right.
it a wash?
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see if it's a wash here. So we have weed control contracts 23. Do we have 23 over on the other, under expenditures? Not,
No, because it comes in as salaries. It comes in as
a lot of different things.
supplies. Yeah, it comes in under vehicle,
Okay,
gas. So
okay. So I don't think that would help because it doesn't matter. Right? I mean, it's a wash. If I budget more, I just spend more.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
But since that's $7,500 that's in 2140 that shouldn't be in 2140,
Right, that's the problem.
yeah.
That makes it worse.
I mean, I guess if I were going to offset that, then I would take that 16,000 in chem sales,
Mhm.
which current budget was 35,000, and I would just bump it up to 24.
Mhm.
Which is, I mean, you,
Last year's actual, but
yeah, some years it's been 24, some years it's been as low as 17, 20.
so that's the issue. So if we
So-
over budget that, because right now you have negative $2,245 cash.
Right.
So if we over budget that revenue and we still spend,
So how does the inventory then count in there? Because that's all anticipated revenue that potentially could come in this year, next year, 10 years down the road.
you are anticipating it
Okay.
right there. I mean, you're just saying, okay, we're gonna sell 16,000.
Oh, well, 16 is a generous yearly sales. That's an easy one. If I add in the inventory that's up there,
But inventory until you sell it isn't going to help this budget.
okay.
'Cause we're not
But
gonna.
it counts as offsetting because we've already spent it. It's
That-
there.
That's not how we wanna budget. We don't wanna budget unrealistic revenue numbers just so we can get our expenditure budget up. Because what will happen is what will happen is that revenue doesn't come in, you don't sell it, we don't have the cash from it.
Right.
All of a sudden, we have more negative cash, greater negative cash.
Well, that's only if we've bought new. Isn't it? So this would just be unanticipated revenue of the magic $30,000 of inventory that's sitting up there? Or, well, yeah, because it would come in as revenue in the year, so it would show the next year as,
So the question is not how much money in inventory you have. The question, you could have $500,000 of inventory sitting up there. That means nothing to this budget. What matters to this budget is how much money do you think you're gonna sell? How much cash are you gonna bring in from that sale? Are you gonna sell $500,000 of inventory?
Potentially, yes.
No.
Well, I mean, who knows? Yeah, I could easily sell that.
But that's
next
not
year.
how, so we budget
So
for
I would
revenue.
say that would be
No.
anticipated revenue.
No. So you budget for revenue based on prior year actuals, and you budget for revenue based on what you think is conservative and what's actually gonna happen. That's how you budget
You know,
revenue.
definitely that, yeah, I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's gonna sell. I mean, I know
This
it's
year.
gonna- Yeah, this next year, I know it's gonna sell out. That's why we bought
So
last
how much
year
do you think you're gonna
to
sell? What
anticipate.
what's your revenue? Is it 16,000?
That's what I put, just to be conservative, thinking that value that's up there, I know, a bunch of that's gonna move out. I mean, it's just about empty up there now. We don't even have enough barely to run our county program on now. And I've been holding off restocking until we get all this kind of sorted out, so.
Yeah.
I mean, everything we have up there is stuff that's gonna empty out of there in the spring.
I wouldn't even focus on inventory. I think it mucks up the whole situation.
Okay.
The question is, how much money, how much inventory you're gonna sell? I'm gonna sell $20,000 this year, excellent. Of that $20,000 I'm gonna sell, I'm gonna have to buy 5,000 more. This is like a cash basis type of budget.
Right.
So we're not accruing, we're not carrying inventory. It's just, how much money you're gonna bring in from the sale? And how much money do you have to go out and buy more? So, you know, I'm gonna sell 30,000.
So that I would feel comfortable, I'd feel more comfortable then about that $24,000 number than a 16.
Okay, so you think you're gonna sell 24? That's the cash that's gonna come in.
Right.
Okay. And so, okay, so that's good. And then on your expenditure side, you may have to buy some more supplies or chemicals.
Right.
Is that anticipated, I guess?
Yep.
Okay, so you have that, so you have buying more.
That's in as 22,000. so.
Okay, so that's how that should work.
And the only one that really confused me on this one was why our utilities went from $350 and then suddenly all of a sudden jumped up to almost $2,800.
So do you guys have cell phones? No. We have to call, I don't really know how they do, let's call Nick. She can come and explain utilities. We'll get her in here. I'm not sure, they get separate bills and different things.
Yeah, that one just
Stuff
kind of
that
came
probably
in.
used to come out of supplies is probably something that
Yeah, it definitely came in as a shock to me.
changed into
Maybe we should go
utilities.
to-
Is what's happened before is like, you know,
Water.
But she'll be able
gas
to
used
tell
to
us,
come
like,
out of supplies,
does it come
well
in
now
on a
we
separate
have, you know,
bill?
like
Is
in
it
some of them we have,
I think
you know,
it's
for
on its own
fuel
separate
or
bill.
whatever.
Well, and what she was saying earlier about fuel should be coming out of vehicle maintenance, well, okay, that's news to me. We've always taken it out of supplies. Because we get our fuel bill directly from Cenex as well, so we've been taking it out of supplies, not vehicle maintenance, so is that?
Fuel, no,
No, fuel wouldn't,
Fuel should come out of its own line item. Hey Nick, real quick, on utility bills for say the weed, how do you do it? Do they get their own bill? How do we allocate utilities to the weed fund to 2140?
Blackfoot bill or
Yeah, that's probably
Oh, your phone
Blackfoot or.
we just,
do you have
we allocate
your
it.
phone bill from
split it
Blackfoot?
up. They don't get it.
That would be.
That shouldn't be
We don't get it.
$2,400 a year.
We allocate it like we do everybody else.
How is that? Explain it to them.
I would have to go get a bill.
Go grab one. Okay. Because they would
Well,
like
we were
to
just
see-
wondering if there was a big jump, because we
It
went,
actually-
Well, see, before, everything was lumped into supplies.
Yeah.
Everything was shoved into supplies, and now they're trying to break some
Well,
of this out.
I think it happened before me. These
Yeah.
utilities started to be broken out, but that is a huge. I mean, 'cause
yeah,
if the only thing,
that just kind of, I mean.
if the only thing you have is, I mean, it's a Blackfoot, like one phone, that does seem crazy. So, are you getting Black Mountain up?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Is
Verizon. We need black, probably black, but.
Have you looked in their fund to
Oh,
see
yeah,
what claims?
to see what's coming out of their utilities.
Have you,
Yeah, that one account
have
number.
you looked, okay, let's go to their fund. Let's run a detail ledger query on that object code and see what it is. First, let's see what companies it is.
What's their fund?
So, it's 2140, 431100, and 340. Or we should have done more than a month maybe, but. Town of Superior. Let's do it for more than a month.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Maybe we're paying the water bill for the entire library, I don't know.
Should we do it all year for just all of us?
Yeah, 07
Sure.
to 15.
Do you
all
suppose
year.
that's what it is the internet for the whole building?
What was the fund again?
2140
Oh,
and 431100, 340. So I wonder if it's the water bill, and so now it's all going to weed.
Water sewer, water sewer. Look at that.
So the phone,
And Blackfoot.
this phone is like $243. So that's still kind of a lot. That looks. It doesn't look right to me. Let's look at. Let's write down a claim. Let's go look at a claim.
Let's do
31146
and
31100. Can I see? So, okay, so Blackfoot. So it's just the phone. It's not cell phones or anything. Just phones. So like the weed is getting charged like $238 a month. But really, you just have one phone, maybe half a phone.
Well, unless we're paying all the phones in the office, which is 3 lines,
So let's
fax
see.
line.
So then we go 2140.
But still,
That's an awful lot for, we'll go back to telegraph.
yeah, smoke signal,
So how do you do it? How do you find?
such a rip anyway.
Name all of the, so these are all the.
Like I say, it just really surprised me to
How do
go
we
up
pay for internet?
that much.
That's what I was wondering, if the internet's tied in with that.
Internet's tied in.
It's all those
and
calls you
also-
make to Nigeria.
It could be.
So are we picking up the
This is.
library and everybody's
Here's
phones
extension.
Long
and
distance.
internet?
So this
That's-
is
that's a
extension,
bigger bill.
but that's
That's
not
awful
going
generous
to
for
weed.
of us.
No.
Yeah.
It is nice of
So
you.
anyway-
Well, it's
And
because
this
you're
is
making
how-
all that money off.
That's right, yeah.
They got wind of that.
They're on to me. And it's not like any of that is new.
All of these ones get split. So what I do is the ones that say split, I split, and then I subtract that one out of there. And then all of these get split up between each person. Weed gets 2 of these.
Weed gets 2.
They get
How do you
2.
see, so how do we keep going? So where's weed? So airport. So somehow they've split it out quite a bit. The bill did.
One for weed,
I don't think I want to
there's
be
another one for weed. So all they get is that split amount, plus the long distance.
So the long distance was that $1.80 and that $8.90. And then they get the split amount just for having a phone.
They
Kind
get
of.
2 split amounts, just because that's what it is.
That's just what you were told, yeah. I wonder why too. So this is how it looks. So it looks like departments are broken down on the bill
Mhm.
by a lot. And so your charge for long distance, which was like in June, it was $1.10 and $8.90.
Okay, so we're $10.
But then they take the overall, like the rest of the bill, and then they divide it by,
Rest of the bill for the whole county?
15.
I think so.
That's crap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's stressful for the whole county, and then it's divided into units, and then people are assessed units, like the commissioner, they're assessed, it's wrong. Let me just say it's wrong for you, for sure. Cause there's no way, I mean, the commissioners are assessed 1 unit, and a unit is $114. But the weed is assessed 2. You're assessed $114. It doesn't make sense to me.
Weed gets 2, I was always told.
That weed gets 2.
I even have the cheat sheet from
Why would they
Stacy to
get,
go off of.
why, I wonder why weed would ever get 2. I mean, they're just so small. I don't know.
Was that, so like where we split the admin assistant? Are you picking her phone up?
Let's see, cause we're also doing,
Maybe.
maybe,
How much does the extension show? Is there one split there, or?
extension doesn't get any. Extension.
So Kevin, do you wanna go back and revise your
I really
remarks?
like this system you're doing.
Apparently we're paying,
Extension only pays long distance.
So Dennis
I'm
wants to
paying
strike
all
from
the,
the earth.
all
You're
the
paying,
phone.
you're paying for 2 units. I don't know if it's it's not per phone. You're just paying 2 units.
Maybe that's the fax and the phones?
Well, we've got the 3 phones, the fax, and then we have internet. And so I don't understand how, that's the office. And so
Yeah, so
if we
it
split
just-
it out,
just
we've got
surprised me to
economic
suddenly come out
development, we've got
$2,800.
vertebrate
It's
pest,
like,
we've got weed management,
cow.
we've got community development block grant, we've got Mineral County Office of Economic Development.
Well, let's-
We've got the 4-H, we've got, so,
Let's find a different way to to report it at then, or to bill it to.
I mean, because when you sent out the original budgets, and I saw that, so then I cut it back to 500, looking at the historical trend, and then I
went
see,
back
and
up.
then you bumped it back up to 2,800. So I mean, in the current budget scheme, I'm fine with that. I just wanted an explanation as to why all of a sudden it was 2,800 and what exactly I was paying for.
They stopped
So-
doing that because they didn't, complain about it, then that adds, a little bit more to
The units.
everyone else.
Yeah, it's funny, like, that's just interesting. So, yeah, so I think obviously I think we should move around our units, like, it depends on the best place. Can we take it from CDBG? Can we take it from extension? Can we take, I don't know. We'll have to look into, I'll write it down and we'll look into,
Yeah.
I'll talk
Like
to you.
That was
I'll
that was
talk
just
to you guys about
Where
it.
it's more fair to.
And
it
then-
just kind of came as a shock as to
And then I think also
what.
we can journal voucher some of that money out of there once we figure out how many units we really want to charge the weed and fix it.
How many are the health department?
because I haven't budgeted for $2,000 in my extension budget.
That's because they only charge you long distance. It's like
Right.
$10
But if
a
that's
month.
gonna suddenly change, and now I've gotta
Did you
look
hear
at
that?
Emily's
Yeah.
phone
She said
plus
multiple
my
over
phone
20
plus
minutes.
long distance, that's gonna blow mine out of the water.
And they have 7 lines.
Dave talks a lot more than
Apparently.
Oh, he
I
does.
can go grab like
Actually, you've
Casey's
been paying
notes
for Kevin's
on how
all
to
these
do
years,
that,
now he
though.
gets paid for yours for 10 years.
I don't think we need phones, I really don't like the idea of phones.
I don't like the idea of phones or computers anymore.
Right.
Let's just get rid of them.
That's so funny. Okay, I think it's funny that you get 2, and then Kevin has
Kevin
none.
gets,
And the health department has one.
And the health department just has 1.
Oh
well, see, he doesn't pay any rent, he just sort of exists.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
he's
all it
just
is.
there.
Maybe that's how, yeah.
Get even.
I used to live in a broom closet underneath the stairs, and now I'm.
We can blame it on He Sharon. He doesn't pay any of Emily's hours, he doesn't pay for
Somewhere-
her at all, but he sure uses her.
That's right.
We can blame it on Sharon. Sharon did that.
Somewhere on the river, on the lake, where I know she's fishing today, her ears are burning and she knows it's you. She'll come for
The
you.
reason they're burning is because she's not wearing her sun hat.
It's gonna be her one good ear, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll look
All right,
into
so,
that.
yeah.
And we'll fix it. We'll do something with that because it doesn't seem equitable at all.
But the commissioners get 1 and we have 1 phone. Is it by, yeah, that doesn't make any.
Yeah, we don't know what that unit
What the unit represents.
represents, or.
Probably should be charged on per phone. Per line.
Remember, weed gets 2.
gotta show Dave. Show Dave.
I don't wanna see
He's
that.
gonna die.
What's it say?
It just has all these funds and everybody's fine, and then it just says, remember, weed gets 2. Right on the thing.
Man,
And you get the difference always.
and that's a big bold print. Were those Cal-Ans?
And it's initialed KC right below that.
Weed gets 2 and any overage.
And you get the balance.
I'm following directions.
Were those Cal-An directions?
We were just
doing what
She's
she's
a
told.
4-H mother. I'm gonna seek vengeance on a 4-H mother.
This was done by Case, but it was at somebody's direction. Somebody told her to do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Weed will get difference always. This is like, look at, you gotta say like, weed, remember
Yeah,
it's
it's-
2. And then weed will get the difference always.
In big, bold, in big capital letters.
So Dave will fix it.
I'm like the whipping boy.
If that's the only
So
thing
if
bad
we
that happens to you today, you're good to go.
If we can fix that, that actually would really help clear up that negative, and it would help, it would be good.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it doesn't, we'll have to figure it out. Okay.
That is funny.
Thank you
And,
so
and I
much.
and I take it that that you adjusted that salaries to where it should be based on Mike and I's times and rates and everything.
That's funny.
Were
I
they
did.
hang on
I
to
did
stuff?
exactly what we talked about. So
Good
I,
job,
I
Nicole.
Took, what did I do?
And then all those, and then the corresponding numbers come down their percentages, which I always hate figuring because
That's right.
zero,
So
zero,
I
zero,
did.
zero.
I did 50% of Michael Lee's, or your
Yeah.
assistant, or I'm not supposed to say names.
Oh, okay.
It's 50% of his time under noxious, 50% under weed, and then 50% of your time, which is, halftime,
Right.
under weed.
Right.
So yeah, that's how I did that.
Cool. So yeah, everything else on there, I mean, look good to me.
Okay, well, I'm so glad you asked about the utilities. I really am. I mean, I'm happy you asked.
Well, like I say, it was confusing. I think this is the first year we've ever seen the utilities. So, and then it was
Yeah.
nice to have those multi-year
had
actuals
you look.
because I'm checking.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really at $2,700 for what?
Uh-huh.
Start turning the lights
That's
off.
probably because why you went from 30,000 down in supplies down to.
That could be. That
5,000.
could be.
Huh. Okay.
Well, no, in 12,
Yeah.
13, that we just swapped the.
Yeah.
That was when they
So
first introduced that having the chemicals come out of
the
as
other
ag.
thing,
for-
since you have a truck, is we're actually doing a separate object code. It's called fuel supplies.
Okay.
And so right now your fuel is going under 210 supplies.
Yeah, that's where we've been taking it out.
Okay.
Of, so
So how much out of your $3,000 budgeted is 50% of it fuel, or I guess I'd like to break it out a little more.
I don't know. I just looked at the fuel bill and signed off on it, and I didn't even really look at the amount. Probably 300, 2,600. Yeah, probably about 50%.
Okay.
Between three different rigs.
Okay. So I'll add fuel supplies for 1,500, and then I'll reduce that to 1,500. Your regular supply line.
Or should we be taking it out of vehicle maintenance?
No, vehicle maintenance, I think you misunderstood. When I was talking to public safety,
Yeah.
they had it all in vehicle maintenance. That's where they were putting their fuel. They were putting their fuel in vehicle maintenance.
Well, I would maybe take
Fuel was everywhere.
take 1,000 out of vehicle maintenance and just 1,000 or 2,000 maybe out of supplies.
Okay, so how do you want it to end? So supplies.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. We're looking at $1,500, right, out of there.
That's what we were thinking.
Okay, so yeah, let's take 1,000 out of vehicle maintenance and 1,000 or 500 out of supplies.
Okay.
Make up a new fuel line item, and then we'll start looking for that. And
Okay.
because I mean, we go for during the summer, of course, when we're using them the most, and then they sit all winter long, so there's no fuel really. It's And it depends upon if we're running all 3 rigs or just 2 or what, so.
How many vehicles do you have?
2 trucks and then 1 UTV.
Oh. Do you need both trucks? Tim Reed needs a truck, so we're trying to find
He
Tim.
doesn't want the other truck, does he?
So we were thinking
Well, the
of,
red truck that we got from the
We were thinking of
road guys,
Sherry.
it cleaned up really well.
Oh, I
It's-
forgot that. I
yeah,
was thinking of the other one.
It's,
before.
yeah, no, not the big white truck, the water truck, no. Yeah, no, that, I just need to arm wrestle Tommy and get my parking spot back for the winter to put the white truck under, out of the weather, so.
so maybe Tim could use that one in the winter, so he can.
They could use it in the winter, sure.
Yeah, right.
Well, maybe. You had a tough time getting it out. It's quite the snow berm in front of it.
Oh, I bet. Okay, very good. So I'll look into our utilities and make those changes and.
Okay.
Very good.
You can jump right into 2840, I mean, that's kind of
Sure.
a no-brainer, because that's all grants.
Yeah, that one's kind of easy, really.
There's really nothing to be done with that, because it's.
There's actually
yeah,
nothing.
Out of our hands.
I
so.
don't even think we need to look at it. It balanced. It was really good.
And 2330, which is vertebrate pest, is kind of the same way. It's just stuff goes out, stuff comes in. It's a pretty small amount.
You can see it on the summary page that we're budgeting, or Dave's budgeting 900 and budgeting to spend 900, and I think that one seems fine also. All right.
So those are the easy ones.
What's the hard ones?
Stage is set.
Okay, hit it.
You want me to do it, or are you gonna?
No.
Who's doing?
I've already.
Which one are we doing for? Are we doing
Extension.
extension 2290? Page 17. In revenue.
I think we got that. Did you get that?
I think that's this page here. I'm looking at this piece here, which is the piece of this one.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Revenues compared to expenditures.
Budget versus actual.
We're looking at this now, so we're looking at this one.
So this one. Yeah.
But we're looking at the revenue side.
Oh, this one. Okay.
But the revenue side, if you don't have it, it's. And then the other thing is. What else do you have in that? What do you have behind that?
CDBG.
Okay, so you did, okay, so that's kind of old. There was another email that I sent out. Looks like Dave printed out his thing.
This is off of your email. And then I went in and printed the reports right out of Black Mountain.
Oh, you just wrote on it?
Yeah, because I couldn't figure out how to
Okay.
enter my data.
Very good. Okay then. So on the revenue side, I'll just talk about that real quick.
Okay.
The revenue side, once again, we're assuming the same number of mills are levied and the same mill value, so that could change. State entitlement, you didn't get any last year, and we didn't budget for any. It's so the only revenue coming into the extension service is the taxes. Some motor vehicle tax, whatever. $49,000. So let's look at expenses. 2290. Page 23. Thank you. So you want to look at this overall too, because right now our budget is upside down, right? We're budgeting more in expenses than we are in revenue. All right. You going?
Yeah, keep going.
Keep going. Okay. I wasn't sure. So salaries, it was however I can't even remember now how it was budgeted, to tell you the truth. It's 75% Emily. And how is it budgeted? And let's see, is that all?
Well, then there's,
Yeah.
extension picks up
So we have 7?
half of Dave's and half of mine.
Yeah.
So there's steno salaries at the bottom, extension agent up top. And that's based on 65% of Stacy's clerk and
So
recorder's salary.
So the salary is the 18,720. That's for the administrative assistant for
Correct.
extension, and then the 28,000 is for the portion for Dave and Kevin.
Right, and the
Yeah.
22,184 that I had entered in there before speaks to the $1 increase for that position since the probationary period has been filled.
Oh, I don't have a choice. Okay.
So that's why
So that needs
number
to
is there.
change.
Well,
Okay.
I can see where we're headed, so I'll hand out my,
So the rate after probation, so the rate after probation, so I didn't do anybody's wage increase at all. So it should be 13. I need to readjust it to 13.
so take one down, pass it around. Here's 2 more to hand to you.
All right.
Cohorts, this
Okay.
is my proposal.
Oh, thank you.
Charlie's, whoops, here. Take them on. So, given the narrative on the front, we'll start out with the extension service budget. Last year's budget, 2015-16, $59,062. This year's initial proposed budget that I put in was $56,791. I've reworked it, and that's what the rest of the page includes, down to where extension's budget would be $46,589. That's a cut of $12,473 from last year. This proposal, currently Emily Park's position, or the administrative assistant's position, is currently 75-25, 75% extension, 25% economic development. This proposal changes her pay to 50% extension and 50% economic development. That's a cut of $5,502 to the extension budget. This proposal also eliminates my capital outlay. We're at 0. So that's when we got a new copier when the roof fell in. Our computers are getting up there. So I don't know. We don't have too much else, but anyway, we're hanging out there. Reduces our supplies to $1,000 from $1,600. That's another $600. Cuts line 330 publications, legals and dues to $750 from $1,000. That's another $250 out. This reduces last year's budget by $12,473. And also I cut another $10,202 out of what I had initially turned in. The one that's carrying this extension proposal, and I feel like I need to talk about this and economic development at the same time, because one's carrying the other, which I don't like. Attachment B, I got in bold letters there, no tax revenue goes into this fund. This is a fixed fund, and it's only monies that I can garner from somewhere else that keeps this thing going, or monies that we can get through grants or something else. It's a dead end hole. This revision picks up the other quarter time of the steno salary from the extension budget and increases from from 6240 to 13650. It increases operations of the economic development budget from 37,000 to 44,000. Working capital drops from 413 down to 405. The 405 is the amount of money that we have to lend, and it's also used as a reserve to sustain the fund. As in the previous years, the operations budget was $45,036. This past year, I only spent $12,128 of that amount. So So there's $33,000 that I never touched in that economic development budget that was budgeted. So I intend to manage the fund in the same manner. There's also the, I guess you call it windfall or whatever you want to call it, additional funds to economic development. They've gotten a grant, it's a CTIP grant it's called, it's a federal grant to create local capacity in rural communities. Marie Hirsch came over from Lake County Community Development. They offered us $2,000 to cover Emily's salary for May and June of this last year. And you'll see that $2,000 come back in a little bit. They've also offered us $12,000 in the upcoming year to offset expenses to the economic development budget. So as you can see up there, I spent roughly $12,128 last year out of the ED budget for operations. And this year we have found $12,000 to come into that budget to offset operations. So it should almost be a wash. Can't guarantee it, but it should almost be a wash. As I said earlier, Emily has completed her probationary period. Her exemplary performance far exceeds our initial expectations. Her starting probationary hourly wage was $12. It was agreed upon when we started the search to fill the position that the probationary wage would be $12 and the final rate would be $13 upon successful completion of the probationary period. These figures in my proposed budget include that amount. Finally, on attachment C, if you could turn to that, please, you'll see the, so I have a negative cash at present of $1,648.89. I'm proposing that the $2,000 that comes in to cover Emily's salary, since extension covered at that point 75% of her salary, $1,648 of that money when it comes in, go back into this fund to zero out that negative cash balance. Then you can see the proposed expenditures of $46,589 in the extension office. I'm asking for 5% reserve instead of a 10%, which gives the reserve $23,2945, which gives me a positive cash balance, ending cash of $173.55.
Excellent. What a nice job. I think it's great when people are more proactive like that instead of just not coming up with any good suggestions.
Well, I would like to add the final paragraph on the front page, if I could, if you would please just pay attention to that. These measures fit the current need to reduce overall spending. However, it places the extension service budget in an absolute base position. There is no more. This also increases the use of economic development budget to support the basic operations in general. For this year, there is soft money that will lessen the impact of this practice. While there's potential for funds in coming years, at present there is no firm commitment of future funding beyond the usual anticipated revenue in the 2942 Economic Development Fund. I say all this to precede this conversation next year and ask you to recall the depth of these cuts when this question occurs again. Because anymore, I'm afraid, I don't really like spending the ED budget, and I'll do what I can to make sure that that isn't impacted. But I really, that's kind of my fixation, is to make sure that that thing is safe, secure, and it's there for the people of Mineral County.
Right.
And
The main purpose for it is
really-
to lend to people.
I
not
really
to-
hate to expend it.
I agree.
Where are your wages coming out of?
My wages come out of, they come out of half of this, of the extension agent, line 110, 13 or 14,000 comes out up there. The other half is Dave. And then my wages come out down here on salaries, the 13,000. On the very bottom, 110, 47,033, 331 of the CDBG budget. So half mine comes out of CDBG and half mine comes out of extension. See at the very, very bottom, it's got a line through it down there. It's a wash.
Okay.
Then I had a question on that last page,
Which one?
this last final page here that I did.
Oh, that you did, yes.
There's another 2942 down there, CDBG economic, with a cash balance of $16,190 in it.
Where is it?
Right there, that orange
Third
piece
bar.
right there.
Uh-huh. Oh, see, oh, I see, you just did that one fund, mm-hmm.
Because I had a question about it. Why is there only a cash balance of $16,000 in a $450,000 account?
That would be the silly. So it's assuming, let's assume we did our budget exactly how we budgeted. So we started the year with 408,000.
Okay.
We're going to get in 71,000. That's what we were saying we were going to get in.
Mhm.
And if we spend everything, because we're budgeting that whole working capital, which we have the option of doing, you could lend all of it out in 1 year. If you spent everything exactly how it was budgeted, it would leave you with $16,000. That's all that's saying.
Oh, okay. So,
Does that make sense?
yeah. No,
Now,
it makes sense to now that it makes absolutely no sense, so.
so all this is it's just projecting that ending cash if we
Okay.
do everything according to
Okay,
budget.
Okay, thank you, that helps. Then I had another question on 2372. There's 47310, it's on page 36 of your documents, I think.
2372?
Correct.
The permissive medical levy.
How come economic development has a line item of $2,225 in health insurance?
Economic development. So certain things, you know,
That fund should not be charged for anything.
so there's certain funds that are, I just was consistent with what has been being done. We can override any fund, like, how it works is everything, health insurance is expended out of the fund that payroll is expended unless we override it. And in most funds, we've overrode it to come out of permissive levy. But for some reason, there are several funds going through when I was doing the budget, that were not, like the road fund, they pay their employees out of their fund. They don't pay it out of permissive. But let's look at it. What fund is it? It was at 2942?
72.
2372.
No, I know that one. What's the fund you're saying? Is it 2942?
Economical development, whatever that is, so.
It's,
You know, I got that.
2942.
it's account
20
470210.
2942, right?
Is the economic development
Yeah.
account,
And
yes.
then that's where we're saying we're paying for some health insurance. out of
Right.
it. So that's gonna be up to, I don't see any health insurance.
Right, that's why does it show up on that thing?
No, so this isn't one of those funds that actually is like that. So if you look actually at, if you look at page 60 of the expenditures, and you look at CDBG economic development, you can go down and you'll say, oh, there's no health insurance here. They're paying some PERS. Maybe is that what you're thinking?
I'm just trying to justify that $2,240.
This is
on
out of the
that
permissive
page.
medical levy.
Right.
So if you were to run a whole query on the permissive medical levy, you're gonna find every single account, commissioners, public safety, everybody, because that's where all of that health insurance is charged to, with
Yes.
some exceptions.
If you see
So
up,
pull it up.
yeah, if you see up at the top, it says permissive medical levy.
So go to,
But
let's
This
just show.
is coming out of that.
This isn't coming out of your CDBG.
Okay.
This
It
is
gets-
coming out of
Thank you.
permissive
It gets
medical.
That
applied
was
to
my
CDBG.
concern. Okay.
Or again, I mean, it gets applied to an employee.
It
that's
applies to
hired
the
through-
employees that are
And
paid out.
it's just, the fund,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
yes.
That was my
And if
concern.
you were to run a query, you'll see a whole bunch of
I
accounts.
did, and I just isolated that one for the sake of discussion.
Yeah, but it's not coming out of that fund.
Thank you.
Just account.
Okay, that was my question. That's why the
However,
question-
some funds actually do pay their own health insurance, but that isn't one of them. No, I don't think we need it.
Who
I
is
think
one
we're
of
good.
them?
What's that?
Who is one of them?
Road.
Oh, really?
I find that interesting. Like, we wouldn't have to do that necessarily. We could definitely, we'll talk about it. And grants. As many grants as we can pay for it also. What else, gentlemen?
Does that work?
I think that was one of the best presented presentations of the whole 2 days. It's very,
Well, thank you.
yeah.
Did it lighten the mood with the laughter of Dave giving charge for?
And that was pretty funny. 2 times,
Utilities,
no matter
twice.
what.
2 times, no matter what.
Yeah,
Plus
and
the
give them the
extra.
ballots.
Plus
Yeah.
the
He
extra.
thought all his snide comments had just been sliding along.
Yeah.
And no,
So we'll fix that. And
bet.
we'll,
Or just find a better way of explaining it as why.
I don't think I can.
Well, if we had
I
more
don't
like them in the health department, we would
I
have a lot.
know. It could be great.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't
It'd
sit
be-
still for you, I was on a mission, but now that I know it was one of the best presentations,
It was.
I'm really,
Between them and the health
Mary
department.
taped it.
it's-
You can watch it on
Oh, I
YouTube
can watch
in
it.
about
Yeah, it was good.
a week or two. So
It was very good. So,
Yes, thank you.
anyway, I'll let you know on, the utilities and stuff. And then, just so you guys know, do you know the dates of our next budget meetings? And so, on August 12th, we're just doing a work session at 1 o'clock. You guys are invited, but we're not setting times for any departments.
So is that when it's finalized? Is
No.
that-
No, so August 12th, it's a work session at 1 o'clock. August 26th, it's a work session at 1 o'clock. Work session.
Yeah, what are we working on?
We are working the budget to get it to balance, to make sure we don't end the year with negative cash.
Yep.
So there's more work to do
Yes,
for us?
no,
Oh.
but you could pop in if you want.
but you're
Yeah, or-
invited for sure to come
But September 2 is the big day.
and, yeah. Mhm.
September 2nd's final.
And I guess this is all new to me, so.
It's all new to all of us, Kevin, we're
Well,
actually getting the
so-
budget out in time.
Is that a suit and tie thing, or what are we doing?
Yep,
A ribbon cutting
maybe.
ceremony? What are we doing?
Yeah, why don't you bring a suit and tie,
Do
we
I
can
need to
compare
prepare a
ties. Kevin.
eulogy, or
Maybe.
Yeah.
I wanna
Yeah,
see-
you might
I
wanna
wanna
wear
see
that.
rich
cheerleader?
man in a
What are
suit
we
and tie.
doing here? Cheerleader, smoke dance?
Smoke dance.
bad enough Donnie Warren's got to wear one next week.
Really?
Gotta wear
For what
what?
reason?
Suit and tie. He's going down. He and John are going down to the American Legion shooting competition.
Oh.
And they have a banquet dinner, and they told him expressly that he had to wear a suit
That he
and
had
tie.
to. Oh
And
my.
Donnie's trying to borrow one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So the September meeting is,
Final budget approval.
At 1.
We don't have a
We don't
time
have
on
a
that.
time for that yet. Just a day.
No time, just a day.
TBD.
We could just set a time so we could tell, but.
so is the 13, I'm hoping would be retroactive to July 1?
Whenever she gets her year.
She got her year back in June, but she was okay with July 1.
Oh, then yes. So, just let Charlie have that HR person?
Okay.
So,
Are
yeah.
you who am I talking to?
Yeah.
I don't want to get bit, but who am I talking to?
Yeah. So we just need to let, the HR just needs to let, Nicole know that, you know, they've successfully met their probation period and we need to give them a rate or, you know, their increase retroactive to July 1. Just need to send an email or something, so.
I'll
she
do it
has-
right now.
So she has
Oh,
direction,
okay.
so she knows
Okay.
what to do.
Okay,
And you can't, that has to be done. It was part of her agreement, so.
well, that was part of our agreement with the position, and she walked into the position, so
Yeah.
it was done even prior to
I
her.
can't imagine not doing that. That was when she was hired. I mean, unless you guys think,
We should probably talk about it at another time if you're thinking anything different. Until then, we'll just move forward with the, I think, because
Well, if it was, I mean, that was, it's in the minutes that that's what we decided,
Right.
and that's what we have to do.
Well, it's what we put out as a condition of employment.
That was the contract she signed with.
And it was 6 months or 1 year?
6 months.
And that's standard, what we.
Well, and what we
typically-
did, we didn't count
Yeah.
the time she was training as part of her probationary
Okay.
period. It was when she was in the chair by herself,
Right.
so
That
that
started
part
then.
didn't count. So she actually was
Okay,
8 months on the, or 9
Right.
months on the books before she gets her raise. incremental increase, whatever you're supposed to do.
Yeah, the off probation, yeah.
Okay, done.
Thank you.
All right,
Good.
thank you very much.
All right. So, do you have your budget printed out? You did, you found it and got it printed out, the revenue side and the, good. Okay. Excellent. So we'll start with library revenue. Fund 2220.
Page 11, Dwayne.
All right.
He's better with pages than he is fund numbers.
I'm sorry, sir, what is your name?
Tom Olding.
Tom Olding.
Olding.
So, Guna and you guys, what we do is we, so the first thing, kind of the process is we look at revenues first to make sure that they're not overstated or anything, to make sure we skew our budget at the end. So we can just go down. One thing to consider though is at this point, the tax revenue in your fund, it's based on prior year mills, and that could change because they may have to allocate mills differently. And it also could change because the mill value still hasn't been finalized. We don't have that. And so you know that, all that
I
good
know that.
stuff. I know. I know that really well. So, yeah. So anyway, so that whole tax revenue part is still in flux, I guess. And then we come down to your revenues. This is kind of, after that, it's kind of, it'd be what you estimated. You know, and it all seems reasonable to me. Nothing stands out as, you know, overinflated. So I think we're good with revenues. We can look at expenditures.
I'm assuming Did you need to tell?
entitlement share has all been moved back to the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay.
Did you need to talk about the state entitlement portion?
We lost
Yeah,
that.
we lost
essentially.
that.
Brenda knows, and I did skip
Oh,
over
she
that, and
know-
I'm
okay.
sorry, but
I noticed, yeah.
But Brenda, yeah, so, so state entitlement, it has been allocated to many funds over the past several years. And,
Erroneously.
and it doesn't have to be allocated that way, and it really shouldn't have been. So, anyway, you'll notice this year that you're not getting that revenue, and it is all back in the general fund.
How should it be allocated?
It's by
all
choice.
supposed to
It can
go?
be by choice, but most, you know, even the town, not all of it goes to the general fund.
Yeah.
All of it, but it goes into the funds that are the governmental funds.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're putting it all in
Into the
general.
general
So it goes in the general fund, and then by statute, we have to give some to special districts that are required for a minimum amount. So,
It's not us.
but you, no, it's not you.
Aren't we lucky?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
I understand where it went.
Yes. Anything else on revenue? Yeah, if I missed anything or if my numbers were input wrong.
Those are the numbers I gave.
Okay.
Yes, I gave. I guess you took that.
Yep.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
It can go up and down depending on your appraisal.
Yeah.
It
Right.
can go up and down the year. So, okay. Okay, so over to.
Good with revenue. Okay, let's go to expenses.
17.
Page 17.
Yeah.
You're already ahead. Look at, you are on it, Roman.
I have to so I can tell Dwayne.
Yes.
All right, page 17.
It's page 7.
I'm not sure if we have the same page number.
Pretty
Yeah,
well
okay,
wore
good.
out. Another
Okay.
week, yeah.
Yeah.
And so what I did, Guna, is I took your estimated pay rates and hours and what we discussed, and I calculated that figure, that 51,175. It doesn't include, just so you know, you may have had a bigger figure, but it doesn't include any pay rates at this time.
Right, I understand that.
So it's probably a little bit less than maybe the figure you had, and that's why.
It is.
Because it doesn't include any pay rates. So,
That's why I'm not worried about that.
yeah, so salaries, and then you can, and then I just allocated based on percentages. So you can start at supplies at object code 210. so if you want, you could start there, your last year's actuals were 8,220, you're budgeting 9,000.
So are you expecting a school line item here when the board is actually autonomous from the commissioners? And the board's the one who, if you give us the number of what we need to look at.
I guess the thing is do you want to offer up any decreases at this point?
I'm thinking of what kind of decreases are you looking for?
So if we look at our overall, how is the library looking?
Because that's where I'm looking here. So I'm looking across this line item up here.
So if everything is consistent, if the commissioners decide to give you the same amount of mills they did last year, if we reserve nothing, even if we say we get rid of that and just go start the year at zero cash and end at zero cash, you're still gonna end with negative cash. You're still gonna have, what is that, about $3,100 in negative cash. So just to balance the budget, you may wanna offer something up.
Right, and I understand that. I'm just kind of trying to gauge
where it's hard to say.
Right. Because ending in negative cash is gonna make it that they have no cash to run the deal, and who's gonna pay for a loan and for interest on money for their payroll? If they go into July with zero cash, even
Or
with
even
negative,
zero.
I'm saying zero.
Even with zero, it's.
But if this is a library board, library fund, and they pull the money from general fund, they pull it from anywhere else to do that, legally, it's a loan.
Oh,
And
I
it
know.
should be,
Oh, I know.
there should be all kinds of stuff with that.
I know.
So that's what I'm saying, because that would be hard to pay back also.
Right,
So
once you
what
get
are
into
what are you
negative
looking
cash.
at for like reserves? This is what you're considering for the reserves right here? To kind of give them
I'm
a
just trying to be
safe.
Safe, just a
I
little.
understand that
reserve.
wholeheartedly. That's why I'm trying to figure out what's
Just a
we're
little
looking at.
reserve. So even if we did, what do I have, 5%? I mean, if we really want to end with 5% reserve, then we're looking at $7,547 we need to
To
fund.
cut.
Or cut.
So,
in the past, for many, many years, I think they've ran it, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, I haven't looked at the history that much. I'm not sure if they've had reserves for years for this particular fund.
yeah, I don't know either
I
on
don't
that,
know.
because I haven't been on the board that long.
But,
So I'm just trying to figure out, I'm thinking it's workable from what we've talked about, that we could easily do that number.
From this 89.
The 7,600. And then we can always look at ways if there's others, depending. I hate to see any services cut as possible due to the fact that, the library serves every class and a lot of lower economy class people that have no access to computers or any, training or anything else. They can do online classes in the library, they can do job searches in the library, you cut some of those services.
So are people
It
using the
affects-
library more for the computers now and less for books? Is that what you?
They use them for
They
both.
use them for both, yeah.
The circulation numbers are up too.
Because we opened up Saturdays.
And
also.
I've had numerous people say, please don't close it on Saturday.
Yeah, that is,
That's a good
and that's what we
tip.
were
Please
trying to
don't
make
close
sure
it
that
on
Yeah,
that
Saturday.
we
make sure, yeah.
do, that we don't close it on Saturdays. That's been a real big thing for people. So if that's what we're looking at is the 7,600 to cut, or maybe a little more to.
or even a little,
To be on the safe side, closer to maybe 8 or.
Yeah, because, there's other assumptions in that too, right? That means that every single thing, all of our revenue came in exactly as
Right.
anticipated and.
Which it never does.
Right. So,
So you're not budgeting though, you're not budgeting like 100% of the revenues or anything such as that. What are you doing, what for percentage?
for budgeted revenues,
Mhm.
we are estimating that we will get 100%, so we're estimating conservative for revenue.
100% is right, conservative?
It's not conservative.
No.
You're hoping it comes in at 100%.
For revenue?
Yeah,
For
for revenue.
which tax revenue?
Well, tax revenue I know is never gonna come in at 100%.
So all other
I'm talking
revenue.
about like non-tax revenues and stuff.
So we're budgeting it conservative.
Okay, okay.
And then we're assuming we're gonna get 100% of it.
You're
So-
hoping you do, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're.
Well, yeah, but we're budgeting conservatively. I
So
mean,
you're budget-
we're
so
not,
you're
we're
budgeting
not
like 90
budgeting high and then
Okay.
taking 90% of it. We're
Like,
just-
you're budgeting like 90% and hoping that 100 comes in.
We are budgeting revenue conservatively, assuming that we will get it all,
Oh,
because we're
yeah.
budgeting conservatively.
Right. Okay. 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 So you need us to essentially go back, sit down, look at all our numbers, and bring you back another number.
8,000 less.
If you, that's ideal.
So it'll be 81.
A little- If we,
If you
if we
guys, I
found a
mean,
little extra in there to
That
budget.
wouldn't hurt, right? I
It
mean, that
wouldn't
would be
hurt.
great.
Okay,
Okay, well,
That's a reasonable mission.
we can work on that,
Okay.
more than willing to.
That's fantastic. And I always just think it's better for you guys to work on it than making the commissioners cut things or.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it
where,
isn't-
You don't know.
yeah,
It isn't-
that's why I was trying to come
Yeah,
back and say,
because
let's
you
all
guys
do this
know-
line by line, because
Right.
you guys
better
don't
than
know
we
what.
And it doesn't matter
You're
line by
doing.
line, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
it makes
doesn't.
no difference, just
Yeah,
the
of
total.
course, yeah.
The total is what's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Yes, you can take that. Thank you. That's fine, I'm gonna go back to water budget.
Did we?
Technology, yeah, we caught up.
Great.
DFC, IT, CBA, Title III, Finance, HR.
Pretty much everything else that's left,
Yeah,
right?
something with Jessica Rabbit, Charles Standiford,
Yeah.
Sharman Thompson.
You wanna go, who, are you going first?
What's our funds, where are we starting?
We'll go with 4-1, it's general fund, so account 4-1.
And just
One.
expenditures.
Yep, their
Oh,
expenditures.
'cause we don't make much money, do we?
We don't
No.
know what our revenue is. so
What
we
page,
don't-
Sharon?
Page 1.
Page
That's
one.
easy. I know where that's at.
Dwayne went to St. Regis, he knows we're page 1.
Boy.
Oh,
You're really pushing it.
Oh, everybody knows if I don't give them a hard time, it means I don't
He
mean
hasn't
they're
even
like-
said anything all day.
I know. It's been kinda quiet. All right.
Okay, so let's, so there were some changes in the amounts and salaries because you guys were not allocated properly.
Oh, because we were.
You guys had 50% coming out of the road and 50 coming out of general, and that just wasn't gonna fly.
It's just not.
Isn't it supposed to be 1/3 out of the road for a commissioner?
No, it's not supposed to be anything. It's supposed to be what you actually do. So I talked to,
Oh,
you know, for the last couple of years, Nicole, your previous auditor, has kind of let it slide. The new auditor, no. He said no. So, you know, technically, how you have to allocate is you guys actually need to keep track of your time. And then once you keep track of your time, say for a couple months, we can say, okay, you know, we did this analysis and we think 30% of the time is reasonable to build to road. Since we haven't even done that, and 30% though is at least something that I could sell. You know, like that's reasonable. It's not excessive. Where 50%, there's just no way you could. It's just not reasonable.
So 30% of each of yours and 30% of mine is gonna come out of the road, and I talked with Jason, and he's aware, and, you know.
Oh, he's always aware of it. It's always been that way.
Yeah.
But it's just gonna be a little bit less than what has been allocated to the road fund in the past. Okay.
So on the supplies, I think that we can cut probably 3,000 or 3,500 from there. We don't need very much for supplies. You know, when we were setting Jessica's office up, we had bought in some stuff, so we have plenty, I think, to get through the year. I don't think we need any more. So I think, you know.
Want to take, so it's at 4 now, you want to go down to, what are you thinking?
I mean, I think we could go down to,
2?
I think we can go down to 1.
Well, even 1,500, I'm thinking.
1,500, okay.
That's, I mean, because you don't. Yeah, I mean,
1,500.
You never know what's.
Do two.
2?
Make it half, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that way you're safe. or
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to have, I mean, overspend it.
And then, travel and training,
What is hardware for 100?
I don't know.
What is that?
I don't know.
Let's make it 0, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, that can be 0.
Buy a hammer.
Maybe it was door locks.
Yeah. But I think postage does need to go back up to 200 because I'm mailing
Postage
way
too.
more stuff
Okay.
for, with the HR
Sure.
Yeah.
responsibilities and the safety stuff. There's more
Way
postage
more. I
going
wonder.
out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is 200 gonna be
Yeah,
enough?
yeah. I think that should be fine. I looked back on like publications, legals and dues. We pretty much spent across the board over the last 5 years about the same amount of money.
About the same, 6,000, so
Yeah.
keep it.
Yeah. I think legal services and consultant services should stay where it is. And then
Yeah.
I
Maybe
think
even bump that up a bit.
and I think travel and training, I think we can take some out of there. Lori and I can sit down and figure out exactly what you guys are gonna attend and what we're gonna,
Where it's gonna be.
but I think we
what
could
it's gonna
cut
do.
probably like 1,000 or 2,000 from travel and 1,000 from training because the Mako registrations and stuff are usually free, aren't they, Lori?
Oh, they charge.
No.
I don't know. I think 3,000 is probably good, Charlie.
I think it's $300 for a winter session.
Well, you haven't. The least you've spent in 4 years is 2,608.
Yeah,
I think
because it's in Billings this year.
Yeah.
So, and it's Sunday,
Okay.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so it'll be 3 nights. And then midwinter's in Helena, and it's usually 3 nights.
Okay.
And Roman will be going to the midwinter one too,
Yeah.
so.
I'll be off the road and ready to go to more of these things. But
Okay, I mean, it's your
We've heard of
your
it.
call.
Well, I mean, it's, yeah.
I think so.
Okay,
I mean, we can still sit down and figure out what it's gonna be,
yeah,
and
I
and
think
if
it's fine, you guys. I wouldn't.
Okay.
okay. And then, let's go to data
Let's
processing.
go to discretion. That was
Oh,
that's,
discretion?
Mhm. That's the one that needs to be looked at.
Jessica, I have a pending bar inspection. Could we do type 3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Got a hot date with a hot
I
bar.
was gonna say, he's gotta get to the bar.
Gotta get to the bar.
In my end of the county? In my end of the county?
No.
No?
Oh, I've been there on that one.
Because we have the best bars.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Title 3.
yeah,
Title 3. Title
Just gonna
3.
make it full. Let 'em know.
so Title III, how it's budgeted, we don't even need to look at it in here, but how it's budgeted is we take the cash, we budget our anticipated revenue, and then you budget all of the cash as if, just in case we decide to go crazy and we're gonna do every single project all in 1 year. So that's how it's budgeted, so it leaves us with 0 cash. So you have George and Tim here to kind of talk about how they want some of that Title III money for their projects. So you guys can help decide, how we're gonna budget. So go ahead, Tim, sorry.
What, you mean as in new Title 3? Or,
You're both here for old, I believe.
yeah.
Yep, you're both here for old.
So we have been producing atlases about now, before it was a less new, because we were trying to keep everything on the computers and update computers and do that, and that's kind of going by the wayside. That's only as good as the people that want to receive the information out there, and Frenchtown is pretty consistent about it, but other than that, there seems to be quite a bit less interest. So at this point in time, it's probably better just to produce a atlas out there. I did confer with Matt to some degree, and he thinks that it's about a 40-hour project to digitize all of the information, cross-reference it. He has to send it back and forth to us. So he's looking at about a $3,000 effort to put that together. And then the last couple times to do 120 of the atlases, it was $1,200, so they come run about $10 a piece. So we're looking somewhere around $4,200-$4,300 to produce an atlas every other year. It's not going to be an annual thing. The last one was produced in 2015. We would anticipate another one in 2017. So that seems to be justified for the amount of changes that we have in the county and being that part of it. So, but we've supplied those to Frenchtown, to all the fire departments, and as well as the Forest Service. They even go over the plains, because until we did the atlases, there was no structure points available to the Forest Service. I had no idea that there were people out there in the woods other than occasionally driving by, so I just wanted to make a request for, at least 2, maybe 3 years of funding for atlases, so that we wouldn't be dropping that until we maybe come up with some alternative method to cover those costs and so. Was that about 46,000 available in there? 20.
46, 52, 65.
Well, I suppose we should do some anticipation that inflation, cost of doing business is probably gonna go up, so. We wanna do round numbers, 5,000 a year and for 3 years and everything else. That's what I would like to at least propose to you, is have that reserved for, that would be more or less 5 years of future atlas. We're gonna do one within about a year, and then after that it'd be every 2 years.
This atlas be hard copy?
Right.
But you could also have it digital, so you could pass out a CD of it?
Digital and do that,
Okay.
so, yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, the fire departments have it on their computers, don't they, Tim? On their
Yeah,
laptop.
they're not real good at updating. We've tried this last LEPC, and I think
Really?
I'm the only one that
His
updated my
was the only
computer.
computer that, we were spending way too much money chasing around. We were having to go out to St. Regis and run over here. Now, the one that I'm gonna continue with and doing that is that Frenchtown, they like the data, they like it in their computer, they have people that use it, but that's just a stop on his way back and forth. But it's not dialing anymore, but Matt. So I'm intending to do site visits there when, gotta be a little bit careful about what he's doing. I know that he was updating the computer in the public health, obviously the courthouse ones, but he does through the town and the title company, but they're separate contracts. They pay for those. There's some extra contracts out there that he works on too, so just to cover those costs. But that isn't, gonna be part of this. This is just gonna be for the atlases. That other part, we're gonna have to kind of figure out how that's gonna work. So. But eventually, I think, there's a good possibility that he's looking at it right now to what you would say would be a cloud-based data, where basically people get passwords assigned to them. They can use that password, go there and access that, and their computer would be set up that they would just download the real current data right away like that. Fire departments, that's again, whether they might use them, but I know who's gonna use that is gonna be the Forest Service, because they have asked me for the last 5 years if we're ever gonna get to that point, so. That would be advantageous for them. And they could, we've done some pretty extensive road mapping out there that they could tap into too. So.
Well, I think that's a good proposal for that. I do. And maybe in the meantime, we can continue to work on the new Title III and see if we can't get that
idea.
I thought maybe if we got an opinion from our county attorney, maybe we could still use it. We'll see.
Hopefully, I've seen twice, that's on Danes's radar, that he's trying to get a better, wider, broader interpretation of that and stuff, so might be good to zing something off to him and
Yeah.
tell him our dilemma and
Yeah.
see if we
Danes,
can get
you
some-
said?
Yeah, Danes, he had the SRS official that was acting for the one that vacated the position and everything. She's the one that told me that Danes had requested that.
Yeah, I was at a meeting when he said he had.
greater
I remember him saying that.
So,
Cool.
one more, George, you can have it. Go to the bar.
I can have the rest.
To the bar. He's going to the bar.
Can I come with
Do
you?
we need a motion, you think?
We'll have to push it on an agenda, I think.
Put it
Yeah.
on the agenda and.
Yeah, it's not-
Oh, I don't think so. I think you just
Well-
budget for it.
Oh, really?
I think this is kinda, it's the unrestricted, it's just.
Yeah,
it's
it's,
just-
Yeah.
it's old money.
Yeah, I don't think we
Okay.
even had to advertise this old
No,
stuff.
we'll
did we?
just make sure we budget for it and put it on the right line item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the new stuff, you have to advertise that in
Right.
Yeah.
45 days.
That's what.
Okay.
So we're just new
Are you guys
establishment
thinking you
now.
want to budget for that then? We're good?
Oh, I
Should I
guess.
just do that right now?
Bootlegger?
Okay.
15,000.
Gotta get them.
15 or,
They're
Well, he
proposing
said
something
5
new, but-
times 3. Isn't that what you
Well,
said,
he's
Tim?
done some real
oh,
work on
because we're
that.
gonna do it for, we're gonna budget for 3 years. We're
Yeah.
gonna-
On the inside, all that woodwork in
All
there.
right.
Yeah, I did that, but I mean, no, the guy with the old Montana bar,
Yeah.
oh boy, he's done a job on that place up there.
Has he?
You still
I
haven't
haven't
found
been up
somebody to
there.
put a brewery in my gym.
Maybe I'll go tonight.
He went
Are
out
they
there,
open?
I can't help
I
it.
think so.
Are they open, Tim? What's that?
Are they open?
Yeah,
Go blame the Cantrells, it's their fault and stuff.
at the old Montana bar, they're open already, aren't they?
Huh?
No, up at the Montana bar up at Saltese.
So,
Oh.
geez.
So, Tim Reed, that's planning services contracted. It's gonna be like a planning service. I'm trying to find, but it's a contracted service.
The maps.
Yeah, and 15,000.
Yes, please. Yeah, they can't get the liquor license issued because they're like,
Oh,
you gotta pay off everybody before you get your license, but
That's the way it is.
you have it, so. Thank you.
Montana
Thanks.
Mafia.
My proposal, I gave all of you one and I gave away all those that I had, so I can't read
I
it to
gave
you
mine
unless
to
I borrow
Jessica.
one of yours.
Oh,
Could I remember?
Yeah,
the amount?
the
If you want me to,
request for communications funding.
yeah, if you want me to read it or you have it,
I don't know if I have it here. I think.
Dwayne gave it
I
to you.
gave it to you.
Doesn't mean I have it. Right here.
Charlie stole it.
Here we go. I may have it in here. I just didn't recognize it. Maybe.
Just so that I read it into the record, I suppose, from Montana Disaster and Emergency Services. The Communications Subcommittee of the LEPC has developed a draft emergency communications plan for approval by the LEPC and the Board of County Commissioners. This plan depends on the purchase, this draft plan as it's written now, depends on the purchase, deployment, and testing of 2 communications platforms defined in the draft plan. If remaining old Title III money can be utilized for this purpose, we request that the Board of County Commissioners authorize the expenditure of up to $22,000 to purchase the equipment listed in the attached list, install and stage the equipment, and test the equipment and operators in an exercise. The equipment list I gave you is one that they've gotten as good a price as they can on. It came to $19,930. We will not spend quite that much. I plan on cutting a couple things out of there, like the wall tents and some lanterns and stuff. There's some stuff I think I can get that we already have in the county to fill in there. St. Regis Fire has volunteered to provide storage space for it, a place where we can put it. I think that's a good plan because the primary utilization of this mobile unit would be on the west end anyhow. That's where we have the most problems with communications. The The other platform will be here in the Commissioners' meeting room, which is also our designated Emergency Operations Center. And I've stressed that it should be movable. If we have to go to an alternate EOC, we can pull it out of here. All we have to put up is an antenna and power and use it somewhere else. This is a very ambitious project, but our ham operators have really jumped on it and are working at it. They understand that they will need to form some sort of association in Mineral County to be our radio operators. I want at least one of them as a communications officer in the EOC when we activate it. Someone who knows how to operate it. The exercise portion, the reason I've asked for the extra money, I don't think Mineral County has done a full-scale exercise since, best my memory serves, is like 84 or somewhere in there. And we really should do an exercise so that we see how everybody responds to these things. Once we have this stuff purchased and in place, we would have a real good setup to do a full-scale exercise, and I'd pull in a lot of people from surrounding counties and so forth as evaluators and to help with it. So my proposal was for up to $22,000. This would be out of the old Title III money. If Jessica said she could check and see if it was allowed for this purpose, and then it would just be up to you. We talked about it once before, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys want to budget for that right away or think about that.
Well, I think the sooner we get it underway, I mean, some of this stuff we've talked about forever, and, you know, we have that LEPC meeting and that committee, and it's, when these fires hit, you know, it was just like clockwork. They went to work, and just like the fire departments. I watched Jerry on one of those wrecks up on the Joe a week ago, just 2 weeks ago. He operated just like clockwork. You know, volunteers, you know, you're going, wow, you know, but it really does pay to have this stuff in place when you need it. And, you know,
to have it in place and to have everybody, one of the biggest values of the LEPC is everybody in the county knows everybody.
Yep.
And knows what their function is and how to do it.
Yep.
And they
And
get
I
along.
think this will go with that. And we've got a lot of volunteer effort in this. The communications subcommittee is run by Bryce Nordstrom from Alberton. He not only volunteers and comes here once a month for that meeting and stays for the LEPC, but he does it on annual leave. He worked for the fire lab in the Forest Service, so he has
That's
to
cool.
take his vacation time to do this.
I'm curious if anything's over 5,000.
And I'd like to get him to where he can have
It's
a
all small stuff.
subcommittee meeting like once every quarter instead of every month. Cut a little less into his vacation time, but once we get the hams organized and get who's who, and the quicker, this is the kind of thing that they've got the impetus now. They've got the ball rolling. And if it took too long to have anything happen, then people start losing interest.
Yeah.
And I think once we get it in place, though, it will be enough fun for these ham operators that they'll really stay with it and keep working at it.
Yeah, I think it's.
Well, that and
something
there's
we
so
need to
many
move on.
places within the county that's, you have no service at all.
Yeah.
Well, just like even the one last year at
Yeah,
the Fish
at
Creek
the-
one, they set up their thing out there at Tarkio,
Yeah,
and there was no
they had one telephone
cell
line.
service whatsoever, so.
And this would work for that. And it's also a thing that 911 center in our communications plan is the sheriffs. And they dispatch all the others, the fire departments, the ambulance, everybody else. But once they're dispatched, these guys still have their job to do. They can't keep track of everything. So with this, using the Forest Service repeaters that we bought some time ago and have installed, we can take all that off the 911 center. All they have to do is dispatch us, we get there, everybody works on their own channels then.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good idea.
So budget, I'll put in the budget 22,000.
Any we don't use, we'll put back in.
Yeah, because that's that money we have to spend anyway, right?
No, this is old money.
This
is
we
old
can set
money.
on, but, and we still would have 10,000 in there. even after all that.
That's good.
Yeah, if we don't spend it all, I mean, it's still there.
Yeah,
That's right.
whatever he doesn't use.
Yeah. Okay.
I say go ahead on her, George.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll tell Bryce and the communications subcommittee to, now when could we start spending this money? When can they start buying this stuff?
Let me run it
Okay.
by our auditors
Will you
because
give me a
yes.
email to the effect that we can do it?
Yeah, let me just confirm it with them to
Okay.
make sure that
And,
they agree.
are we gonna run afoul of anything if we buy some of this stuff used? Those radios that I paid $4,600 a piece for in '03 and '04, you can buy for $300 and $400 on eBay now.
Wow.
Hmm.
I wouldn't think it would matter whether you bought it used or whether you
Yeah.
bought it new.
The
but
only time the
that's
procurement
just a
policy
guess.
gets in place is if I spend no more than 5,000 on one item.
That,
There's
the old
nothing on
Title
our
III
list.
money didn't have any restrictions on it. But
There's nothing on our list that's over $1,500.
I can't think of any,
so-
but I just, yeah.
I just
run it
wanna
by the
double check.
auditor
Yeah.
first, yeah.
Just want to double check that one.
Okay.
Yep.
But I'm sure it will be okay. But I just
Good.
Title III money just
Well,
makes
thank
me
you.
nervous.
I appreciate the
Thanks, George.
faith in these guys.
Well, that new stuff makes you frustrated.
The
Oh,
new
that
stuff.
was a question too, Jeff. What is the other, on the Title III dated,
Why is there two?
2010? There's 9249. The
So-
only thing that I can think of, remember Jerry Doctor's well?
So originally, what happened was when new Title III came out, they were at first you were going to have to keep it separate every single year. You were going to have to keep it separate, and so they were going to create a new fund every single year. And then right after that, then they turned around and said, "No, it's okay. You can put it all together.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter." So really,
So we got
I
one.
could just transfer that and clean it up,
And make it just
so
one
then it's
fund.
one fund and it just looks better and it's
Put
not
that in the old.
just. I'm sure nobody would notice.
I'll bet you we're the only county left in the state that has old Title
That has
III.
old, probably. I will transfer that. Just to clean it up. It'll be, yeah.
Thanks,
My
George.
turn?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thanks, George. Thanks for waiting.
No problem.
Okay, so
If I
back
get these guys
to,
project off, it's worth it. Wait.
Yeah,
Technology IT, huh?
we were on discretion.
yeah, we were on that.
Oh, we're on-
Oh, okay.
10,000 district.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we?
Well, you want my thoughts on that?
Yes.
I think that ought to be moved to legal.
I
do.
think so too.
Yeah.
I agree, so let's do that.
Okay.
Let me just find it.
Couldn't we, well, it doesn't,
And then,
it
yeah,
doesn't really.
it doesn't matter, but I like it better under
Okay.
legal, so make that 0.
Yes.
And then legal will go to 30. Okay. Now what else in the general fund?
Data processing.
Okay.
Data processing is a big one.
What number's out?
41, page 3.
So all of our software, hardware, everything comes out of this data processing, and we did it a little bit differently this year as we called all the departments and asked them, you know, what did they anticipate for software, hardware, any yearly subscriptions such as antivirus, any of those kinds of things. And then we just kind of lumped them all together. So Black Mountain Software it's like $50,000 a year, so that's a big chunk of change. DIS sent us, and I think it might be in your old binder, so you might not have it anymore, but sent us a spreadsheet of their thoughts on the budget. Nothing out of the ordinary, but like the health department needs a new computer in the front office very badly. You know, Kevin was just saying his computers would probably need to be replaced, so we budgeted for
hardware?
yeah,
42,000.
yeah, we budgeted 42,000 for that, so that way we could replace all of that stuff. And
Is that right?
yeah,
So the 38,000 to DIS.
38,000,
that's
that's recommended from different hardware that DIS is saying, right?
Yeah.
So look at, do you see the notes on that? So, yeah, so that 42,000, it's made up of, $100 here and $900 to the health, $900 to library. But the bulk of it is what DIS is suggesting, so it seems high. I think we should.
It seems high.
I mean, we can live without it.
Yeah.
How much longer do we have with the contract with DIS? It's annual, isn't it?
It's annual, but
Yeah.
DIS is good to us. I don't have any. Somewhere Tim's head's spinning around, but when we call them, they fix stuff right away. We, they should be charging us more for our monthly fee,
Sheriff seems all right with it.
and they don't.
When we were with that, first
First
call, we
call.
used to get bills all the time,
Oh,
extra
every week.
bills. I haven't seen a bill for DIS forever, and then
Oh, wait.
We just have our monthly managed services, and CJ is great to work with, and
Sanders County.
They're pretty-
we've spent a ton of money with them for them to come through and put all their stuff in.
The big change,
that we
yeah.
just stay
Initial
where we are.
startup.
But I do think hardware can come down, and we'll just have to stay within our means.
Which, are we on commissioner somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on
Data
page
processing.
3. Page 3.
Oh.
Data processing.
The most important things are these, like the firewalls.
Well, let's go back to hardware though. What are we going
That's
down
where we
to?
are. That's where I'm at, is
Oh,
hardware.
okay, sorry.
Yep, hardware, so the firewalls, those are necessary. I don't know about the server. I don't know about a whole lot about that, but I'll have to find out. Cause I think he's recommending that we replace it, that it's past its life expectancy.
Tell him what is in this building.
Yeah.
We use it till the end.
And I think we should maybe just, budget for 5 new replacement computers, and then cross our fingers and do a dance that
It's not
nothing
more than that.
bad happens. Yeah, 'cause that's,
They're
they
expensive.
they're
Yeah.
expensive, and he budgeted for 17 new
Oh,
ones. So I
that's
think we could
crazy.
budget for 5 and just see what happens. So I think we could come down in hardware. I don't know what we could come down yet, but we'll work on it and bring it down.
You can't give me a number right now? No?
No.
Okay, get back to me then.
And then software. I think we can come down in software. I don't know.
Yeah, that seems pretty high.
Black Mountain, that's.
Black Mountain is
Yeah.
the biggest.
Oh, yeah.
Is the
That's
biggest.
assuming, go ahead.
But that's assuming.
That's
we-
assuming increases to some software stuff.
Yeah, more Black Mountain stuff, and so we can.
So Black Mountain is how much normally, just right now, like 36?
38.
38. And then, so that 50, so we can decrease it, but that 50,000, it includes more inventory stuff, like an inventory wand, but I don't know, I would have to argue that we couldn't really afford to do
Maybe we
that
just don't do that right now.
this year.
You know,
And what was the other thing? Oh, HR, like another module?
a module for HR. Yeah, but again, that's something that we can wait on. It's not a necessity. We can definitely cut that and just stick with what we've got right now, and
So I think that could come down like
10,000, I think.
10, 12?
12.
Mhm.
Yep.
Maybe 10, we'll just go 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What else do you guys see? Purchase services, that pretty much is what it is. Those are our DIS, WebGrain, and First Call. First Call is, they manage that co.mineral.mt.us. They bought that and they manage that, so we have to pay them for it every month. And I would propose taking the consultant services down to 5,000 instead of 10. I don't know why we would need 10 in there this year.
What is that for?
That's, like if CJ and Garrett
For
come out and
DIS
they,
too.
yeah, and we do a bunch of new stuff, and we don't have really anything new that we need to do right now. you know, we had them come last year and they basically rewired the whole building, so we wouldn't.
I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
we've
I wanna
got
leave
that-
that one at 10. I don't. 5 just seems low. Maybe somewhere in the middle. Maybe 75.
7, yeah,
Okay,
75.
There's those utilities again.
There's those utilities, and I guess we're getting charged 1 unit.
1 unit. How many units?
1 unit, but it all goes to the weed.
Roman doesn't know what we're talking about, but he really missed out.
Yeah.
Are we good with 2,000, or should we go down some? 15.
So it, oh,
Yeah, I think we could go down.
Okay.
And then I would like to keep that capital outlay at 10, you know. Heaven forbid we have a huge issue and we don't have any place to pull it from, you know. Technology is just one of those things.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's nice
Changes
and
every
sometimes
day.
it's not. Yeah, Jessica's keeping a detailed list of all of them.
Oh no, I am.
So that's data processing. CVA, I'm not even gonna touch it, cause I'm not having anything to do with that anymore.
No, I actually passed on all of the grants. Can I tell you the funds that we still need to look at?
Yeah.
Let's
Let's
look
do
at
your
finance.
finance. Mhm.
Yeah, let's go through the. I think the general fund. Finance, page 2. So right above finance, there's auditing. I've moved auditing. There's no budget for that expense anymore. It's now under finance. And so under finance, you have Nicole's wages, and then you have, that's it. And then you just have supplies. And if you guys think,
publications.
yeah, if you guys think it's too much, just let me know. I'm not really sure how much money
The
they
biggest
spend
thing-
on stuff like.
So
you know.
like supplies, Stacy gave up buying all of the time card, and I think we can all just go to regular, on your computer.
We
time
don't
card.
even, no, it's just better, like an Excel time
Yeah.
card, yeah.
Yeah,
So we have 2,000 for supplies, 2,000 for postage.
So, oh
So-
yeah, 'cause she mails out the.
all the bills, all the.
She
bill-
does
yeah,
all the bills, right?
Yeah, and the checks and, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I was thinking. Our the audit, so that's, you know, it's 1.5 audits there. So it's one audit that will take place in October, and it's also to pay for the final part of the bill that took place last month for our other audit. That's all I have on finance. Feel free to, you know, anything.
And Jess and I mean, our office will share stuff and.
Well, I think that and just like the other day, we needed tape and we kind of called around to the other offices and, hey, do you have some extra tape? Well, you know, usually when you buy a thing of tape, it comes in like rolls of 10 and, you know, I mean, how many rolls of tape do you go through, you know? So I think if everybody was to, all the department heads, if you need some paper clips or you need something, call some of the other offices and say, hey, do you have extra of this? And I think we just, you know,
Yeah.
instead of everybody having 10
Sure.
rolls of tape and,
Yeah.
you know.
Let's go through so the treasurer is still left to discuss in the general fund, but she was out, so I guess she's coming in next week or something. The other line item in the general fund that we haven't gotten to is, page 5, the Mineral County Safety Program. And
That's, you know, it's only a revenue. Sometimes it's an expense if we spend it, but, you know, that's money that we get back from Payne West on our insurance.
oh, we budgeted for it.
We budgeted for it, yep.
Okay, so we want to keep the 1548 for supplies in case you do one of those health.
In case we do a
fairs.
health thing, and
Okay.
we, you know, probably won't do anything this year because we did something in fiscal year 16, but, you know,
Okay.
we do get revenues from that, so.
Okay, so that is How about this one? So go to page 6. Veterans Burial Services. I guess, just in case, we pay for that.
Yes.
It's a,
Okay,
it's
Bill,
a, it's a
yeah.
nominal, like.
Okay.
$100.
$100 maybe.
I think we just paid one,
Okay.
It never
And
goes up.
when you did your
Per
claims?
person, the
Yeah.
same amount.
yeah.
Okay.
The state sends a bill out, actually it comes down from the treasurer's office and,
Okay.
and she, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, so the general fund then it's done, with the exception of, the treasurer. The fair, they weren't able to make it,
Should be here the 22nd also.
this week, so I guess they'll be here next week. Comprehensive insurance, I think I'll just talk about it, I don't know if we need to go look at the detail. So comprehensive insurance, that is our, that's our property and liability insurance. Last year, the cost now, it's $122,000. What was it last year? I'm curious now.
It's
That's
probably
through,
the
that's through
same.
Mako.
It was the same because our rates didn't go up.
No, it did.
Did it? They said it didn't.
No, it went up.
It went up.
Maybe about 3% or something?
Oh, no, it went up. Yeah, it went up, let's see, 21.19.
They
Let
said
me-
they
let me
weren't
see.
having an increase.
No, we only have,
Yeah, so last year it was 113,000. This year it's 122. So, that's 1 mil. Think of it like that. That's 1 mil right there.
Yeah.
had a lot of vehicle claims last year and.
So in that fund,
Yeah.
anyway, so in that fund, there's, I
Not
guess, really
this.
not much else to say about it, but
Yeah, you're right. It did because I was thinking of health insurance.
I know you were thinking of health insurance.
Oh, that's, yeah.
That didn't, lucky us,
That
at
didn't,
least this
yeah.
year, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, so comprehensive insurance, that's one of the funds that we can move mills around. The Senior Citizen Center, that's something you guys are gonna need to think about, if you wanna continue to give them mills. That's one place you're gonna be able to,
Yeah, we hardly give them any to begin with.
yeah,
We're gonna
what do
need
we give them?
I mean, I think they all live on something like
Yeah.
$2,500 a year or something like that. 4,000 a year maybe?
They get 4,000 each, so you give them about 12,000.
Yeah.
We also give search and rescue $15,000 that they can get reimbursed from Secure Rural Schools if the need was there.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that, I was gonna ask about that one time I
So-
was here.
Anyway, so I guess we'll, in our work sessions coming up, we'll have to decide if you want to continue giving them 4,000 a year, or maybe take it back to 3 or whatever is one of the
I'd like to give
places.
them more, but I'd like to give them more every year.
I mean, when you take it back, did we only give them 3 recent memory?
I thought there was a time we only gave them like 2,500, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
We
but
have to look.
I
We
don't
could-
see how you could take it back, I mean,
Well, it's mills, and
yeah, I know,
you could take it back.
well, I realize you could.
You can. I mean, I think that, like when they're saying, well, you need to look at the non-essential services, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. Have they ever asked for anything? I mean, though, it's,
They just, yeah. So anyway, just food for
Yeah.
thought, just think about it.
I would cut the search and rescue 15,000 before
So my next one is Emergency and Disaster Fund 2260. So look at this one.
Is one of those under Tim and one of them under George? We were just,
I have no idea. So this is a fund. I think it's a fund that we could transfer and close out if we wanted to. But look at expenditures.
where are you at on it?
Go to expenditures
2260,
for 2260.
19,604.
What page?
19.
On expenditures, it's page 19.
So look at it. So in expenditures for the last 4 years, there's nothing.
Nothing.
So this money has just sat there for
Uh-huh.
years
But-
and years and years. It might be one of those funds that is really obsolete.
Yeah.
Is
That-
it,
Along
we need to ask Tim
yeah.
if that's under him or not.
I think it'd be under George, because that's what DES stands for,
I don't.
Disaster
He
Emergency
would have presented
Services.
that. Tim would know if that money was sitting there. Where'd Candace go? She was
Yeah.
just there. He would totally know if he had that money.
So I budgeted for a transfer to another fund, but we can change that. I mean, it's just what I did.
Why would that be there?
But nothing for years and years. So,
Maybe
we'll
they-
find out if it
maybe they set
belongs.
it up in '96 when the chlorine spill, and they haven't used it since.
Maybe.
Hmm?
So I'll ask Tim, and George.
I'm
This-
thinking it's George's.
Well, there's two of them though, if it's George's, because George was just talking about the other one.
What's the other
He
one, the
had-
search and rescue, or?
No, he had an emergency and disaster
Oh, yeah, his
also.
is, well, his is in the general fund,
And what's it titled?
civil defense.
Civil defense, yeah. But he's also he's our DES coordinator, disaster emergency services, and so I thought this was George.
It does seem like it would fit him.
Yeah.
So I'll look into that, because that seems like maybe one of those old funds that just needs to be closed out. And
So I just,
Maybe you could use that for his thingy and keep our Title III money for
Something
something else.
there you go.
Yeah.
You know?
I just, because I wanna state a couple things for the record, since there's been a few meetings of, what it is that Jessica and I do here, and why are we not being considered for cuts, and I think, I told Dwayne that, I should be considered. And I'm not trying to talk myself out of a job or anything like that. And at the same time, I also want to just say that, 6 months ago, there was a reason that all of this was given to me. And it's funny how all of a sudden now people have a complaint because they're not getting what they want. And I've sat in meetings and had my name run through the mud and had things written about me by elected officials. And I think it's really unfair, everything that's happened. I feel really bad that people have lost their jobs, but it's not a situation that I created. And it's definitely not a situation that Jessica created.
No.
And I come here and I work my butt off. When I come here, sometimes I come here at 6 o'clock in the morning and I work until 3 or 4 o'clock, and I rarely take a lunch and I rarely go take a break, and I work. And I get all the work that is requested of me done for the commissioners, for any other department, for HR, for safety. We had our safety inspection and I scored a 24 out of 25 on our inspection from Mako. So I feel like I'm well worth what I get paid, which isn't a whole lot. And I put up with a lot of crap from a lot of elected officials that's not fair. And it's not fair for Jessica either, because both of us did not want to spend our summers doing this. Usually I spend the summer pretty much doing what I want because I work for Nancy and, I have a family and I get to spend time with them. And right now I'm such a mess, I can't even enjoy my family when I am home, and I have to have my husband come to meetings because I'm a wreck.
Yeah.
That is not the type of atmosphere that I want to be a part of, and I'm not gonna sit back anymore and allow people to run my name through the mud when all I'm doing is my job and I'm doing it to the best of my ability. So people are welcome to come to my office and they can see what I'm doing, because there are plenty of other offices that do way less for way more.
Well, let me address some of that further. You and Jessica are the two best things that this office of the commissioners has done in the last year. You're getting us back on the right track. You with being the commissioner's secretary, because in the past, and I don't mean to run anybody else in the mud, but in the past, things were said by our secretary that would be taken care of. Things weren't taken care of. We're only here part of the time. You can blame whoever you want for that, but things weren't getting done. Since we've hired you, they've been getting done. They've been getting done correctly as far as I know. And to the naysayers, I say, shut up.
Charlie's doing a
they
great job.
bitch about Jessica's wages, you know, but they don't say a damn thing about the elected officials that are responsible for the mess that Jessica is cleaning up.
No, and Jessica's is, you know, if it weren't for her, we would be shutting the doors and people wouldn't even be
Oh.
getting paychecks.
Yep.
So this county owes her a debt of gratitude, and especially for
Most
the
definitely.
amount of crap that she puts up with and having her name
Most definitely.
ran through as well.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. No, I mean, I was gonna say something, but you said exactly what I was gonna say. There was a reason that we took the actions that we took. Hiring Jessica, taking the human resource, the safety program out of the office that it was in, because every single elected official didn't want to go in there, didn't want to have to deal with it. I mean, they complained to us, so there's a reason we took it out of there. And, I mean, we even got an email yesterday from the property claims from Mako saying, because you're so, Charlie, because you're so organized and now have no open property claims. I mean, kudos to Charlie.
Yeah, and that's,
You know,
that's the stuff that
You know,
wasn't
I mean,
getting
it's a
done
big,
before.
it's a big deal. I mean, thank you, Charlie, for what you do, and
One
Yep.
other thing, truly.
And you too, Jessica.
and you too,
Oh, thank-
Jessica.
Thank
I
you,
mean,
guys. Thank you. But one other thing that seriously, rather than cutting Charlie's hours, if anything, I'm not kidding you, you need to add hours for her. Because there are so many, we still need that whole Title III project. I don't know. If anything, we need to be going the other way
Yeah.
with it. And the other thing, what we could do is Charlie could have more hours. That would mean that, you know, we could have her do maybe some of the accounting stuff that I'm doing, and so I can just get back to that higher level stuff. Get away from maybe some of that management stuff that I'm doing. Just a thought, you know. But if anything, it needs to go the other way, in my opinion. I think there's
Well, I
even
mean,
more stuff that she
I
could.
went by, was it last Saturday? And Charlie's rig was here, and I mean, I ended up texting her, "What are you doing here?"
I was here last Saturday. What were we
Or
doing here?
Saturday, maybe it was
What were you doing
maybe it
here?
was
Oh,
Saturday
Saturday
before.
before.
Yeah,
'Cause I was here last
you know,
Saturday.
and so I think, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Charlie's putting in
Charlie-
more hours than what she's getting paid for.
Very much
And
so.
that-
She is.
We,
We're
yeah,
not supposed to be doing that.
But I just.
we have Charlie for 20 to 25 hours a week as our secretary. She also does our HR. She also does our safety program. She also processes the insurance claim. She also keeps track of Title III monies and helps T-Bone with the county road projects and the Forest Service interactions and IT. So
And DFC, I'm.
And
and
minutes
DFC is-
and your
and
DFC grant.
and
So-
all of these other projects that we're
So-
trying to have her do to get things up to
So
speed.
20 to 30 hours for all of that, and like, you are organized, I appreciate that. You're
Very
on the
organized.
ball.
Yep.
And,
And that
So-
DFC grant is really, really important to this county, and it's really, really, you know, I don't know if you guys have seen the emails going around about the number one
Yep.
issue in our county right now
Drugs
is
and
alcohol and drugs in our youth, and DFC, that's the one great weapon that we have to fight against those things. And, you know, Chuck's not here to present his budget, but he does an amazing job with what he's given, and that grant's really, really important, and it took us like 6 months to clean it up. And, you know, we did it, and we got a kudos from Washington DC, and, you know, now he's a front runner for a renewal for another 5 years. So it's those kinds of things that are important that
Yep.
we're doing.
Yep.
You know, all this other BS that's going on, I don't wanna have any part in any of that, but
so then regarding Jessica, Mr. Strom and Associates, Tom, did the audit, and he wrote this email. Roman, our audit report included a transmittal letter, which is just a letter to let you know who we are sending reports to, and include a little positive comment for those that do the accounting function. The letter is a form letter, and for counties, we have a clerk and recorder's office on the form. In this case, we erroneously indicated clerk and recorder, and we meant to change that to finance department. We apologize for any inconvenience our terminology has caused. I have attached a revised letter, and the revised letter says, overall, the county's records and accounting system are in pass with no comments. The finance department and her staff should be commended for a job well done. Thanks, Jessica.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
So, couple more funds though. Okay, we're almost done, because I'm kind of starting to see blurry, I think. PILT, how PILT is budgeted, you guys? If you look at the PILT line item, you'll see that the money that's coming in as proposed revenue is the ending cash balance. And that's because we don't get that money until June, and so we don't spend that money we get in June in that year. We budget it for next year. So, but how we're spending PILT is we're using it right now, how it's budgeted. It's a transfer to pay for permissive mill, for health insurance, for retirement, and then the rest is being transferred. It's already budgeted for in the general fund. So
To offset the minus, or the
yes.
negative.
So that's how PILT is being handled.
What approximate amounts for permissive and for general? How is it split?
100. Health is about 90. Hold on, I can't remember. I think retirement's 120. Health is maybe 90, and then the general fund gets say 35,000, something along those lines. Because those two are really.
Yeah.
Do you know? So at a county, governmental county, you actually have to pick major funds now, and so at Mineral County and several other counties, the major funds are general fund, which is always major, public safety. CDBG economic development is one of our major funds, and the permissive mill levy.
It's funny.
Is that sad? That is a major fund. Help. Yeah, but anyway.
I didn't realize it was that much, so.
Yeah. And that's it. And then the one other thing I just want to let you guys know is Fund 2955, BPA Impact Aid. So there is $95,000 there. It's the only revenue that I see anywhere that it's kind of a cushion.
Oh, on the revenue.
Or not revenue, it's just cash.
Because that's been sitting there for a long time.
It's been sitting there for a really long time. And you can just look on this one, you guys.
Oh.
Just look on
That
here.
front one.
That 2955. It has a cash balance right now of 95,000. I budgeted for a transfer in case we need it, but that's the only cushion I see at the.
And you would transfer it to general?
If we have to, I don't want to. I mean, you really don't want to.
No. Oh, I thought you said you
No, but I've budgeted.
budgeted to transfer it, so I didn't know where you had in mind to go to with it.
Just out, just somewhere. But I don't want to. I mean, we really want to leave that there, but I want you to know it is there.
Okay, so I got one question below that,
Yeah.
Jessica. There is that disaster thing.
Oh, so there's that.
So that's 2960, and the other one is up in 2260.
Let's look at 2960 and see what's coming in there. Oh, that's FEP. That's Peggy Stevens grant.
Oh.
That's FEP.
Under disaster?
Even though it says disaster, it's FEP. It's prepared to help, emergency preparedness.
Okay.
Yeah, the title
That's
is kind of
why.
funny, but
Yeah,
that's
it
FEP.
should be. Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right.
So take everything out of your binders except for the budget stuff because it's going to be replaced with.
They might want to keep it.
Do you think?
Yeah, they can study it
And know it and love it.
I read it every night last night.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like if they've
Maybe
had,
last night,
if they've made notes on theirs or something.
Well,
like
just
I
take
did,
everything.
yeah.
Don't leave anything behind.
So maybe,
'cause-
maybe you want it.
You want to turn your thing on?
It's on, it's on.
I'll make a motion that we approve claims, claim 31154 through 31211 in the amount of $91,771.83.
I will second that motion.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And then I'm going to California.